Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. But on your screens is Division 2 domestic competition. It is the Queensland Tornadoes taking on the ACT Buccaneers, and we welcome both these sides back to South Australia and back to Adelaide for another edition of the National Championships. My name is Ben Eisenhuth. I will lead your call this morning alongside my co-commentator and one of the great men to grace the turf here at the Adelaide South Australian Netball Centre, and Jason Anderson. Welcome. On our screens there, the Queensland Tornadoes, and what can we expect from the Tornadoes and how do they line up here today?
Thank you, Ben. Pleasure to be here. Looking forward to this one. Division 2 action opening up on day 2 of this World Challenge. We do have the Tornadoes in front of us and on screen at the moment. They're led by number 8, Natalie Miller, 5, Ben Chalker, 4, Albie Everett, 12, Ronald Chater, 3, Jason Ellery, 1, Sean Senbull Lynch, 6, Bridie Moore, 2, Armin Dillon, and coach David Wood.
So that's the Queensland Tornadoes. That's how they line up. But of course, there needs to be two teams to make a challenge, and their opponents will be, of course, the ladies and the men in navy and gold, and that is, of course, the ACT Buccaneers. Number 2, Rhiannon Billette. Number 6, Ben Owens. Number 7, Hamish Baker. Number 4, Weberson de Cruz Rodriguez. Number 10, Scott Mackay. Number 3, Hamish Cook. Number 5, Jacob Walsh. Number 8, Ruben Jerd. And the staff, Zach Field coach, Darcy Howard the assistant coach, Courtney Yunan the manager, and Michael Voris the mechanic. So Buccaneers, Tornadoes coming your way in just a few moments' time. He'll get the first attacking play. It looks like it'll go the way of the Tornadoes, taken cleanly by the number 4 and Albie Everett. Albie sitting quite high in the chair. On day 1, if you would have tuned in, you would have seen how important it was for the long arms of some of these athletes to really possess the ball and steal those one-on-one challenges. So look for some of those athletes that are sitting higher in those chairs with those long arms, as you can see on the right of your screen there. The number 3 and Jason Ellery will certainly be a player that will do his best. And another reach in and a disposal, or the ball dislodged, I should say, from number 4 and Albie Everett. So two sides that are yet to play at the 2025 edition of the Wheelchair Rugby Championships. So let's just see how their nerves will play out in the first few moments of play. But no nerves shown by the number 2, Rhiannon Billette. And it's a try scored, and the account is open for the ACT Buccaneers.
Good start from the Buccaneers. A couple of times the ball just got knocked free, but managed to come off Tornadoes' hand before going out of bounds. ACT maintained possession. We saw in some of the early games yesterday that some of the nerves and the jitters and the ball going free and some of the turnovers that were evident. Hopefully these teams can settle into the groove of this game a little bit sooner and avoid those turnovers, and we saw how costly they can be. We do see one from the Tornadoes early though, so well done to the Buccaneers. They've managed to force one early in this game. Inside the first minute, they'll get possession and see if they can get this mini break and get it out to a 2-try lead.
The Buccaneers going on the attack. The ball dislodged, but taken cleanly by Billette. Wonderful from her. Navigates away. Past the defender. Past Everett. And it's a try scored by Billette. 2 from 2. The Buccaneers lead by 2 tries. Tornadoes inbound. In the grasp of Natalie Miller. Bouncing past the long left arm of Everett. Dislodged, but the teammate is there. Ellery gets past one. Good offensive blocking there by Everett. Lob pass over the top. Beautiful pass from Ellery. And it's the ladies to start us off. 3 tries from both Natalie Miller and Rhiannon Billette. And the ladies are doing it all here this morning on court 2.
Yeah, big start from them. Ball's getting fed around. Going through plenty of sets of hands. But it is the ladies that are the ones that are getting it over the line. Although we see now that the Buccaneers managed to get a bit of a break free. It's Hamish Baker that gets over the line. First of our gentlemen that have got on the board. Young guy, Hamish Baker. He's 15 years old, but impressing everyone with his skill set. He's an emerging player, somebody to keep an eye on.
And a bounce pass finds Miller. Tries to get around a few defenders. Can get past the young man in Baker. In fact, he's defending well. It's a bounce pass taken very cleanly by Everett. He gets into the right part of the half, but there was contact as he was crossing the halfway line. And Jace, talk us through what was involved on that occasion. Great defence by the Buccaneers, but as Everett was making his way into the other end of the court, there was a backcourt violation called.
Yeah, 12 seconds to bring it over that halfway line, so just took a little bit too long. Shot clock dipped down to 27. It starts at 40. Yeah, hit 27 and the refs were straight onto it, called it, just taking a little bit too long, and that's a sign of great defence from the Buccaneers. Managed to block things up and make it really difficult for them.
And in the nick of time, there was a foul called against the 7 in Baker, who seemed to be cruising over the try line, but regardless, the ball has now been turned over, and a chance for the Tornadoes to get one back as Miller takes it cleanly. But there are gold jerseys all around her. Miller, lovely pass, but great hands by Ellery. It was a tough catch. It was above his head. But those long arms of Ellery claimed the ball, scored the try, and the margin back to 1. Bellett. Rhiannon Bellett, who opened the account for the Buccaneers. It's a big pass. It's almost a soccer throw-in. And it finds the young man in Baker. He glides oh so effortlessly, doesn't he? Looks to be a possible motocross enthusiast with those knee pads. Let's see whether he lives life on the edge. Possibly with those knee pads, he may be doing such. There could be some big contact there from the 7 in Baker, but it's Miller trying to get away out of the end of the half. It's great defence by the Buccaneers, but not a great pass, and the ball will beat Everett over the try line, so it will be another turnover for the Tornadoes. On day one, the theme early in the first few matches for most of our sides were the uncharacteristic turnovers. Division 2 football, there will be a high volume of turnovers, one would assume. So what advice would you give to younger sides, 2 teams that are on the up? What do you think the coaches, the likes of Field and the likes of Wood, will be passing on to their players?
Yeah, I think using that shot clock. Mentioned that they got caught out in the backcourt a moment ago, but there is 40 seconds, and if you're able to get it over that halfway line within your 12 seconds and then use your full 40, work your way through a little bit more methodical, work the ball through some hands. Don't need to rush things. Doesn't need to be the holy grail pass over the top, trying to hope for something. You've got a bit more time to work things through. You see the Tornadoes now, they're taking their time a little bit. He's in their back half, though. They're going to have to be careful of this backcourt violation. Got 4 seconds. They turn it over. The pressure's immense from the Buccaneers. They force an opportunity. Really well done by the Buccaneers. Jacob Walsh was the one that forced the turnover. Now Baker. He takes his time. This is what I was talking about. You've got time. Turn it over right in front of their try line there, but then still just took it back out, reset, took about 15 seconds before finding a gap and working their way through it.
And not a great throw in there by the Tornadoes, and they go back to back. And I'm not sure if the try was scored. In fact, I don't think the young man Baker was either, but it was called a penalty try, so the Buccaneers will be awarded the extra point. And the margin now 7-2. Buccaneers dominant in this first term, but a bounce pass finds the lap. Finds that man Ellery, and they need a bit more of that, do the ladies and the men in Moreau. Inbound from Buccaneers, a bounce pass, and it's Baker. Better defence from the Tornadoes, but wonderful offensive blocking from Walsh. Baker gets into the half, cruising his way over the try line, and as you can see on the bottom of your screen there, wonderful work by Bellett to prevent the defensive effort from Bridie Moore. As Moore tries to find Everett. Does, but it's great defence, but a beautiful lob pass. Bounces once, bounces twice, intercepted. Another turnover from the Tornadoes. And Baker, he looks very, very good. Still with Baker. Dislodged, last touch should have come off the Buccaneers, one would assume. So that should be Queensland Tornadoes ball, and it is. So good defence there from Everett. It's the one theme of the half that we've seen is that Queensland's defence just hasn't matched what the Buccaneers have thrown at them. As it's almost a four-player change. All players from the Tornadoes bar one. So we welcome to the court there Roy Ron Chater. Mr. Chater, welcome back on our screens. Aman Dillon and the number 5 in Ben Cholka. So a few substitutions for the Tornadoes. Let's see whether this can really increase their efforts in defence. As the Buccaneers, the last touch may have come off the Tornadoes. I thought it touched a wheel of a Buccaneer, but it's Baker attacking the try line. It's a lovely pass, can't be taken. The last touch came off the Tornadoes, but I'd imagine it was incidental. And so, in fact, no. The referee's pretty critical at the moment. There's no advantage given in the game of wheelchair rugby as Baker can't get his way past Cholka. And it's good defence by Cholka. That's what the Tornadoes need more of. And now the Tornadoes. Really good substitution. 3 new players on and the defence was sound.
Yeah, impact straight away making that substitution. Put some fresh players out there and had some energy on the defensive side of the court. And now could yield dividends on the offensive end as well. Work their way through. The defense from Baker is strong. Big impact down there on the try line. Tornadoes still trying to work their way through. They nearly had it. Cholka was on the end of it. Needed clean hands. Couldn't get it though. Ball comes free and they're unable to bridge that gap. Just, to 8-3.
They seem to be working harder for their tries at the moment, the Tornadoes. The defensive effort from the Buccaneers seems to be a little bit more effortless. It's fantastic defence, but much the superior side in this first term have been the team from the ACT, the nation's capital, if you will, as Baker. So easy. Tries are coming effortlessly from the ACT. How will the Tornadoes respond? Cholka. Still with Cholka. Can he get past? Bellet does. Cholka, good offensive blocking there from Chater. Wonderful from him. He's a stalwart of the Queensland side. Is Ron Chater. He's been in the sport of wheelchair rugby for a number of years, and it's great to see the number 12 from Queensland back on our screens here in 2025 as that man Chater can't make the stop on Baker. And Baker lobs the pass but can't find the hands of Bellet. And it's a turnover and now a chance for the Tornadoes to go back to back.
Tornadoes need to try and use this opportunity. A few early nerves, we've mentioned that a couple of times. Jitters in game 1 of the tournament. It's a completely new look outfit for this Tornadoes team as well. Not a single player out of last year's team that finished runners-up in Division 2 is back for them again this season. A number of them have worked their way up into Division 1 and been spread across a couple of other teams, particularly the Cyclones. So they're still trying to find their way. They can't do it on this one. The thumped ball, trying to get it through. Couldn't get it done though. Buccaneers force a turnover and then Baker gets over the line.
Well, wonderful intercept there by Rhiannon Bellet, the leader of this ACT Buccaneers side. Bellet, of course, a recent wheelchair rugby recruit. She won the MVP at the Sydney Smash this year in the National League. And, of course, she also won the Judy Simpson Emerging Player Award. So, number 2 from the ACT Buccaneers, who just scores another try to add to her tally, is certainly an athlete to keep an eye out for. And keep in mind, she's just 17 years of age, currently in Year 12 studying. So, an amazing athlete, as is this man, who's been a fantastic inclusion since he's come off the bench. And number 5, of course, Ben Cholka, as the Tornadoes trail 11 tries to 5. 2 minutes remains in this first period. Division 2 action here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is Domestic 2 competition. And a lovely bounce pass is Baker. And the young man, effortless at the moment. I'd love to know his story, Hamish Baker. I'd love to try and catch up with him in the coming days and have a chat with him. It's the beauty of the sport of wheelchair rugby. Everyone's so open to communicating about their stories, about their lives, and how the sport of wheelchair rugby has made them feel oh so included and really giving them a reason to prove why they are some of the best athletes in our country. As Ellery narrows the margin. 12 plays 6. 6-point buffer going into the break. It's not great, but it's also not too terrible. The Tornadoes had to turn the ball over, and ACT have looked much more superior.
Yeah, it looked like it could become even larger than this at various points during this first quarter, but the Tornadoes have just managed to get some consistency into their game, get familiar with each other out on the court. They managed to slow down the Buccaneers a little and start to get a couple on the board themselves. A margin of 7 or 8 at the break. Not ideal, of course. They give themselves some hope of being able to push back through the latter 3 quarters. This man's going to be pretty important to trying to do that. Ben Chalker, he's been really busy since coming on. I've liked the substitution they made. They mixed up their lineup. The starters weren't really getting it done for them. Threw out a different look. Chalker, the number 5. He's probably been the main one since coming on. He's had real impact.
Yeah, that's good coaching from David Wood there. He saw clearly that the starting 4 from the Tornadoes, albeit a great starting 4, just weren't matching the star power that the Buccaneers were putting out there on the court. So great coaching from Wood. He identified a challenge, and at the moment they just hang in there, the Tornadoes, but they do have plenty to do as Chater tries to inbound. Time is of the essence. Finds that number 5 once again, Chalker. Great defence there by the Buccaneers. Finds Ellery. Can he get the bounce pass? Can't. Intercepted again. Rhiannon Bellett, Year 12 student. A wonderful young athlete. New to the sport of wheelchair rugby. And in both attack and defence, she has been a shining beacon this morning.
Bellett and Baker been really busy on the offensive end. A large amount of the scoring for the Buccaneers. 2 emerging athletes, both teenage athletes that are showing a lot of promise, fairly new to this sport. One of the challenges is trying to keep them in the sport when they're multi-talented athletes like they are. Bellett's an athletic resume that stands out. Shot put, long jump, discus, track events. Baker's a very handy wheelchair tennis player from what I've been told. Trying to keep these guys in the game. Be important for the Buccaneers. What's important now is trying to score with under 20 seconds to go. Doesn't look like they'll get it done there. Had the offload close to the try line, but the ball spills free. Walsh wasn't able to bring it in. Now the Tornadoes have an opportunity. 13.8 on the clock.
Yeah, good defence there from Chater. Can he get the ball back? He can. Takes it cleanly with his right hand. 8 seconds on the clock. They'll want the margin to be 6. To bounce pass. 4, 3. Does so. Chalker. Oh, so nicely. And Chater wasn't the best inbound, but the experience of Ron and picked it up cleanly with his right hand. The shape of these tyres are a little bit angled. They're not vertical. They do angle in towards the chair, as you can see there on your screens. In front of you, the number 10, of course, Scotty Mackay. The angle of those chairs can help when you're trying to pick the ball up whilst rolling forward. So can the Tornadoes keep the margin at 6? They'd want to be there. 7 just gets a little bit tougher as a bounce pass comes in. 1 second. He'll have to throw it up. Time will beat him. And it's the first period coming to an end. The Queensland Tornadoes, they were brave, but it's that man on screen leading the ACT Buccaneers in Hamish Baker. The Buccaneers 14 lead the Tornadoes 8, but don't go anywhere because the Buccaneers will be right back, as will we, right after this.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce.
With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And welcome back. Gearing up for the second quarter of this Division 2 clash between the Queensland Tornadoes, you see on your screen there, and the ACT Buccaneers. Tornadoes with a 6-try deficit heading into this quarter. They did start to steady the ship as the first quarter closed. The margin looked like it could have been more at various points there. They managed to claw their way back into this contest. They're going to need more of that through the second quarter and try and position themselves by the end of this break to be back in the contest. They're back to closer to their original lineup. Working hard on the defensive end this time. Ronald Chater doing some work defensively, trying to get his hand in. Refs didn't like it though. Said Buccaneers ball from the side and they toss it in. And it's the quick play. And they get it over the line and extend their gap. Ball back in for the Tornadoes. Comes over the top. Got a couple of options there. Can they get onto it? Ball running away. And they're not going to be able to get there. There's a couple of players that thought they might have been able to get to it. Sean Semble Lynch was one of them. Ball comes back in for the Buccaneers. Tossed over the top. Baker's going to find his way onto it. Shut down by Natalie Miller. Miller stays in front. Impact comes from Sean Semble Lynch. Big hit in the mid-court. Back to Baker now. A lot of the offense has gone through this young man. The team on the sidelines letting him know how long he's got. Shot clock counts down, but he gets there in time. Got all the way down to 4. Talked about this during the first quarter, that just managing that clock, they don't have to rush themselves. Got 40 seconds on the shot clock. As long as you can get it over halfway within 12 seconds, you then use that clock to your advantage. Queensland this time do get it over the top. Semble Lynch unable to get a grasp of it. It spills free. The ball comes out once more. And again, Baker gets over the line. Queensland just have to protect the ball. Turning it over too often. Stretches out to a 9-try gap now. Jason Ellery with the ball. Long inbound, finds Miller, back to Ellery. That's probably the best bit of play the Tornadoes have had so far.
travel there. Great defence by the Tornadoes.
Yeah, so Ben, the travel's called for the viewers that might not watch a lot of this sport. Ben, the travel called on that one for those that don't watch this sport too often. 8 seconds. You need to have a bounce within that time frame. Got picked up for it and caused a turnover. Comes back the other way. Spills free now, though. It looks like it'll be a Buccaneers ball. Yeah, it will be.
But the intensity is certainly lifted here by the Tornadoes. They are trying their best to dislodge the ball. They're trying to upset the momentum as we see there Semble Lynch just can't hold on to the ball. Ken Chater, bit of friendly fire between Miller and Chater. Look at the effort, look at the intensity from Chater. He's arguing with the ref saying that should have been my clean ball there, but it's really good stuff there by the number 4 from the Buccaneers in, I don't think that is Rodriguez. Maybe Scott Mackay, is it? Okay, so we'll have to make a note of that in the change of jersey. Wonderful stuff there from the Tornadoes as they turn that defence into attack and into another one-pointer, and a try awarded to the number 3 again, who's been very dangerous. He's only a mid-pointer, the number 3 for Queensland in Ellery, but he is one of the best players on the court for the Queensland side here this morning. Is Baker. Wheels away, the youth. Wonderful offensive blocking. Absolute path cleared. That was fantastic. That's like what you see when it's snowing over in the States, when the path is cleared from the cars behind it. Really good stuff there by Mackay, who is in the number 4 jerseys. The number 10 on our sheets, but number 4, Scotty Mackay for the Buccaneers there on your screens.
Yeah, the snowplower doing some work, finding a path through. This sport does take a lot from other sports. The comparison with basketball comes up a lot, obviously. Played on the same hardwood. A small number of players on the court, 5 on a basketball court, 4 in the wheelchair rugby. They've got the key and a few similar rules with the shot clock. But another one that probably doesn't get referenced as much is your American football, your NFL. And that blocking and creating the pathway through. It's often like your running back trying to find a path, get the offload and then find a gap and push through it while the blockers create that opportunity. This is a lot the same. Your high pointers tend to be that running back type of role. Your O-line is your low pointers, creating opportunities there. I think if you've got that mindset, keep an eye on this game, keep an eye on the screens of when those blocks are happening, where the opportunities are and where that gap might be created. Often the players are just waiting for that opportunity to present, and that's where the methodical build-up comes into it. Wait for an opportunity, wait for somebody to get their chair in the right spot, create a path, and then get through. On this occasion, Baker gets through. It was just a small block off the play from Rhiannon Bellette. 2 high pointers working together on that occasion. Bellette just positioned herself perfectly. The defenders couldn't get past, and Baker had a half court to be able to work into. Ellery brings it back in. Goes via Chater. Chater's been important. Experienced player. He's managed to settle the Tornadoes down a little bit. Threw the ball forward. Sean Semble Lynch couldn't quite get on the end of that one. Semble Lynch, he's an emerging athlete though. In his early teens. Fairly new to the sport. Would be eyeing off bigger and better things. The youth in this game, really interesting to keep an eye on. There's some of the experienced players. I mentioned Chater that's doing a lot of great work. But it is particularly the youth and how they're coming on. I think there'd be Division 1 teams having a look. There'd be national team members having a look here. You can see there's a gathering of people starting to come around this court. Crowd building up on day 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Now the Tornadoes have an inbound. Tough spot on the court to inbound from in that corner. You can see all of the congestion. They're all down in that corner. Very difficult to get out of there.
Pass.
The thump goes free. Really clever play. And well done by Alvie Everett too. Made a break for it. Could see where the space was. All that congestion in the corner. And decided, no, I'm getting out of here. I'll work the space, you thump it long and I'll get onto it. Bit of Pagan's paddock for those AFL fans like myself. Dating myself with that reference from about 20 years ago, but hopefully there's a few viewers that understand.
Albie Everett, you can see the size of the young man. He sits very high in his chair. He's a large frame, as we see a beautiful pass from the youth to the youth, from once again Bellett to Baker, the BB combination. I think we'll have to try and figure out something how we can make that sound a bit cleaner. Bellett to Baker or Baker to Bellett. It rolls too nicely off the tongue as an inbound now finds the lap of that man on your screens, wheeling his way over centre court into the right end of the half, and another try for the Tornadoes, who they try and want to keep it at 9 tries the margin. 22-13, it just keeps it a little bit more respectful. It almost opens up the door slightly. It leaves it gently ajar. I think when you're starting to get out to an 11 and 12 try deficit, it can make things really, really challenging. So I like the intensity from the Tornadoes here, really trying to prevent the attacking onslaught of the Buccaneers, as Bellett may have said fudge on screen, but regardless, she's doing her best and wonderful defence from the Queensland Tornadoes.
Yeah, I mentioned it a few minutes ago. It's that travel call. See the refs make that signal with their hands to indicate the travel. 8 seconds to get that ball down on the court, bounce it down, and if you don't, it will turn over.
Great intensity from these two. When games get out to a 9 and 10 try margin, you can see a bit of a deflation in the game, but both sides still trying very hard. It's both their first matches here on day 2 at the World Challenge in the domestic 2 competition, but I'm loving the intensity. I'm loving the enthusiasm from both these sides. As a backcourt violation almost there from Bellett. Great defence, but amazing awareness there from Bellett. The young 17-year-old was so close to that white halfway, that yellow halfway line, and the awareness that she showed to prevent herself from going in a backcourt violation, that is class personified, and that young lady is certainly a star to keep your eye on for the future.
Yeah, really good play, really good camera work again. Have the luxury of being really close to the action here at this court. You can see right on the line, Will was nearly going over, but Bellett clever enough to not go over, then worked their way down towards the key and put it on a huge block to create a path to get through. Then the Tornadoes come back the other way. It's Chalker again. Locked his impact when he's been on. Expect him to play some bigger minutes through the second half. Tornadoes gave away a really early lead, but have managed to hang in there since. It's a 9-point margin. It's hovered around that for some time now.
Good defence by Chalker. A WA native, so he's travelled all the way across from Western Australia as he's trying to defend and get the ball back for the Tornadoes, and I think he will. As Benny Chalker, a dual athlete, obviously the sport of wheelchair rugby on your screens, but Benny Chalker has also played in the sport of para ice hockey, so he certainly is familiar to moving at pace. And of course, the most exciting part of wheelchair rugby, there's plenty of contact, and Chalker enjoys every moment of that, the number 5 on your screens.
Yeah, we mentioned the para ice hockey yesterday. There's a little collection of them over in WA. Robin Lambert was one that we mentioned in the coverage yesterday that has recently taken to that sport, as Chalker has. Got ambitions to try and get themselves into the Winter Paralympics at some point in the future. Difficult to do in a sport like para ice hockey in a country like ours. But great that they've got a passion for the sport. There's some good contact. That's the laneway. That's the pathway we were talking about earlier. The blocker does the work. Baker gets the try, gets the glory. But it was the hard work off the ball.
And an inbound here by the Tornadoes finds that man once more, and Benny Chalker. Not the best pass, but when you got the skill set of the number 4 on your screens in Everett, he can take any ball cleanly. As it's a try from Bridie Moore. And doesn't she move well for a 1-point female? She's fantastic in her chair. She puts herself in the right position on that occasion. She found some open space. and she earns her team a well-needed try as the margin is 8 points. So keeping it somewhat respectable. And Baker's pass a little bit challenging. So when you keep the margin in single digits, you really can apply the pressure. And now a chance for the Tornadoes to get this margin down to a very, very lucky 7. Everett. Can he hold on to the ball? He'll want to go long. Looks to find the para ice hockey athlete. It's going to be a race for the ball. But Scotty Mackay takes it cleanly. And what a response from the team from the ACT.
Yeah, just when it looked like the Tornadoes were going to bridge the gap, potentially get it down to that 7, which would be as low as it's been for a long time in this game. Buccaneers forced the turnover, get their hands on the loose ball. They won't be able to this time. This time Chalk is able to handle. Gets the ball over the top. It's an 8-point margin. We're down under a minute to go. A bit of clock management will come into it now. Oh, the opportunity for that's lost though. Ball spills free. Well done by Albie Everett. Creates an opportunity before the half. Touches it down. Clever. The clock was counting down. That travel call was going to be called just before he could get to the try line, but touched it down. Found his way through a gap on the left-hand side. Gets over. And we are at that lucky 7 margin. Gives the Tornadoes some hope going into the second half. Timeout called. Have a chat through things now. Buccaneers. Coach Zach Field barking some orders. Setting them up for defence now. Buccaneers will have an opportunity to inbound, get the score, and then have to try and make sure that the Tornadoes don't get anything further. See these timeouts called late in the quarters. Happens regularly. Got them. It advances the ball down the court, which is a huge advantage. With 30 seconds to go. There's plenty of time to be able to work their way through. Think clearly through this. But we often see it in the final couple of seconds of a quarter. Advance the ball down. Have a long throw in. See if you can catch one down near the try line and force it over. This time ball comes in, clock comes down a little bit. Some action off the screen that the refs didn't like. Resets the play. There'll be some time in the penalty box for Bridie Moore. Just doing a little bit too much work off the ball. She'll be in the penalty box, and that should make an easier play for the Buccaneers. 25 seconds to go. Got a 4-player to 3 advantage on their offensive end. Be looking to chew through some of the clock and then find a gap in the final seconds. The gap comes about on that left-hand side. Baker saw it, went for it, said, I've used enough of the clock. There's 11 seconds to go. The inbound pass. It's going to be difficult from this deep in the court. Might go the big ball over the top. No, decides to go himself. But the clock will wind down. Not enough time for Chalker to get over the line. And the 8-point margin will stand at half-time. Better quarter from the Tornadoes. It's 18 for the Tornadoes. It's 26 for the Buccaneers. Ben, quick comments from you just before we head to our break.
Yeah, look, I just like the fight there. That was just fantastic grit. It just personified Queensland's spirit, I guess you will call it, the Tornadoes. They had every chance to be blown off the park in that second quarter, or that second period, I should say. But they were fantastic. They hung in there. 8 points the margin. Of course, the Buccaneers looked the better of the side. You can see on the screens the likes of those players, the likes of Bellett, the likes of course, Baker, and Mackay was fantastic in that second period as well. But the Tornadoes, they're within reach. They're within 8. Who knows what's going to happen?
Exactly. Within 8, they're keeping in contact. Stay with us. There's plenty in store in the second half. We'll be back in a moment.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half here in match number 1 on day 2 at the South Australian Netball Centre. We are live at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, and this is domestic 2 competition between the Queensland Tornadoes and the ACT Buccaneers. But that side on your screens with it all to do. They trail by 8 going into the second half, and I like the 4 that they've put out here on the court. They've got Ellery, who's been fantastic, the number 3. Senbel Lynch has been very, very busy, especially with his offensive blocking. And, of course, they've gone the more seasoned veterans of Chater and Miller. As the ACT Buccaneers, you can see that young lady, the youth, the experience of Rhiannon Bellett. And, of course, at the top of your screens, Hamish Baker and the inbound from Antonio Vecchio, as Vecchio finds Bellett, the young 17-year-old from the ACT. Great defence by Miller, and a beautiful pass from Bellett. And he got a bit of helping from Antonio Vecchio. So just as they finish the first half, they start off in the same fashion in the second with another try. And it's the Buccaneers 27 leading the Tornadoes 18. Ellery inbounds, finds Chater, but there's 2 gold singlets there to meet him. Good hands by Ellery. He's got Miller if he needs her, but he's going to try and do it all himself. And the path will be cleared by Miller. And a beautiful try by the Tornadoes. So they certainly want to go, they'll want to go 1 for 1. And they'll try and look for an early break as well. So let's see what the defence is like here for the Tornadoes. Baker tries to get past Ellery. Does so. Good blocking there. Path cleared by Vecchio. Coming across Miller. Better defence. Almost a backcourt violation there by Baker. And Ellery tried to dislodge. Good blocking there by Vecchio. Baker still navigating his way past multiple defenders. 15 seconds on the shot clock, but Baker, 15 years of age, he was patient, he was poised, and it's another try, and the margin out to 9.
Yeah, just stayed away from some of the congestion, stayed high up outside of the key, let the blockers go to work, weaved his way through, left and right, and then found a gap. This time, ball gets knocked over the top. Oh, that was a close call. The ref was right on the spot, so I've got to go with their call. Wheels must have just touched that line. Emily Miller wasn't so sure. She thought she had a free path to the try line. I couldn't quite get it. The Buccaneers will come back the other way. Vecchio goes to Walsh. Hands it straight back to Vecchio. Billette then finds it. Gets over on that right side. Managed to find some space.
Ellery gets past Baker. Chater clearing the path. Beautiful from him. Can Ellery lob the pass? Can he find Miller? Does. Good work from Miller. Good defence by the number 5 in Walsh. Miller gets past one. In fact, no. Still being pestered by Vecchio. Good contact by the young man, but a turnover. Great defence from Baker. Big contact. Dislodged the ball. And another break. Can it be taken full advantage of by the Buccaneers? It can, and a great pass. And the ball taken cleanly just in the nick of time, and the margin back to double points. And it's the ACT Buccaneers 30, leading the Queensland Tornadoes 19.
Yeah, Vecchio the one that got over the line then. Very experienced player, some Division 1 experience as well. Back to Division 2. Today's proceedings been important for them. Those mid-pointers, they can do it all. Get involved at both ends of the floor. The active ball handlers as well as blockers. Multi-purpose roles. It's going to be Vecchio now that has the inbound from the corner.
Vecchio looks to find Baker. Does so, but a strange error there from Baker in the last touch off the Buccaneers, and they need plenty more of that, do the Queensland Tornadoes. And albeit they do possess the ball, can they turn it into points? It's a big pass, finds Chater. The big left arm of the number 3 in Ellery finds Chater, and it's good defence. And was it a penalty try, or was the try waved away? The officials are deliberating, and it's a foul call against Billette. So it will be the Tornadoes who will be attacking with 4 players on 3. Inbound. Finds Miller. Can't get past Vecchio. Finds Chater. Chater tries to find Ellery. Does. But desperate defence from Baker. The endurance and fitness of that number 7 from the Buccaneers is displaying in Hamish Baker has been superb. And again, he's got the ball at his disposal. We mentioned yesterday, some of these athletes can move over 4 kilometres in one match, and none of that is at low intensity. It's all at superior speed and blistering pace. So amazing athletes on your screens here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, as Miller. Great defence by Vecchio. Great defence by Walsh. Ellery holds on to the big contact from Baker. Ellery still making his way down the track. Can he get the pass to Chater? May try and go himself. Bounce pass. Finds Miller. Great defence by the Buccaneers once again. And the path cleared by Chater, and Miller responds once more for the Tornadoes.
Nice bit of team play. Went through a few sets of hands. Ellery did the carrying for the majority of it, brought it up, took some big impact, worked through, but then it went through Miller, went through Chater. In contrast, the Buccaneers doesn't need to go through too many sets of hands here, just throw it into Baker and give him a paddock of space to wheel into. He gets over the line.
We mentioned the core control that these athletes have, and the way that Baker can just lean his torso and the chair can move as easily and as effortlessly as it does, just again highlights the incredible strength that all these athletes possess. As Miller, the show on the go on that occasion, fools Baker. Still with Miller. Try and find Ellery. In fact, she'll go herself, and 2 from 2 from Natalie Miller. And the margin back to the 10.
You mentioned the classifications and the 3.0 of Baker in particular. The team that do the classifications, they've had a really busy week leading up to this tournament. They've been here in Adelaide classifying and reclassifying a number of the athletes. Baker's one of those, put through on the team sheets as a provisional classification, so still looking to confirm that exact classification for him. There's a couple of others out there that are in the same position. Largely it's those athletes that are newer to the sport, need to get that classification right to ensure a level of fairness. So have some provisional classifications, could change over future tournaments.
And a couple of substitutions made by the ACT Buccaneers. You can see on the left of your screen there the number 3. Hamish Cook makes his way onto centre court, but it's the Tornadoes trying to reduce this deficit, make a dent in this margin, and making a dent through the try line is the number 5 in Benny Chalker, who was fantastic late in that second period. So let's see how they respond now. The margin back to 9. Can Queensland pose a threat to the Buccaneers? Almost a turnover. Good effort by Everett. But one of the best players on display here this weekend is that man on your screens in Baker. Tries to get past one. Does get past. Again, he gets past Chalker. And he gets past Everett. The path was assisted and was aided by, of course, Vecchio. But Hamish Baker is really proving, well, he is a face of wheelchair rugby and a name to remember moving into the future.
And incredibly active. He's the high pointer for them out there. That 3-pointer. Interesting lineup from the Buccaneers at the moment. The classifications allow you to put a total of 8 points out on the court at any point in time. Typically, teams will look to use every one of those. The higher the classification, the more function the athlete tends to have. So you want to get the full 8 points out on the court. Buccaneers at the moment, just a 7.5 out on the court. Using a bit of a different mix, a different lineup. Take a look at some different players. Guess that's a luxury you've got when you can stretch the lead to 10 as they do at the moment. You can throw a few different looks out there. Have a look at a couple of different combinations.
Chalker. Lob pass over the shoulders. I like this. They have to be attacking the Tornadoes. They can't be passive. They've got to really advance the ball down the park. But how about the defence there from Hamish Cook? Put his chair in the right position, forces a turnover. Not a great pass from Vecchio. Can the ball be picked up by the Tornadoes? It's a fight for the ball and contact on the arm of Everett. So a foul call on Baker, who just asked the referee, "You sure that was me?" It was 50-50, says Baker, but Everett said, "No, you took me on the arm." So the next phase of play will be a Tornadoes attacking one with a 4-3 advantage.
Bit of a laugh between those two young athletes as well. They spent a lot of time together yesterday, warming up together, practicing their game. These athletes have a strong bond together. They'll come through the sport playing together. Everett and Baker seem like they are good mates off the court. And a bit of contact there. Baker finds himself over in the penalty box. The timeout called. Tornadoes coach giving some instructions. David Wood, the coach of the Tornadoes. He's the first Tasmanian to be a coach at these national championships. A great honour for him. Tasmania coaching the Queensland Tornadoes though. It's a little bit of a mix of athletes from different regions. Largely made up of Queenslanders to get the balance right. Have to pull a few from some other regions as well. Likewise for the Buccaneers. Not as many local ACT products. So they pulled them from a few other areas, particularly some of the regional areas in New South Wales. They grab a few from. Back with the action. Ball boggles free. Thought Everett had it. Did get control of it, but then the defence came and knocked it clear. Buccaneers have the opportunity to go the other way. Good defence from the Tornadoes, though.
Great defence from the Tornadoes. The intensity is lifted. Again, they know how important it is to stay in the fight.
Good offload, though. Vecchio drew a lot of contact. Had 3 chairs surrounding him. Not much room to move. Nice little offload. And Billette with the stretch. Able to get it at pace and get free.
Now Moore inbounds to Chalker. Chalker gets past Baker. He must be exhausted. He's been so busy. And again, Chalker gets past Vecchio. And a try scored by the number 5 from the Queensland Tornadoes in Ben Chalker. As Bellett will inbound. Finds Baker. Baker willing his way down the court. Gets past Moore. Just uses his frame to his advantage, but good cover defence by Chalker. Chalker. Moore. But again, the ball remains in the possession of Baker. Path cleared by Vecchio. And Antonio Vecchio, so important to have on your side. As you can see, he's passing some advice onto the young lady in Bellett. And the Buccaneers, they are going to be a very difficult side to beat in this Division 2 competition.
Everett now, the long levers. Gets it up high, gets it out of reach of any of the defensive players. Tosses it forward. It's a good move. Get it out in front of Chalker. He's been able to do that a few times now. That'll be a strength of Everett. Lift the ball up high. It's really high in his chair, but it's those long levers that really help him as well. There's some contact between the two mates. Everett knocks the ball free. Great bit of play. Finds its way over to Chalker. And now he'll work his way forward, and it goes back to Everett. He started it all, and he finishes it as well.
Plenty to think about for the coaching staff, David Wood, Charlton and Bassett, for the Tornadoes, because they've had 2 really good 4s, but obviously very different athletes. And to be honest, when you've had the 5 and the 4 combination and now a chance for that man Chalker on your screen and the path cleared again by Everett, I'd say this is their best 4 that they've got here, the Tornadoes. Chalker and Everett have moved fantastically well together, and maybe that is the 4 to start with, and to really to ensure that they keep them on the court going into their match later today, I should say.
Yeah, this looks like a dangerous combination. They've been able to pull the margin back to 8. Buccaneers look to stretch it out again now. They have possession through Vecchio. But yeah, Chalker and Everett have combined really well. Not just offensively to try and claw the margin back, but defensively, and it happens again.
Big chance, 20 seconds remains on the clock. Can Everett get across the try line? Takes it cleanly, that long left arm of his, and he will certainly be patient. 7 should be the margin. He gets a bit of a hand from Bellett, and there's 4.9 seconds remaining and a coach's timeout call. There's a big smile on the face of Baker, and a great show of grit, a great show and sign of resilience. Once again, the Queensland spirit across all sports, all codes. It is shown to be strong and true. And with 4.9 remaining, can the Tornadoes defend? Baker, 4 seconds on the clock. Can they defend? Can they hold them out? Lovely pass, can't be taken. And the tries waved away. So the Tornadoes, just when we thought it was getting out of their grasp, 11 the margin once upon a time. It is now just 7. It's the ACT Buccaneers on your screens, 36, leading the Queensland Tornadoes 29. That's the end of the third quarter, but there's still one to come at this, the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby Championships.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Welcome back. We're into the final term of the opening game of day 2 here at the Netball Stadium in Adelaide, South Australia. We're taking in the ACT Buccaneers and the Queensland Tornadoes. You can see the players moving out into position now. A much better quarter from the Tornadoes in the third term, keeping the margin in single figures. Margin is 7 at the moment. Difficult margin to try and reel back in the space of a quarter, but they have kept it competitive. They've closed it up slightly. It just reached double figures at certain points during the third term. They closed it up. The Buccaneers will have the opportunity first to score. Quarter gets underway with Vecchio inbounding to Baker. And Baker will score for them and stretch it out to a margin of 8. He's been a focal point through their offense. A lot of ballers going through Baker. Good defense from the Buccaneers on this occasion as well, forcing Queensland into the long inbound. Miller gets a hold of it. Under pressure to get it over halfway before that shot clock counts down. Does so with the long ball. And Ronald Chater finds his way onto the end of it. Miller and Chater. Good combination. We've seen the Tornadoes throw out a few different combinations in this game. Mentioning through the third term that we thought they'd reached one of their stronger lineups, but they've completely flipped it and gone with a new look in this quarter. So they're going to try a few things. There's 6 games through the round robin period before reaching the finals on Sunday. So they've got an opportunity to have a look. Maybe when they face the Buccaneers for a second time through the course of the next 24 hours or so, they might throw some different looks at them and get them on the return fixture.
Yeah, look, it's the beauty and the beast, I guess, of a Division 2 competition in the sense there's only 3 teams in the competition, so you certainly can trial plenty of combinations and try and build some combinations between players. And early on, as we mentioned in the Tornadoes, the Everett and the Chalker relationship that they were building on court was just superb. But obviously the Tornadoes need to ensure that those players can get a break. And when Miller and Chater and, of course, that number 3 and Ellery have been on the court, they've been sensational. So the Tornadoes will be better for the run. They'll be better for the effort on centre court. But at the moment, this man on your screen, who I don't think has taken a second breath, he has not had a minute on the sideline. And I guess when you're 15 years of age, he could wheel around for 14 kilometres a game, not just 4. Of course, we speak about Hamish Baker, the number 7 for the ACT Buccaneers, who has been oh so good. And he is there on the left of your screens.
Yeah, that youthful exuberance, full of energy, full of excitement, I'm sure. Hasn't played a lot of wheelchair rugby comes to a very professional tournament like this one. Seeing some of his heroes in the Steelers that have been around the venue as well and have played a couple of games already. It's an awesome experience for some of these younger athletes. Hopefully something that sees them stick with the sport, stay with it for a long time into the future.
All right, Tornadoes, let's turn these efforts into points. You've got the ball in your disposal. Miller, can she get into the other end of the half? It's the overhead pass, great hands. Ellery, lob pass. Chater can't hold on to it. And another turnover. And guess who? A man we probably haven't given enough credit to, but Antonio Vecchio. As we mentioned, he was named in the West Coast Enforcers side, but he's been instrumental for the Buccaneers today. And really, his offensive blocking, his path clearing has been fantastic. And that's, of course, the number 10 who's about to inbound for the ACT Buccaneers.
Yeah, really late call-up to the Buccaneers squad. Wasn't even on their team sheet to begin the day. Having a look, wondering what he was doing out there. Saw him court side for the Enforcers yesterday as well. But he's going to play as a permanent fixture in this Buccaneers team across the space of the tournament now. And that's a huge asset for the Buccaneers. Bring a player of his experience and his talents in. It's going to make a difference for them. Tornadoes now, though, looking to make a difference to the scoreboard. Ellery handles the ball, needs to take a bounce, cops some contact just as he went to do so. The ball knocks free. It could be an over and back violation here when he gets a touch on it. I think he knows, that's why he's taking his time.
Big
I
contact.
end up not touching it. Baker just says, I'll come in and get it for myself then. Ball gets locked up. Jump ball call, just like you see in the basketball as a comparison. Both players locking hands on it. Baker and Ellery it was. It's the jump ball called. They don't actually do the jump ball. We'll go to possession. There's a possession arrow court side. The referees take a look at. And they say on this occasion, it's going to be Tornadoes ball.
Yeah, that was really good wheelchair rugby there from the number 3 in Ellery. He knew it was going to be a backcourt violation. The ball, of course, was once touched off Queensland and went back into their own half of the court. And fantastic play. They both put their chairs in the right positions. You can see here the Tornadoes are not giving up. They're down on the scoreboard, but they are certainly willing and trying to keep this points differential. And it's a no try. Great last effort from Miller. And how about the lunge from the number 8, the lady, and Natalie Miller. And maybe a bit of fatigue shown by the number 7 from the ACT Buccaneers and Hamish Baker. Queensland, they aren't going anywhere.
Thought he was there, Baker. Saw an opening, went for it with speed. But Miller said, no, there is no gap. I'm shutting that down. And not just shutting it down, but I'm forcing you into the corner post. Causing some traffic as well.
And a timeout call just in the nick of time by the young man Baker. And we speak about his youth, but he is showing every bit of why in a few years to come he may become an Australian Steeler. What an athlete. And there's contact on the arm from Bellett. And so the next phase of play will be the Tornadoes with a 4-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, they're locked in to have the World Challenge back here in Adelaide again next year, and with that come the National Championships as well. So it'll return to Adelaide for the 3rd consecutive year. I have a feeling if Baker is back at the venue in 12 months' time that he'll be out there for a Division 1 outfit. Showing his wares. Ball comes loose here. Baker nearly able to reel it in. Semble Lynch did really well. Clean pick up off the deck. Able to get a hold of it. There's a pause to play and some substitutions made. 3 changes over at the Tornadoes. Everett and Chalker come back in. They're the high point combo that I've been really impressed with so far. Alongside them, Armand Dillon checks into the game too. Important role to play. See him sort of in the centre of screen now. Looking to block things up. Baker has to turn around. Good positioning from the defence. Dillon did well. Baker comes back. Dillon again positions himself. It was nice from the Tornadoes, just slowing things down, making it difficult for Baker and the Buccaneers to get through. Doesn't have too many options. Shot clock starting to come down. Team's going to start the count. Hear them calling out. Baker senses the urgency and says, I'd better get on with it. Pushes over the line. Margin just starting to stretch out. It's out to 11. And at this point, the game is beyond the Tornadoes. But points differential becomes a real factor. Teams will play a few more times. 6 games each for the tournament. Need to keep it close if the Tornadoes can. They're not going to do it with some loose ball handling though. Ball goes out of bounds, turns over, and the Buccaneers will come back. Vecchio with the inbound. Baker collects. Hamish Cook was the one with the block. Baker went around him. Down to the right side of the court. Very congested down in the key. Everett does well to block the path. Ball came loose for a second, but regathered. Thrown over to Billette. Try won't count.
Yeah, great reach in there from Everett. Albie Everett, fantastic. We spoke about him off air and how much of an athlete he looks like. I'm looking forward to having a chat with Albie over the next coming days, but a fantastic effort there right on the try line. Reached in, dislodged the ball, and the Tornadoes go on the attack as Albie takes that ball cleanly and gets a chair into the back for his troubles. And what about the pass? Great. Oh, very lucky on that occasion, but it was a wonderful lob pass. Very hard to get the ball past Baker. But when you have the patience personified by that number 5, and Ben Chalker, the margin is back to 10. 3 minutes remain.
A little bit lucky, the ball spilt free, but managed to get onto it. A couple of good passes that led to that. Bridie Moore had a really good inbound. Albie Everett was able to pass it well, and Chalker now on the defensive end gets active. Comes back quickly. Pace on the ball. Takes a bounce. Everett puts the block on. And that helps Chalker to get over the line. Pulls it back to single digits. This is good. Tornadoes want to keep it in single digits. I think they deserve to keep it in single digits. They've showed plenty of heart in this one. After giving away an early break, a big break. They fought hard. Kept it competitive all the way through. Bridie Moore with the responsibilities of the inbound again. Everett puts down the left claw. Grabs hold of it. Good pick up off ground level. Finds Chalker. Chalker decides to thump it forward. Some space. These two go head to head. Oh, well done, Everett. The sprint was on. He won the sprint. Got there first. Picked it up. Sent it free. And then Bridie Moore collects and is absolutely thrilled to get over the line.
Yeah, ecstatic there from Bridie Moore. I'm very, very happy for her. You could see on her face and you could see with the reaction how excited she was to earn her team another try and, of course, score one herself here at the Wheelchair Rugby Championships. But, geez, the response from ACD has just been sensational. They are an unbelievable outfit. Arguably wouldn't look too far off in a Division 1 competition. They are a great side, ACT, and of course we're going to be back bigger and better in 2026 and possibly the Buccaneers maybe in Division 1.
Yeah, they've got a couple of athletes that would certainly be looking and saying, I think that's well within reach. These young athletes in particular, just looking for an opportunity to show their wares.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens maybe in the years to come. Is there a promotion and relegation system just to keep things interesting? There's plenty of chatter behind the scenes about maybe introducing something of the like, and maybe that's certainly going to keep the teams a little bit more excited and playing till the very end.
Yeah, and the international imports that keep coming in and contributing to the teams, particularly in Division 1 of the tournament as well, means that there is a lot of depth to the sport. There's increasing depth in wheelchair rugby in Australia itself. The national titles separate from the national championships, but the events that led into these national championships, they haven't had a Division 2 in previous years, and they haven't had a depth of athletes to fill out a Division 2. Last year had only 6 athletes at that Division 2 level. This year, 20 or more athletes that were putting their hand up and wanting to play in the domestic competition. It just shows there's a depth there. If you've got that depth, then it creates an opportunity to maybe have some promotion relegation action, add something different to the mix, bring some more internationals over and expand the competition. Maybe Division 2 expands from its 3-team format at the moment and has some extras in it. A lot of options. Looking forward to it's returning to Adelaide again in 2026. Who would have thought 12 months ago that we'd be here saying that this was going to be an international event, a World Challenge event. The Steelers, they haven't played on home court since 2018. They get the opportunity this year. The event is coming on in leaps and bounds. Under 2 minutes to go in this one. Vecchio inbounds for the Buccaneers. Scotty Mackay gets onto it. Tosses it over. Our man Baker again. That time the defence was strong. Well done by Chalker. Got a hand in late. Baker thought he had an opening. Went through with speed, but Chalker managed to get the ball and tap it free. Refs have a little chat. They're in agreement. It was definitely all ball. No hand, no arm chop in that one. And it did come off of Baker last, so they forced the turnover. No, it's gone the other way. So Scotty Mackay inbounds for the Buccaneers. Unlucky for the Tornadoes. Thought they might have forced a turnover and given themselves an opportunity to cut it back to single digits. But instead it goes Buccaneers' way. Baker looking for an opportunity. See on the left of the screen. Scotty Mackay puts the block on. Not enough of a gap. Then tried to go himself. Couldn't get it done. Good defence. Everett pretty happy with it. Puts the arms up in victory. Managed to hold him out that time. As we approach the end of this game, the Tornadoes are still putting in every effort. That was a great bit of defensive play. It's pretty rare that you get to the bottom of the shot clock and all 40 seconds start to wind down. But the defence was so good. But it did on that occasion, and the Buccaneers just ran out of time. The Tornadoes, unfortunately, can't use it coming back their way. The inbound goes wide. Walker couldn't get on to the end of the pass from Bridie Moore.
Yeah, I've liked the desperation here from the Tornadoes. They've had every reason and every chance to be blown off the court, but they've been patient. They've held in there. The Buccaneers far superior in, I guess, every asset of the game, but the Tornadoes they've hung tough. They've really maintained a gentle grip on this game, and I'm very interested to see what happens this afternoon. And the last match on court too, of course, will be the Buccaneers here once again against the South Australian Sharks. So the Tornadoes will be back tomorrow. Plenty to think about overnight.
Yeah, busy couple of days. Plenty of action for these teams. Each of them have a nice deep squad. Got a handful on the bench. Get some rotations through. Keep their players fresh. We've seen them all get a run in this one. Here's a long ball. It's not going to come off. See just the one Buccaneers player on your screen. Baker decides, I'm just going to let that go. Let a few more seconds come off the clock. We'll take an inbound from the back of the court. Scotty Mackay is going to take the inbounding responsibilities. Experienced player. Former chippy. Plays his Aussie rules as well. He's in the Victorian competition in the wheelchair Aussie rules. The St Kilda Saints. Here playing the wheelchair rugby for the Buccaneers today. Shot clock winding down. Under 20 seconds, Baker gets it across the line. Shot clock not a factor now, 26.7 left on the clock. Tornadoes will look to get one back before the end of this one. The inbound comes from Moore to Chalker. Big contact. Baker does well on defence. Chalker gets through. plenty of space to work into. And Chalker, with 10 seconds to go, gets over the line. A timeout called will advance the play.
So a chance for the Buccaneers to extend that margin from 11 to 12. 11 seconds remains here in game number 1 on day 2. And a chance for Antonio Vecchio. We mentioned a late inclusion into the Buccaneers side with 5 seconds on the clock. Great defence by Bridie Moore. A lob pass. And the ball will just trickle over the goal line. And with 1 second remaining, it'll be a very comprehensive ACT Buccaneers victory over a promising Queensland Tornadoes outfit. They've got plenty to learn from this match. What combination will they use going into day 3 tomorrow? As we said, they're one and done today. Just the one match for the Tornadoes. They're not back till tomorrow. Well, the Buccaneers, they'll be back later this afternoon, as that brings an end to our first match here on day 2. It's the ACT Buccaneers 46 defeating the Queensland Tornadoes 35, and it's thanks to a lot of the players in that Buccaneers side. As you can see in your screens there in the background, Antonio Vecchio, and of course there on the front of your screens, how impressive was that young lady, Rhiannon Bellett.
Impressive performance from the Buccaneers, led by some of their youngsters. Some of the experienced players were able to just steady them through various periods where the Tornadoes were trying to come back. The Buccaneers will be really happy with that performance. A few more games over the next couple of days. But they look like being a really difficult team to beat in Division 2 of this competition. Tornadoes took a look at a few different variations of lineup, so they've got plenty to work with. And they'll hope to bounce back in their later performance. That does wrap up this game. We're looking forward to an international fixture, I believe, up next. So stay tuned with us. Plenty more action. There's a lot of games today. So stay with us. Thanks for your company in this one, and we'll be back soon.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Well, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and it is match number 2 with some international flair here on Court 2 at this, the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. My name is Ben Eisenhuth. I'll be your lead call here this morning. Alongside me is Steve Porter. And Steve, it's great to have your company, and how exciting is international wheelchair rugby here in Adelaide?
Yeah, fantastic to have it here in 2025, Ben. I have to say, last year was a great event with a little bit of international flavour with New Zealand, but this year quite a number of international teams in attendance here, and top ranking teams too. So yeah, it's exciting.
Certainly is very exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing both these two sides do battle. As you can see on your screens there, Team Germany. And I'm very excited to see what they can bring. Of course, Germany, 1 win, 1 loss on day 1, and they will be as follows. Number 1, Marco Earps. Number 13, Jonte Kunzel. Number 24, Mashka Mosel. Number 3, Anja Schroeder. Number 8, Stefan Wecke. Number 5, Jasko Wilke. Number 25, Motis Brachner. Number 21, Florian Bongard. Number 7, Britta Kripke. And number 20, Maximilian Stolz. And that is the Team Germany. 1 loss to Australia on day 1 and 1 victory over Team New Zealand, the Wheel Blacks. But of course, where there's one, there is a second. And the Germany side, the Germany wheelchair rugby team, will be facing off against the winless Canadians, the team that invented the sport of wheelchair rugby. And their team list is as follows. Number 3, Austin McClellan. Number 4, Fabien Lavoie. Number 31, Matthew Delby. Number 1, Rio Kanda Kovac. Number 2, Travis Morau. Number 9, Cody Caldwell. Number 21, Anthony Letourneau. Number 15, Patrice Simard. Number 55, Yannick Rakiko. Number 23, William McWright. Number 22, Melanie Labelle. And number 41, Eric Rodriguez. So Team Canada, 2 losses on day 1 to both Australia and Brazil. What do the Canadians need to do a little bit different to try and earn themselves their first victory here at the 2025 campaign?
Yeah, Ben, look, I would imagine that Trevor Hirschfield has gone away overnight with his coaching staff and put some thought to tactically how they might approach things a little bit differently in this game. Canada certainly have a long history of being in amongst that top 4 or 5 in the world, and certainly back in my playing days they were a formidable team, and notably there's a couple of familiar faces in there in Fabien Lavoie, Patrice Simard, fantastic veteran players who will bring a lot of experience to that team, and I'm sure they'll input today in terms of tactically, but also from a physical perspective as well. So it'll be an interesting game.
And you can see on your screens there, Team Canada, of course, Coach Hirschfield will certainly be trying to get his team to come together in a bit more unity. Just uncharacteristic turnovers, plenty of errors for Team Canada on day 1, which is unfamiliar for Team Canada, but I'm sure, like all good teams and all good world-class teams, the Canadians will be much better here this morning. So Team Canada, coached by Trevor Hirschfield, 2 matches, 2 losses, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can really bring together in this first period of the match. It's the theme of the afternoon, or yesterday afternoon and going into this morning, has been a really strong start. A lot of turnovers, a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes from all sides, and I'm sure Germany will be looking to avoid all of those as they start the first period here in the next few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben, and looking at both sides just across the board there, they're very much dominated by the looks of it, spinal athletes or spinally injured athletes, as opposed to we're seeing many more amputees make their way into this game, and they do tend to be quite dominating in terms of their physical advantage that they have. But these two teams should be matched quite evenly in terms of their physical capability, and it'll be interesting to see how that how that plays out. Trevor probably got the lion's share of experience. 5-time Paralympian. Certainly in my playing days was absolutely regarded as in amongst probably the top 4 or 5 low pointers in the world. So he's got that depth of experience, and tactically Canada, they have the advantage of having US very close, and club teams in the US and Canada are formidable in terms of their formidable opponents. And so they get probably arguably a lot more regular competition to try themselves out and tweak their strategies and their plays. So I'm not saying that Germany don't have that opportunity with the close countries that they live amongst, but certainly there's that opportunity in North America.
And you can see on your screens there, Christoph Werner. He certainly has his hands full today, as the expert commentary from Steve Porter was highlighting how important Trevor Hirschfield is to Team Canada. And the last minute instructions from Werner. They're talking to Deutschland, talking to his German side, who will be looking to earn themselves a second victory here at the 2025 World Challenge. And I love to see it. We'll call it the German war cry. They're pumped. They're loving their time here in South Australia, aren't we all? And I'm looking forward to seeing which starting 4 Germany will begin with. Looks to be the number 1, Marco Erbst. Number 5, Jasko Wilke. Number 25, Moritz Bruckner. And joining them on the court is number 21 in Florian Bongard. As you can see on your screens there, the 4 they'll be facing off against will be, of course, Team Canada, Rio Kovac, the number 9, Cody Colwell, the number 31 in Matthew Delby, and the number 11, Patrice Simard. So a very interesting 4 for both these two sides. Who will possess the ball first? Our referees are ready. Our players are poised. And our first international match here on court number 2 on this day 2 is only moments away. There's our players just keeping their arms warm, keeping the tyres of their chairs nice and warm. We can already see the dents on the side of those tyres. And I know how important contact is in dislodging that ball. How much force does really go into some of these hits that we see on our screens?
Yeah, it's full contact, Ben, so full contact wheelchair sport, like chair to chair. So you'll see that there's no holding back. Players will basically sprint into one another in an effort to defend some territory, or also, as you say, dislodge the ball. Interestingly here, the Canadian team have got quite a balanced lineup: 2-5, 2-2.5. 2-5, 2-2-1-5, I think, which makes up their 8 points limit on court. Quite a balanced lineup in terms of when you compare it against Germany, who've got that more dominant higher pointer in number 1 there. So it'll be interesting to see how coverage works defensively, and also how offensive plays work when you've got a different makeup of high pointers and low pointers across both of those teams.
Well, diversity is the theme here this morning. Team Germany, Team Canada. There's a bit of delay in this contest here this morning. Not too sure what's holding up the start of our second match here on court 2, but regardless, Team Canada, they're not letting it affect them. They've come together for a last team conversation, led by, of course, that man on your screens, Colwell, and the like of Erbst and Bongard. They'll be looking to pick up where they left off on day 1 and try and earn their side a second victory. Of course, Germany beating the New Zealand Wheel Blacks, a very convincing win. The Wheel Blacks fought back with the likes of Barton Coots and Leslie, but Germany, led of course by Marco Erbst and Mashka Mossel, were fantastic on day 1. And Canada, narrow losses. They weren't beaten too convincingly. Narrow losses to, of course, our home team here in the Australian Steelers. And, of course, Team Brazil, who's been very surprising. We had Team Brazil here late on day one yesterday. They are certainly a team to keep an eye on. Wonderful athletes, wonderful players. And the name you'll hear for years to come, Gabriel Feitosa, an unbelievable 3.5 pointer for Team Brazil. And we'll be seeing him a little later on today as deliberations continue. We'll see what we can gather of why this game is delayed. But looking forward to later today, we do have a few more matches here on Court 2. Following Germany and Canada, we will have some domestic competition. Division 1, the reigning champions, the New South Wales GIO Gladiators, will be taking on the Victorian Protect Thunder, which should be an absolute classic. Two sides that are absolute packed full of superstars. No Riley Bat this year for the Gladiators, but of course the Australian sealer and Andrew Edmondson will be captaining the Gladiators and the Victorian Protect Thunder with Jabs Warren and of course Stu Robinson. But that's to come. This is now Canada, Germany, and we're underway. Germany get the quick tip and they reclaim the ball. A backcourt violation possibly called, though. He's allowed to play on. And the opening of the account. And the try scored by Bruckner from Team Germany. An early lead, 1-0.
Yeah, we saw their tactical play there. Both teams putting in low pointers for the tip-off, knowing full well that it was going to be obviously a 50-50, but both teams backing themselves to have enough capability in their high pointers to scoop up that ball, and obviously went Germany's way.
Yeah, the one thing I think we saw in day one from Canada, as deep a side as they have and the amount of athletes they have on the court, just too many errors, too many turnovers. It's so important to ensure that the ball is taken cleanly. There's so much contact in the sport of wheelchair rugby, as Steve touched on earlier, as you touched on, but Canada, again, early in this first term, it is only in the first 10 seconds, but they really need to make sure that they are taking the ball cleaner, because a side like Germany will take full advantage and it could really get away from them early here in our first international match on Court 2.
Yeah, definitely, Ben. And Germany, as you said, they'll be coming off of the win with New Zealand, who are definitely no easy beats. They've been an accomplished team at the top of the world rankings for many years. A team that plays together. They're very tight. They don't have the disadvantage of the time zone challenges that some of these Northern Hemisphere teams do. So they'll be pretty happy with that win. So a bit of confidence there, I think, as they come into this game.
And a penalty try awarded there to Team Canada. As we know, when you're scoring a try, you cannot touch those corner posts that the referee placed back into position. But regardless, the score's 1-1 very early on here in our first half, as wheeling down the court is Wilke. Finds the try scorer in Bruckner, who adds a second to his tally. 2 tries to 1. Germany, Team Deutschland, take an early lead. Delby navigates his way past a few defenders. Bounce pass. And a beautiful pass from Delby finds Kovac. And nothing separates the two. Bongard. Lob pass. Finds Bruckner. And an early turnover. And on that occasion, it's Canada capitalising on the mistake by the German side. Kovac.
Yeah, just a little loose there with that pass into the front court from Germany. Interestingly, Germany using a lower point inbounder with Bongard, number 21. It's a luxury if you can use a lower point inbounder. It just means you've got more points of capability on the court. And it obviously diminishes the range, the inbound range. But if you've got, in the case of this team, 6.5, 7 points, 7.5 even, and still on court, your chances of being able to get out of there are pretty strong. So, yeah.
Expert commentary by Steve Porter, a wheelchair rugby athlete for many a year. And a try scored by Team Canada, who take the lead for the first time in this contest as Erbst makes his way into the Canadian end of the court. A lovely lob pass taken by Bruckner. Big contact there by Team Canada. And it was Cody Colwell trying to dislodge the ball. But the response by Germany stands. And 3 apiece is the scoreline. Debley. A really quick response by Team Canada. And international wheelchair rugby tends to mean there's a lot of points scored. And early on, it is end-to-end stuff as Erbst lob pass. Can't find his teammate in Wilke. And so it's another error by Team Germany. And the Canadian defence at the moment, really the difference. And they're looking to go a second break early on in the first period.
Yeah, that double team, that 4.5 point double team on Erbs certainly paid off in that situation. Forcing Erbs to lob that ball into the front court, and it was a wayward pass that went out of court. So the second turnover from arguably a bit of a loose pass from Germany. They're certainly not going to come out of this game with a win if they can't sharpen up on some of those 101s, as you alluded to before, Ben.
As we see Debley making his way down the court, lobs the pass back to Caldwell, Cody Colwell. It's a wonderful name it is. And Caldwell, bounce pass, finds Debley, tries to muscle his way over the try line. And I think it may have been a foul call. Was it 4 in the key, possibly?
No, it was an 8-second violation, Ben. So this year, new rules came into effect that you used to be able to, as an offensive player, spend up to 10 seconds in that key when you're on an offensive drive. It's back down to 8 seconds these days, and as is the time between bounces. So if you get stuck in that key for more than 8 seconds, it's an offensive violation and a turnover, and that's what we saw there from that effective defence from Germany.
And Colwell looks to inbound, finds Kovac, but he's being pestered in defence. Great defence by Team Germany. Delby. Still with the ball is Debley. Tries to get past Stoltz. Lovely pass, risky pass. But the try is scored by Team Canada. And Germany trail by 2.
Funnily enough, Delby could probably have taken that corner just then. Ben too was probably an unnecessary pass in the end, but nevertheless it paid off. Got to take these risks every now and then.
I certainly do. And Schroeder makes his way down the court. A lovely bounce pass. And it finds Veke. And it's his first try for the morning, and the margin back to 1. And a bounce pass down the court. Debley. Oh, so easy. And a very quick response. We noticed that a lot in the international game. You can work so hard for a try, and it can be so demoralising when the opponents just score so easy and glide their way down for a really quick response. How do you tend to respond as a leader in a team when you have worked so hard for a try and they quickly score one as fast as what Debley did then?
Yeah, it really is just coming back to your game tactics, Ben. It swings and roundabouts. Equally, there was a great pick up there from Erbs. Unfortunately, another turnover. But, it's at this level, it really is about keeping your mind in the game. Not taking, I suppose, unnecessary risks. And, so it's, that if they're going to go coast to coast on the score, it's probably going to go your way at some point as well. So it's just sticking with that.
And Team Germany, Vek. We'll go with Vek for the rest of this game. And Vek makes his way down the court, navigates his way past some Canadian defenders, but it's good defence by Kovac. Can't be held onto by Team Germany. And another error, another turnover. And Team Germany have had to go for a coach's timeout because these are uncharacteristic mistakes and they are gifting Canada tries, and the margin now out to 3.
It is, Ben, and at least 2 of those you could argue are unforced errors, just loose passes. As you say, I think you alluded to earlier, every player that plays wheelchair rugby's got some sort of impairment in the hands, and so the passes do need to be spot on. Most players don't have necessarily the function to be able to pull that pass in if it's a little bit left to centre. So unless you're talking about the Riley Batts and the Chris Bonds of the world, they really do need to be on the money. So especially for these midpoint players, they don't have the trunk or the reach to be able to extend, to be able to pull those passes in. So these early turnovers from Germany are really going to compound if they can't sharpen up on those, those 101s.
And how will Germany respond? They've turned the ball over on more than one occasion here in the first period, but now a chance to capitalise on some possession. And the referee didn't like something, he's waved it away.
Yeah, it's a backcourt. It's out of court violation. So good play there by Germany. Noticed that one of the Canadian players there was a little bit close to the line and knocked him over the baseline. So
and a lob pass.
Must have been called a foul.
A foul called against Germany, so another mistake, but Canada wheeling their way across the line, and big contact. Big contact there by Vilk, and that is big contact there on the Canadian player, but he's given a thumbs up. He's taken out the advertising board, but he looks okay, and I think he's found himself on the turf on more than one occasion throughout this competition. And how does it feel when you're hitting the ground as hard as what they are? You're not landing on grass, you're not landing on what the rugby players are, you're landing on hard wood, and I'm sure you can feel every bit of that.
Yeah, you do, Ben. Look, I mean, in that situation, the adrenaline kind of takes over. You don't really notice it too much. It is a sprung wood floor, so it looks often, worse than it actually is. But in this situation, Vilk, he was probably quite lucky to get away without getting a flagrant foul called upon him then. I think they can take that as a bit of a gift because, that's a foul on the baseline like that is not going to go down well with the referees because of the associated danger.
Yeah, big contact. I think he'll count himself lucky, like you said, that he's not on the penalty box, but a big contact before and a lovely pop pass from Vilk. And the try scored by the number 8 from Team Germany and Stefan Veck. 8-5, 3.5 remain in our first period as Team Canada go on the attack. Good defence by Germany. I like the increase in tempo though. They have to really try and dislodge the ball, really try and upset Team Canada, whom at the moment have really shaken off the cobwebs they displayed on day one, and they look to be a formidable outfit early on in our first half here on their first game on this day 2 as Veck bounces the ball to himself. Canada defending soundly. Big contact by Kovac. Lob pass. The ball is still in the possession of Jacob Vilk. And you can hear one of the tyres exploding in the background, and the try will not stand.
No, an equipment called there for a burst tyre, Ben, a little bit before that play. One of the risks with Germany's lineup there is just watching them at the moment is their default once they get into the front court is to look to pass. As I said before, with the functional impairment that most of the players have, it's always going to be risky when you pass it no matter what. So I'd like to see a little bit, probably less passing and more blocking from Germany. I mean, that's where the turnovers have come from in terms of their play over the last, the last 5 or 6 minutes. So, it's a penalty goal there. Canada over the baseline.
An inbound pass, lovely lob pass. Beautiful pass there by the number 21 in Letonneau, and it lands in the lap of that man you know oh so well, Fabien Lavoie. And Canada at the moment doing it quite effortlessly.
They are, yeah. And Fabien, look, a very experienced player. Certainly was prominent, when I was playing in the Canadian national team. Still looking, looking like he's in good shape. Got some good speed, and certainly got a lot of experience to share with that team.
A bit of a break in play as we send a team mechanic there on your screens. Matthew Jensen. In fact, it may be. Yeah, it is. It's Matthew Jensen assisting one of his players with a tyre change, and Germany get us back underway. Marco Erbst back on centre court in the lap of Vec. Stefan Vec wheeling his way. Great assist there by Erbst. Big contact. Canada are at the moment really putting their bodies on the line. They know how important it is to get a win here today, and the intensity and the enthusiasm by Team Canada, it's unbelievable to see, and this is what you need in the sport of wheelchair rugby, especially at the international level.
Yeah, definitely, Ben. Fabien probably lucky to get away without a holding foul there. As he went down, he almost certainly would have been leaning on Erbst, I would say, but paid off. And he'll just tidy up the straps and play on. But that's a sort of energy that I suppose we generally play the game with. It's one of the elements that, particularly as a new person in a chair, particularly if you played a team or a contact sport before, you had an injury. It's just the nearest thing really to a rugby or an Aussie rules type game, and it's one of the elements that we really do like about the sport.
And a try scored there by Stefan Vec. So Germany get one back there. A gentle break, but as soon as they break back, Team Canada respond, and it's through the man on your screens, Kunda Kovac, as Kripke inbounds to Vec, looking to clear a path for Vec. Does just that. Lob pass, and it finds the lap of that man once more, Jasko Wilk. And Germany just becoming a little bit more clinical. But Canada, they say whatever you can do, we can do better. And Rio Kunda Kovac adds another try to his tally. The man wearing singlet number 1 on the top of your screens.
Yeah, you can certainly see that Canada are doing it a lot easier than Germany at the moment. They're certainly scoring a lot quicker. Defensive pressure is not quite as high from Germany, but Germany are doing well to keep this margin at 3 at the moment. If they go into the quarter time break with this margin, it's really not too bad this early in the game. So we see there an uncustomary mistake there on the inbound for Canada with just out of Fabian's reach there. So it's still going to be a close game.
Well, Germany, big chance here to break back. They had a mini break only a few moments ago. The margin once 4, it's now 3, and they want to try and narrow that back to 2, but great defence. A poor inbound by Letonneau, but then he dislodged the ball, and he's going to score the try himself. Wonderful work there by Anthony Letonneau, the Canadian number 21. He wasn't happy with the inbound. He forced the turnover, but as quick as he'd done that, he got the ball back in his possession, dislodged the ball from the grasp of Germany, and has just scored a try, and the margin back to 4 as Erbst looks to really quickly respond. He'll want the margin to be 3 at the break.
Yeah, risky inbound there, but I felt like it'd be great to see the replay, because I'm sure there was a bit of hand contact in there, Ben, but anyway, you get away with these things from time to time, and unfortunately a little bit of a bit of a rough call there, I think. But nevertheless, it's again swings and roundabouts. I'm sure it'll happen the other way too.
And number 5, and Vilk, a lob pass over the top, the no look, and that is class from Vilk. And it will be Marco Herbst, the 3.5 classification in jersey number 1 from Team Germany, as a timeout is called by Team Canada. And Trevor Hirschfield wheels his way under the sideline, and he'll want to ensure that his team hold on to this 4-point margin going into the end of our first quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of looseness there creeping into Canada's game there, just in that last minute or so. So opportune time for Trevor to call that timeout. There's 36 seconds on the time clock at the moment. They need to score within 40. So they'll seek to use all of this and score last. And there's one rule in wheelchair rugby, and that is, one of many, but one of the important rules is score last, always score last in the quarter. So particularly when you've got alternate possession, because it can give you a 2-point advantage.
Well, who will score last? Team Canada possess the ball. The shot clock and the time clock are almost second for second. 25 seconds remains. Lavoie. Great defence by Germany. They know they have to prevent Kovac from scoring a try. Great defence by the Germans once more. Kovac finds Lavoie. 11 seconds on the clock. Now 7. Can't get the pass away. Great defence by Germany. Can they hold them out? Can they score? They can. And Kunda Kovac in the nick of time with under 2 seconds remaining. And Team Canada will hang on to a 4-try lead going into the break. Or can, with less than 2 seconds remaining, can Vilk inbound and find a player? Vilk on your screens. It'll be a tap pass. It is a Hail Mary. And it wasn't taken cleanly by Herbst. And that will bring an end.
And for a 2-point player, that was a really that was a great pass. But look, and it was great defence there from Germany, just to hold Canada out there like that. But look, again, with the experienced campaigners that Canada have on the team, they're always going to have a great shot at scoring that. So but a tactical, probably a set play that was set up there by Canada and successful.
Team Canada lead 14-10 at the break. Germany, they trail by 4. What will the Germans do? How will Deutschland respond? On the other side of this, you'll find that out.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce?
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Well, welcome back to the second quarter here in our first international match on day 2 of the 2025 World Challenge. South Australia are the host state here in the city of Adelaide, and it's Canada who are looking for their first win here at the 2025 World Challenge, and they have started the first quarter superbly well, leading Germany 14 tries to 10. Can Canada continue their momentum, or will Germany respond? And Germany, of course, victors over Team Wheel Blacks, Team New Zealand on day one, and there was a narrow defeat against the hometown heroes in the Australian Steelers. So Canada lead by 4 tries, and if it gets out to 5, it'll be almost panic stations for Team Germany. Caldwell. Lob pass finds Kunda Kovac, and Team Canada 5-try lead. And what's the number that Canada need to get to almost wrap this up and really put the fear in Team Germany?
We would always say, Ben, that a 6-point margin is not a good thing. We are still, of course, quite early in the game, so a lot can happen. But if it gets to 6 points, then the job becomes very difficult to pull that back. We're seeing some good man-on-man defence here from Canada at the moment too, and some equally some good offensive ball control as well.
As we see Germany needing to score, needing to respond, and a bit of brute muscle by Jasko Wilk, and a really good response by Team Germany. We know they can score tries, but they need to defend. They need to break back. Canada, wonderful pass. Cody Caldwell receives a pass right on the chest from the number 1 in Kunda Kovac. And Canada responding effortlessly at the moment as we see the number 8, Vec, finds the try scorer of Jonte Kuncel, and Germany respond quickly, the margin at 4.
Yeah, Vec making a really strong contribution at the moment. Canada, one of the things they've done really well over the years is spread the court. You can see that a lot of their offensive plays, they have that spare man down the court, enables them just to get that long pass off and score quite easily, comparatively, in most of these plays. Conversely, you see Germany having a bit harder job trying to get it out of the backcourt, so just with the defensive pressure that Canada are put on.
Stefan Vec cops a bit of contact from the Canadian defender, and Travis Morale there, but Vec able to keep rolling forward and keeps this margin at a respectable 4 as an inbound finds Kovac. Still with Kovac. Better defence by Team Germany. They have to prevent the onslaught and the dominant performance that Canada's displaying. Better defence by Team Germany. Kovac looks left and bounces the ball back to Caldwell.
One of the things they do in Europe too, Ben, is they play a lot of what we call key defence, and you can see that Germany are folding back into that key once they get into that kind of 3/4 court range. European teams are probably, or arguably, some of the best in the world at playing that key defence, and as a result, lucky to get out of that one. But as a result, they've managed to get a couple of turnovers off of Canada so far. So we'll see how that plays out as the game goes on.
And that's great Team Wheelchair Rugby there. Some risky passes, some very attacking wheelchair rugby. They need to try and go on the front wheel here, do Team Germany. They have to be more attacking. They're a little bit passive at the moment, but that was a great team try. And again, Canada just responds so quickly and so efficiently. There's not even a whole lot of risk in Team Canada at the moment. They are just really the better team of the two, as Vilk receives contact, and it will be a error or a penalty foul against the number 2 from Team Canada and Travis Morale. So Germany will go on the attack with a 1-player advantage.
Yeah, they will, Ben, and again we saw that long pass that for an easy score for Canada. It's a little bit demoralising for Germany, but they're going to need to adapt to that if they're again any chance of turning this around. Still too much passing, I think, from Germany. And Wilk featuring again there just to get that crumb. So they were lucky to get a score in the end there, but sometimes you need a bit of luck in this game.
And Canada still holding the 4-point advantage. Morale sends one of the German players off his two wheels, and now the advantage really will be in favour of Team Canada as a technical timeout is called, but the try awarded to Cody Colwell. So what did Germany have to do different? They're hanging in the battle, they're hanging in the fight, but at the moment Team Canada in every aspect of the sport of wheelchair rugby are dominating, and it just looks to be a lot more effortless for Team Canada.
Yeah, it definitely is, Ben. Their mid-pointers in particular are really doing that a great job of pushing out of the backcourt, and that's enabling their attracting so much defensive attention from Germany that it's enabling that long pass, or that player to set up for that long pass. So in order for them to turn that around, they're going to have to find somehow a way to cut off that long pass.
Oh, and the try waved away. They're the moments. We talk about moments in big matches and big games. And on that occasion, Kunsel just could not hold the ball. And Jonte Kunsel drops it over the try line. And Team Canada, Cody Colwell. Cody Colwell, the power on display. And the biggest lead of this one with 4 remaining in the first half. Canada 21, Germany 15.
Yeah, it was a great push there from Cody Colwell. Some good speed for a 2-point mid-point player. So I thought that might have been a little bit big when he let it go, but he managed to reel that in. Wilk really playing some controlled rugby as well, and he's absolutely the rock in this team at the moment.
Canada once again making their way down the court. McClellan makes his way onto the court for Team Canada. Lobs the pass back to Colwell. And Colwell navigates his way past Bongard for another Canadian try. And the margin at 6 once more. Lob pass over the top. May have been touched by Colwell. McClellan to Colwell. Still with Colwell. Great defence by Team Germany. And Colwell at the moment, MVP for Team Canada. He's only a 2-pointer, but he's playing like a 3.5.
Yeah, he's certainly playing big at the moment, Ben, and it's making a difference, I think, between these two sides. Yeah, a bit of a late caller there on Beck. I thought that he'd actually, the violation occurred a little bit earlier than that, but great defence again from Canada to get that over and back.
Yeah, I think Canada have really learnt from their mistakes on day one. Of course, narrow losses to Brazil and somewhat comprehensive losing to the Steelers and Team Australia, but they really have learnt from their mistakes. They've got a combination that's very sound at the moment. Cody Colwell, one of the best mid-pointers in the world, and he is looking absolutely fantastic on display as Austin McClellan tries to navigate his way past the defence of Germany. It's a long, risky pass and really didn't need to throw it. And 26 seconds on the shot clock, but that's what Germany need more of. They need mistakes from Canada, but they need to capitalise, and the inbound will be from the number 7 in Britta Kripke of Team Germany.
Yeah, a bit of a loose pass there. Obviously a set play. And an intercept again from Caldwell, so they've got it straight back.
Kripke, that is a tough pass. Very hard to get the ball past anyone, let alone Cody Colwell. And it's a lob pass from Caldwell, and another mistake. And in the space of 30 seconds, we've seen 3 errors from both these sides, and maybe a little bit of errors or a little bit of miscommunication between both sides. But again, Germany, they just have to capitalise on this opportunity. And the inbound now won't be from Kripke, it'll be from Herbst. She'll look to inbound, finds Vec. Vec will look to lob pass, back to Herbst, can't do so. Still with Vec, lob pass, finds the bounce, can't be taken cleanly. And the coaching staff from Germany, Werner and Binek, aren't happy. And Canada, dominant. They're making errors, but when they do, they are defending fantastically. And another try to the number 3 in Austin McClellan. Canada lead by 8 tries late in the first half.
Yeah, very difficult for Germany to come back from here, I think, Ben. Just too many unforced errors. What I do like in terms of Canada is that they're running several different lineups. They're letting them make a couple of mistakes and settle into their rhythm without swapping players too regularly. And it's paying off for them.
And McClellan, the long reach and the strong grasp. And once again, another try to Cody Caldwell. I'd almost say he's got similar long arms to Andrew Edmondson from the New South Wales Gladiators and the Australian Steelers. Another amazing midpointer we'll see later on this afternoon.
Yes, Ben, that low seating position, set of long arms, a bit of talent and a bit of work effort tends to result in a pretty good midpoint player. So, and Cody Caldwell is certainly a great example of that.
And a nice return from Germany with 1:13 remaining here in the first half. Can Germany force an error? But they can't on that occasion. It's great work by Team Canada, and Letourneur patiently taking his time. 26 seconds remains on the shot clock, 57 on the game clock, and the try score by the number 21 in Anthony Letourneur.
Yeah, with that sort of margin, Ben, the Canadians are going to milk every second off that clock that they can, when they can. And the only way that Germany are going to be able to do anything about that is to apply some pretty hardcore defensive pressure. They've tried to do that obviously throughout the game, and Canada have just had an answer at every turn. So they're going to have to do some things differently.
Canada, 33 seconds remains here in our first half. 26 Canada, 19 Germany. Comprehensive leaders. Amazing first half by Canada. But efforts like that from Herbst are exactly why Germany are not going anywhere. Can they turn the last 15 seconds into another try? Herbst, 12 on the clock, needs to find the number 2, needs to find his teammate. Schroeder. Anya Schroeder. Our team list has her at 3, so we'll change that to 2. So Anya Schroeder has been very busy for Team Germany. But with 5 seconds remaining, if Germany can go into the halftime break trailing by only 6, that'll leave a lot of confidence in Team Deutschland and in the hopes of the coach, Christoph Werner.
Yeah, well, Ben, that's really not a great outcome for Germany. They had the opportunity to score last and then go into the third quarter with possession and had the opportunity for a 2-point play.
And Vilk with a pass over the top. Lovely pass. Lovely take, Steve Porter. But exactly what Germany needed was a try on the stroke of half-time. And they've done just that. Marco Herbst receives a wonderful looping pass from Jasko Vilk. And Germany keep the margin at 6. And Canada dominant, but they are leaving the door slightly ajar for Team Germany. Team Canada will be very happy, though, with that first half.
Yeah, they definitely would, Ben. My sense is that Canada have a little bit more depth, I think, than Germany. They did a great job on that last play just to pull something out of nothing. Unfortunately, though, that as I said, that held ball just before half-time meant that they've effectively gone a point down. So they could have made a 2-point play out of that. But, you know, again, that's the experience of the Canadian team. They'll put you into situations where you make those uncustomary mistakes. And I would imagine that the German team are having a bit of a wholesale think about their approach to the second half at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly will, and as you can see in your screens there, dominant performance from Team Canada, still looking for victory number 1 here at the 2025 World Challenge. But at the moment, it's the end of the first half. It's Team Canada leading 26-20, but don't go anywhere, because International Wheelchair Rugby will be back right after this.
At Charter Care Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Charter Care Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half action coming your way. It's Team Germany taking on Team Canada. And the story of the first half was quite simple. It was Canada too strong for Team Germany. The game started quite even, but then late in the first quarter and most definitely in the second term, Team Canada were dominant. And that's why they lead 26 tries to 20. Team Germany, how will they respond? Only time will tell. But the second half action is about to commence momentarily. The players are in position. Canada going with Debley. They're also going with the number 15 in Patrice Samar. The number 22 in Melanie Lebel. And they are also going with Fabien Lavoie as Canada will inbound through Samar, and he'll find Debley. looking to extend that 6-try lead out to the largest lead of the contest in 7 tries. But Germany really have to defend like that, and that is a great start and a great show of grit and determination, and definitely what Germany need early on in this second half.
Absolutely, Ben. Yeah, that was a great play, great defensive play there. I'm interested to see how Canada play this offensively. Patrice is a experienced campaigner, been around for a long time, tends to go long, as per a lot of the other offensive players that Canada have run. So I fully expect that that's going to happen again, and they're going to have to cover him because he's a great ball scoop when he sits out long like that. But a great start for Germany, just defensively. So, yeah.
And Trevor Hirschfield on screen there, talking to Debly Samad, Lebel, and Fabien Lavoie. I'm sure it would be much of the same. Just continue the efforts placed out or put out there on the court from the first half, and they should see the Canadians record their first victory in the 2025 World Challenge as Lavoie receives a nice inbound pass from Samad, and Lavoie finds Debly, and Canada have their largest lead of the match. Germany must respond. They must be clean with ball in hand. Herbst, looping pass, finds a lovely pass down the court, and scoring untouched is the number 24 in Mashka Mosel. And exactly what Germany need to do, respond and respond quickly. If the margin remains at 6 or 7 at the end of the third quarter, it's too difficult for Germany to cling back. But that's good defence, good intent, and Wilk alongside Herbst. You can see that Germany at the break were given specific instructions by Christoph Werner, and they're trying to do just that early on in the third quarter.
Yeah, step up a bit of intensity there, and they definitely have done that. Canada having 2 threes in the lineup. They've got a couple of great sets of hands, so it's going to be difficult for Germany to cover. But I did see that Germany, at least in that first play, they've spread the court a bit, emanating, if you like, Canada's playing style. So hopefully that'll work for them.
Germany needing to capitalise on every attacking opportunity they get. There's been far and few between, but it's a nice pass there. Really nice part from Asel. And Herbst trying to ensure that every attacking opportunity ends in a try. And a foul call against the number 4 from Team Canada and Fabien Lavoie. So Germany will go on the attack with a 1-player advantage as Florian Bongard will look to inbound. In fact, no, right in front of the commentary side of ground, it's Mashka Mosel. Lovely pass, finds Marco Herbst. The 3.5 classification on the back of his chair there, and Herbst tries to wheel his way past Samad. Good defence, but he is being assisted by Wilk. And Germany just trying to get themselves in position. Now the try is scored. The margin back to 6. Germany off screens there on the bottom right of your screen. They're trying to block Delby. They don't want Debly to get free. Good effort by Germany. Can they steal the ball back? They can. That's a big moment. That's what Germany needed, and Marco Herbst narrows the margin to 5.
Yeah, that was a great defensive play there. The floor is still a little bit slippery. We're pretty early on in the tournament, but that quick hand that Herbst has is certainly lethal. And
a very quick response by Team Germany. Marco Herbst, a good individual piece of brilliance. The margin at 6, but they are back a slight break, a mini break if you will, are Team Germany. And Herbst looking a lot more clinical, are Team Germany here in the third quarter. They need another break though, another turnover. The margin, if it remains at 5 at the end of the third quarter, one would assume it would be too large. But an intercept by Wilk, and Germany again. Another mini break, And here come Team Deutschland.
Yeah, much better defensive play there. That one-on-one with Herbst and Fabian definitely worked in that instance.
Germany, the defence has been sound. The defence has been fantastic. Debley could not get through to the ball. And you can see the Germans in front of us here on the commentary side of ground, ecstatic. And Team Canada very wisely have called for a coach's timeout, and it's almost a complete full rotation as we welcome back to the court Morale, McClellan. We also welcome back to the court the number 21 in Letourneur, and of course the number 41 in Eric Rodriguez makes his way onto centre court for the first time here this morning.
Yeah, Germany definitely stepping it up there defensively with an 8-second backcourt violation.
Germany needing to try and capitalise on all these opportunities. We can see off camera at the moment at the bottom left of your screens now, Coach Werner not happy with the referee call, but the margin back to 4. Germany, can they propel their way defensively? Can they prevent the onslaught of McClellan? Great intensity by Germany, but Morale, ball in hand, lob pass, and Letourneau responds oh so well, and the margin back out to 5. But Germany, they've come out in the second half much more intent, much more physical as Wurst, the ball at his disposal. Marco Herbst gets past another. Great offensive blocking there by Florian Bongard. And another try to Team Germany.
Yeah, wasted opportunity there, Ben. The German team must have taken a little bit too long to get that ball on the inbound. And great hands there from number 5, Jason Wilk, to get another steal.
Another steal, and Canada at the moment, they're down a few mini breaks, but they still hold a 3-point lead. 5 minutes remains in the third quarter. Letourneau beats one, beats another. Lovely bounce pass, and it lands in the lap of another 3, and Austin McClellan and Canada maintain a 4-point buffer over Team Germany. The inbound from Bongard finds the lap of Marco Herbst, and Herbst will wheel his way past McClellan, and the margin back to 3. Germany are hanging in there. They won't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's good to see. Ascendancy is certainly with Germany just over the last few minutes. They've stepped it up a lot.
Canada on the attack through Morale. Great defence by Germany. The intensity was certainly not there. Maybe didn't get great sleep last night, Germany. We spoke about the difficulty with coming over to the other side of the world down here in South Australia. And of course the time zones certainly would be affecting Team Germany. Only slightly more than Team Canada, but regardless, they're on the attack again, Team Germany. Jasko Wilk finds Marco Herbst. And again, Germany, a lot more clinical here in the third term, and they are trailing by a narrow 3 tries. 4 minutes remain here in the second term.
Yeah, again, we're seeing some great defence from Germany. They're certainly back in this game if they can continue their defensive pressure like that.
Inbound, Florian Bongard looks to find Wurst, does so. Marco Herbst, great defence by Team Canada. Gets a beautiful pass away to Jasko Wilk. Has to pass the ball. Takes the back of the head, in fact, of Florian Bongard. Canada, defence has certainly increased in intensity, but it's Jasko Wilk once again. And Germany, a bit of a smile on the face of Wilk, but great defence by Team Germany. Can they hold out Canada? 3 the margin, 3 minutes remain. Almost an interception by Jasko Wilk. Morale, left arm pass, intercepted by Herbst. Germany are back. 2-point margin. 7-point margin, only a few minutes ago, but Team Deutschland are within 2. 3.5 remains, third term.
I'd be surprised if we don't see a change up from Trevor Hirschfeld very soon, because
and you can hear it there. You called it, Steve Porter. Germany, whatever lollies they had at the halftime break, they are working amazingly so. They trail by 7 early in the third term, and can you believe it? With only 4 minutes gone in the third quarter, they now trail just by 1 try. What would Coach Hirschfeld be saying to his team? Because we can see there on your screens, Christoph Werner is saying high five, much of the same.
That's right. And look, I think Trevor Hirschfeld is trying, as a number of teams are at the moment, a number of different lineups. That last lineup and probably the one before that for Canada probably weren't the strongest. I see he's running back now with a 3-2-5, 2.5 lineup. It'll be interesting to see how that goes with a little bit more balanced offensive capability. But this lineup with the 2 pick and chairs and the 2 offensive chairs that Germany are running at the moment is certainly very effective.
Yeah, smart bringing Colwell back on the court. Of course, you can see there on your screens, Colwell just wheeling his way down the court. And what a great try to him. In fact, you need to go the pass, but I think the Canadians have their best 4 with these 4 on the court. You've got Debley, of course. You've got Kovac. We spoke about Rodriguez earlier, and additionally, it's always nice to have the number 9 in Colwell on your team. But Germany had to find the pass there. It was beautiful, and it's now in the hands of the number 5, Stefan Weck. Back to Herbst. Can they score a try? Can he sneak past Colwell? He can. And Marco Herbst, he has been instrumental here in the third quarter. Can they defend? Debley, big contact there by Herbst. Mossel as well. Looping pass by the Canadians. Kunda Kovac can't get past the number 5 in Jasko Wilk. But the last touch was off Wilk's long left arm. And the margin at 1. 2.5 remains, third term.
Yeah, quick hand there from Wilk. He was probably unlucky not to get that back. So it's about all you can do really when you're on the line like that. But he unfortunately wasn't successful on that occasion. But we are starting to see a little bit more passing creep back into that into the German game, and it's where they were making some of those errors early on. So hopefully they can retain their composure, because Canada certainly is stepping up the defensive pressure again.
And Mashka Mossel scores another try for Team Germany. Can they intercept it? Herbst lent in. Kunda Kovac, great pass, finds Debley. Debley wheeling his way down the court. The Germany defence is exceptional here in the third quarter. But 4 in the key may have been the foul against Team Germany, and albeit the efforts there, just on that occasion, the execution not so great.
A little bit undisciplined there, Ben. That 4 in the key, particularly with the high pointer in Herbst now going to the bin. I'd be surprised if we don't see a play from Canada to try and keep him off the court or force him to inbound. But and you can see there that we've got Canada already setting up there with Caldwell.
Kunda Kovac with a try.
Yeah.
The margin back out to 2. 36 tries, plays 34. You can see there Marcel and Wilk are trying to lock up Rodriguez, and in fact Herbst can get a pass away from Wilk. Beautiful left-handed pass. Wilk navigates his way past Rodriguez. Wilk, great offensive blocking there by Herbst. Wilk gets past Kovac. Wilk can't get the pass away. Great hands by Herbst. And contact from Team Canada. And it's contact from Caldwell on the arm of Herbst. In fact, no, it's Herbst. Contact on the arm of Caldwell. Canada with another break. They look to try and go out to a 3-try lead. Not much left here in the third quarter.
That was penalty goal there for the foul on Herbst, I think, from Canada.
So the margin stays at 2. Penalty goal awarded to Team Germany. Contact from Colwell on Herbst. Intercept there. Matthew Debley. Individual brilliance. Is the try awarded? It is. And a big moment there for Team Canada. And the bench of Team Deutschland are a little bit quieter. Can they respond? 1:24 remains third quarter. Yeah. Inbound required. Can he find Vilk? Yes, he can. Finds Herbst. Canada defensively much better late here in the third period. Lob pass. Finds the arms of Vilk. Still with Vilk. Tries to get past Debley. Does so. Germany within 2. A minute remains. Can Germany get the margin to 1? We said if it was at 5 or 6, it was impossible to come back from. The margin at 2, ideally 1, and Germany are certainly in this up to their eyeballs.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they, as it stands at the moment, Germany will have possession at the quarter. So the play they're wanting very much to run here is to score last and take that possession into in that fourth quarter, which again makes it a 2-point play and brings them back into
very lucky there, Steve Porter. Almost an interception.
Yes.
Matthew Debley, his individual brilliance in this third quarter has been something to behold. The number 31 on your screens there. And no wonder there's 2 German players trying to defend him or block him as a timeout is called by Coach Werner, trying to get his team further down the court. Talk us through that. A timeout call by Coach Werner, and now Germany will inbound in a much more advantageous position.
To be honest, Ben, I'm actually not quite sure what's happened there.
So
it's a front court
front court possession there. Not sure exactly what's happened, but either way, 44 seconds for Germany to try and peg this margin from 3 back to 2.
They're going to want to use every second on this score clock and leave as little as possible.
Good defence. Colwell and Debley really trying to make it difficult there for Herbst. But the long lever, the long pass to Marcel. G finds Vilk. Back to Herbst. And what about the team Wheelchair Rugby? Brilliant display, brilliant wheelchair rugby, and that is teamwork personified. Can the intercept be made? Kovac, just a little bit too powerful there from Marcel. Canada will not be in a rush. They trail. In fact, Canada lead by 2 tries, 39-37. Debley, 19 seconds, almost dislodged. Stolen by Team Germany, and they will get the ball back. 15 and a half remain in the third quarter. And can the margin be just 1 try going into the final term?
Yeah, a little bit of lack of experience there, I think, showing, Ben. It was great that they got the ball back there. It's unfortunate that for them that it's gone straight into a hell ball situation, because now Canada have got possession in the last quarter. But obviously they need to waste every second of this and score last to maximise that opportunity. And hopefully we'll go into the last quarter with, as you say, a 1-point margin.
And we see some running repairs on your screens there. The team manager and the team mechanic just assisting one of the German players. It's number 21 in Florian Bongard. And it's unbelievable to see this third quarter has given us everything. Canada led by 7 tries, and now they lead by 2 as Herbst. Can he make his way past Kovac and Colwell? He can't. 9 seconds, almost an intercept. They still have the ball though. Germany have it. 4 seconds, backs to Herbst, needs to score! Does! On the stroke of halftime, or should I say on the stroke of 3/4 time. Marco Herbst narrows the margin to 1. Canada 39, Germany 38. What a third quarter by Team Germany. Canada so dominant in the first half. So plenty to discuss at the end of the third quarter. Caldwell, Trevor Hirschfield will have plenty to say, as you can see at the bottom of your screens. But don't go anywhere. In a minute and a half time, it'll be the final quarter, and it's Canada 39, leading by just one try over Team Germany. We'll see you on the other side of this.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be a part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now.
And we're back here on centre court. A match that has provided so much intensity, so much excitement, but it has been the epitome of a game of two halves. The first half was all Canada. At one stage in this contest, Team Canada led by 7 tries and led by 6 tries at half time. But in the third quarter, Team Germany finished off just as they're starting here in the final term with some amazing efforts and some incredible tries. And the margin just won. 7.5 remains in this final term. And this is international wheelchair rugby at its very, very best. Steve Porter, what do you like and who comes away with the win here this morning?
Look, I think the experience of Canada is probably going to shine through in the end there, Ben. Their strategy around clock management and using that alternate possession to their benefit is certainly paying off. There's no doubt about it. But Germany definitely have the capability to win this. Probably just need to make a few smarter decisions at times, but they've definitely got the ability to apply that defensive pressure as we saw in that third quarter. So it's anyone's at this point.
It certainly is anyone's. And Team Canada continuing with the Kovac combination, the Caldwell, the Kovacs of the world, and also they have on the court Melanie Lebel and Fabien Lavoie. So it's the same Canadian side that started the contest, and they were very impressive in that first half. In fact, it's Letourneur, not Caldwell, on the court. But regardless, that man, Stefan Veck, lobs the pass. The 8 finds the 5. That combination, Jasko Vilk and Stefan Veck, very impressive, very, very impressive. And we know how important combinations are in the sport of wheelchair rugby, as Veck.
Some great composure there by Veck. He's just got that really... and we see a great defensive turnover there as well.
Big effort, needs to be a clean pass, is so! Into the lap of the number 13. And Jonte Kuncel scores a try, and we are all locked up at 42 apiece. This is exciting stuff. I hope you're enjoying it at home, because on the side of the court here in South Australia, Adelaide, we are loving every single moment.
Definitely, Ben. This is it's a game on now.
Fabien Lavoie, Canada. At the end of the first half, I'd have thought we've won our first game, we've got it all locked up. But then Germany said, no, we aren't going anywhere. Can it be in the lap? Oh, it can. Great hands, big contact, and unbelievable from Bongard to hold on to that ball. Lavoie came in at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and it was incredible core strength, incredible ball handling by Florian Bongard, and Germany will maintain possession with a 1-point deficit against Team Canada.
Yeah, don't underestimate the how awesome that grab was from Bongard as a 1-point player, you know, operating on a very small number of muscle groups. To pull that pass down under that sort of pressure was absolutely fantastic. So might prove to be quite pivotal at the end of the game. So Wilk and Vec are combining really well at the moment. Wouldn't surprise me if they play together a lot back in their home country. Just seem to know where each other is, seem to just run really well off of each other, particularly in these set plays.
And of course, Vilk on his screens there looks to combine with Kuncel, and he can't. And not a good decision. He went the high pass to the number 13 in Jonte Kuncel, who sits a little bit lower in his chair. And that just opens up the door for Canada. And the margin, once one, it's now 2. And with only 5 minutes remaining on the clock, that could be a very pivotal moment in this very, very tight match.
Yeah, definitely, Ben. I mean, Germany have done some great work to get back into this game. But that's a little demoralising, as is that turnover. And we see there a couple of the higher pointers just combining to apply that pressure that, just resulted in a great turnover.
That's a big moment. And there's some movement on the bench of Team Germany. Herbst is on the bench. He'll be back in action in a few moments' time as Vec. Great blocking there by Bongard. Vec looping past that time. Kuncel can take the ball cleanly, and the margin back to 2 points, 45-43, intercepted almost by Vec. Conter, great pass, and how good has Fabien Lavoie been for Team Canada since he's come back onto the court in this final quarter? Instrumental, and the margin back to 3.
Yeah, got the experience, he's got the composure, and he's certainly got the speed, so good addition to their lineup, no doubt about it.
Vec. Quick response by Team Germany. I like the fast responses by Team Deutschland. They need to respond quickly. They now need to force a turnover. Can the margin get back to 1? Phil tried to reach in, trying to dislodge the ball, but great hands. Letourneau. Long pass, risky pass, the tyre caught. Great work by the number 5 from Team Germany. Jasko Vilk put his tyre in the way of Fabien Lavoie's tyre, and that is incredible awareness by the young man Jasko Vilk. Germany will get the ball back. Great work by Team Deutschland.
Yeah, it definitely was great work. He had to get a chair on Fabien there, and he did that. Just managed to take him offline just for that, for long enough for that ball to go over the baseline. So, it was a great play.
Now, it's all well and good to have the ball in your possession, but they have to inbound cleanly. In fact, it looks like there's a penalty call against, is it Cody Colwell there? Off your screens at the moment, but it is. It's a penalty foul against Cody Colwell. So Germany, whom trail by 2, will go on the tack with an extra player advantage. This is a big moment for Team Germany. It's not very often can teams defend just with 3. Vec finds Herbst. Herbst, lovely pass. The 5, the 1, the 8. I like the combination. I really do. And don't forget the number 20 in Maximilian Stoltz, the low pointer. how pivotal his role is, and you can see him on the bottom of your screen there, blocking in Debley. Inbound, Colwell.
Great defensive setup again.
Kovac back to Colwell. Germany defensively really starting to lift, but Kovac a little bit too fast, a little bit too powerful, and great awareness by Kunda Kovac, and the margin back to 2. 4 minutes remains here in this, the fourth quarter. Inbound for Team Germany. It's that man, Maximilian Stolz. A fantastic inbounder for a low pointer, Stolz. He really has some really fantastic upper limb function given the low classification he holds.
He does, and what you see from particularly these low pointers at this level, Ben, is that they've just learned how to optimise the function that they have. And, you know, for a 0.5 player, being able to inbound at that range means you can have 7.5 points on the court. So that's a real offensive advantage when you when you can have that luxury.
Canada through Debley finds Colwell. Great defence by Herbst. Stefan Vex there as well. Colwell. Traffic jam. Long pass finds Kovac. And that was a mere matter of inches, that pass. And Canada with the 2-point advantage. 3 minutes 20 remain. Can Germany get to the other end? They need to score, and they need to score now.
It was an interesting choice of a play for Canada there, as there's no room for error. Kanda Kovac was pretty much right on the line, so if he didn't get that pass, it was all over.
One point the margin. Colwell finds Kovac. Herbst is there. Long pass. Debley's been great all day. Probably my three-pointer if we're doing the 3-2-1 votes. Debley's been great. Wheels around. A little 360. Herbst, though, dislodges the ball. Big moment. Big moment. But Canada will get the ball back in their possession with a 1-point lead. The long reach of Marco Herbst. As we see a substitution, we welcome back onto the court Britta Kripke. And she will be on for Maximilian Stolz. So Kripke, Herbst, Veck, and Virk for Team Germany. And it's Kovac, Rodriguez, Debley, and that man on your screens with the ball in his lap, Cody Colwell.
Again, they'll be in no rush to score this. They've still got 12 seconds on the score clock.
Colwell.
Set play. Great key defence from Germany to hold all that out, and an intercept, and it's game on again.
And the referee called a stoppage to play at the other end of the court, and Jasko Wilks thought he was away with the win. He thought he was going to tie this game up with 2 minutes 20 remaining, but Marco Herbst has fouled, and it means Team Canada with time on their side. 2 minutes 22 remaining here in this match.
Yeah, with a foul, they get a reset on the score clock as well, Ben, so they get an additional 40 seconds there. They only had 1 second left. So a little bit undisciplined. I'm not quite sure what happened. I didn't quite see, but that will not be a good thing for Germany's cause. They'll use all of that.
Kovac. Debley. 30 seconds remaining on the shot clock. 2 minutes remains on the game clock. Plenty of time and the one-player advantage for Team Canada, so they will not rush this. They will want to use up as much of the game clock as they can. As you see Debley really, really eating into that game clock. And now he scores the try. And the clock shot, the shot clock, I should say, resets. 1 minute 52 remains. Germany trail by 2 tries. Canada looking for their first win. Germany looking for their second. Vilk finds Vec. Great defence there by Debley. Vec back to Vilk. Time is of the essence for Team Germany. Lovely pass. The 5 and the 8 combine. Vilk finds Vec. And another try to Team Germany. How will they defend? They've got to force a turnover.
Great defensive
big
setup
opportunity.
here.
Herbst, can he get there? Kovac does. Great individual brilliance. Kovac, he had it all to do. Herbst was there. He even made a bit of contact before the ball was taken. But it is Kunda Kovac, as cool as they come. Cool Kunda Kovac, and the margin back to 2.
Bit of a lack of communication there, I think, Ben, because Herbst, I think, could have grabbed that ball. But I don't think he knew it was there.
And a turnover. And just as Germany were trying to make their way down the court, it's again Team Canada responding. And now with the 3-try buffer, it is almost all she wrote. That is an incredible moment there from Team Canada. And I'm very impressed, not just by Debley, but by Kovac in these final few minutes in this final term. Herbst, time is of the essence. 1:05 remains. It is the Hail Mary, the Tom Brady. What a take. What
pass.
Hands. What a pass. What hands. Wheelchair rugby at its best. Team Deutschland, they're still in it. 58 seconds remained. 2 tries the difference. They need to turn the ball over. Kovac, pass, intercepted. Team Germany, they're going nowhere. 1 try the difference. And what an amazing piece of play defensively by Team Germany. Steve Porter, 53 seconds remains. How exciting. Germany within 1.
It's exciting, Ben. And look, Germany, hats off to them. They have not given up at any point in this game. To come from 6 or 7 down as they did earlier, and to be in this position now to, potentially take this to an overtime game is fantastic. And so, their defensive setup, in the last, particularly the last 2 or 3 minutes, has delivered results. And I'd be a little nervous if I was Canada.
Well, Debley, Kovac, Colwell, Rodriguez, Kripke, Herbst, Vec, and Vilk. Can Germany steal the ball back? Don't forget, Canada still lead by 1 and they're on the attack. Debley, big contact by Herbst. Pressure situation. Great pass under pressure. Caldwell back to Belby. Oh, it's a long pass. It's risky. But the last touch was off Germany. A risky pass, but he had the shot clock against him. He had time against him. But it should be Team Canada who will inbound here, and it will be through Cody Caldwell.
It will. Again, great defensive pressure there from Germany. They had just great coverage right across the board. We've got 26 seconds on the score clock here. Delby makes no bones about it. We're scoring this. We need to go 2 up. So, and that's what they've done.
It's a timeout called by Team Germany, which means they'll inbound in their end of the court, in the attacking end of the court. So Team Germany trail by 2. 34 seconds on the game clock. They need to score, and they need to score now. It's Vec. Lob pass. Finds Vilk. Once again, the WW, the 8-5. It's a great pass back from Vilk. Finds Vec, and that 8-5 combination has been absolutely sensational.
If
Time to
set
defend.
This up, they need to be really crisp on their D right now.
They have to be crisp on their D. Expert commentary from Steve Porter. Colwell, though, trying to make his way into the attacking end of the court for Team Canada. Great defence, trying to steal the ball. Big contact, but Debley does well to hold on to it. Canada looking for their first win. Debley, can he score? He can. And great response by Team Canada. And with 9 seconds remaining on the game clock, Team Canada should have done enough to earn their first win here at the 2025 World Challenge. Germany trail by 2. And what a great contest. A long Tom Brady pass, but it's intercepted by Debley. And what a contest, Steve Porter. Team Germany, Herbst, Vilk, Vec, Kripke, they were so gallant. They were down by 6 at the halftime break. They were down by 7 early on in the second period, but they fought back. They almost did it, but it's that side on your screen. It's Team Canada with their first win at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge here in 2025. And what an impressive wheelchair rugby international fixture just there.
Absolutely, Ben, and congratulations to Canada. You know, they, as I said, they've been a team right up the top of the field for many years now. They're obviously trying some different lineups and new players and those sorts of things, and you've got to take some risks, and they paid off for them today. But Germany, you know, sometimes you wish a game went for 42 minutes because, 34 minutes rather, because I reckon if there was 2 more minutes in this, the outcome might be a little bit different. But you know, great signs in there for Germany. I think you know, they some good things are going to come for them out of the rest of this tournament if they continue to play, and they can play a little bit more consistently as they did in sections of that game. So yeah, good signs.
Well, wonderful wheelchair rugby action. What an international fixture. Team Canada victorious here this afternoon. Match number 2 on day 2 here at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And again, congratulations to Team Canada. 53-point victors over Team Deutschland, Germany, 51. What a game. What a contest. But don't you go anywhere, because once international, now domestic. Coming up next, the GIO New South Wales Gladiators taking on the Victorian Protec Thunder. That action and much, much more coming your way right after this.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir squeaks a lot. Bruce?
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Hello and welcome back to the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge of 2025. We've just seen one of the international games taking place. The Canadians had a hard-fought contest against the Germans. We now change pace back into the domestic competition, the Division 1 domestic competition of these championships. We find ourselves taking in the New South Wales Gladiators against the Victoria Protect Thunder. These two teams very highly rated. New South Wales were victorious in their standalone game yesterday, up 60-50 against the West Coast Enforcers. While Victoria, they went 1 win, 1 loss. They had an early win in the day against the South Korean outfit Chungnam, but then couldn't manage to get over the line in a tight one against the Cyclones. So this will be a really even contest. Looking forward to this one. My name's Jason Anderson. I'll be calling alongside of four-time Paralympian Steve Porter. Steve, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, great game I think we've got ahead of us. There's a long rivalry between these two teams. Both teams have got a decent number of current and ex-Australian team or Steelers team representatives. So Andrew Edmondson, is almost a household name these days. Multiple-time Paralympian gold medalist. We've also got Miko Zane, Richard Boris, both have spent time with the Steelers campaign. And then equally, when we look at Big Protect Thunder, we've got Stuart Robertson, Paralympian from the UK, awesome player in his own right. Andrew Harrison, Ben Fawcett, Jaden Warne, all guys that again either current or former Steelers campaign players. So although it's a domestic game or a domestic competition, if you like, we should see some really high quality rugby in this fixture.
Yeah, it says a lot about the depth of the sport, but the Steelers are actually in action right now. They're having a tight tussle. They're down at half-time against a Netherlands team that's been a surprise packet of this international tournament. But despite the Steelers taking away quite a number of players from the domestic competition, the depth is still absolutely there. There's a number of players with Steelers representation and a few others that are probably eyeing it off in future as well. So a lot to take in this one. Getting close to a start in this game. We'll have a quick look at some of the team lists. New South Wales, first of all, we'll have 4 Faye West, 3 Ollie Mangian, 9 Andrew Edmondson, 10 Richard Boris, 1 Peter Campbell-Rogers and 6 Mick O'Zane. And for Victorians, Stu Robinson, Jaden Warne, Weberson de Cruz Rodriguez, Andrew Harrison, Kadir Farki, Will Tahini and Ben Fawcett. We're underway, live into action, and it's Harrison that gets the first touch and over to Stu Robinson, that UK import. He crosses the line first.
Yeah, Stu will feature a lot in this game. Very powerful 3-5, gold medalist in his own right. Also from I can't remember which Paralympics, but Tokyo.
Yes, that confusing 2020, 2021 Tokyo Games, the COVID-affected games.
That's right, and a big turnover there early on, so Stu scores again.
Yes, that early break. Those turnovers so crucial. If you can force a turnover and get a little break-in score, they have done early. Now bringing the ball up, Mangion for the Gladiators. Very new look Gladiators outfit. They've won a number of contests over recent years, 4 in a row. Looking for another this year, but they're doing it with a vastly different squad this season than they've had in previous editions. They're on the board now, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And New South Wales have got that the luxury of being able to play with number 4 Faye West, and she gets a full point off the 3.5, so they're effectively able to play over points. So hopefully they can capitalise on that advantage, and good things will happen for them.
Yeah, Faye West, another of those Great Britain imports. So the high pointers in this edition, Stu Robinson and Faye West, both coming across from the UK to join this tournament.
Yeah, it's great to have those international imports. It really does lift the intensity and I suppose the quality of the game, and certainly is great for our up and coming national team or potential national team players as well. Just gives them that level of competition that you don't otherwise get.
Yeah, and shouldn't leave out Ollie Mangian either, number 3 for New South Wales. Another one of those Brits. They're taking over this game. 3 of them out there on court at the moment. Teammates at various times. Mangian's a Paralympian himself. And finds himself out here for New South Wales as countrywoman Faye West pushes through. Finds a gap to work into. It's 4-3 early in this one in favour of the Victorians. Rios with the inbounds, finds Stu Robinson, gives it back again, Fawcett comes across the creative block. Robinson a bit tied up though. Edmondson doing well on the defensive end. They've had to go the long ball over the top as the clock was winding down, but it has come off. Harrison gets a hold of it, gives it back to Robinson, and in the end they make it look easy. It wasn't though. The defense was really strong and they had to go the long, hopeful ball, but it worked.
Yeah, Andrew Harrison did well to pull that down, because let's not forget he's a two-pointer and, with two-point hands. So had to be a great pass from Stu Robinson and he made it work. So it was good.
You mentioned earlier about Faye West and the point reduction. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, Steve, but the high pointers in the female classification get a full point discount, whereas your lower medium pointers get a half-point discount. Is that right?
That's correct, Jason. So earlier this year, they, or it actually might have been after the Paris Paralympics, they have made a few rule changes, and one of those was to allow female players or female high point players to have the full point deduction. So the teams who are able to have the benefit of being able to have high point female players in their team, it is absolutely a significant advantage, particularly when you see that they're playing like Faye's playing at the moment. So it's just it's been a really great thing to encourage more women into the game. And get really great outcomes for the teams that are able to have those women in their teams.
Yeah, a bit of a game changer to be able to have the likes of West out there with Mangion, and then Edmondson still as a 2.0 that's out on court as well. It changes the outlook of that lineup.
Yeah, definitely.
Bring it forward now. Mangion puts another one on the board for the Gladiators. Still Victoria protect Thunder with that break though. They're up 7-6 and have possession. Robinson works his way through some traffic, takes a bounce through mid-court. One-on-one with West. Too strong, too speedy to get through there. West couldn't get in the way and extends the margin back out to 2.
Yeah, as a spinal player myself, the amputees seem to do it quite effortlessly sometimes, and that was a really good example there of Stu Robinson just gliding through the traffic. You don't see that often from a spinally injured player, for want of a better word. But they've certainly brought just a dimension to rugby over the last 10 or 20 years that has taken the game to another level.
Less of a factor in this one, but mentioned in one of the Division 2 contests earlier this morning about the classification, and a few athletes that were here with provisional classifications or were getting classified over recent days in the lead up to the tournament. What's involved in that classification process? What's that look like from an athlete perspective?
It's quite an invasive process that not many of us look forward to.
Yes, I bet.
Say. But really, it's basically a group of physios, a classification team that are looking pretty much at all of your function or your dysfunction for that matter, and all of those assessments of just, I suppose, these finite little muscles that we don't necessarily think about day to day culminate in a classification, and that's what we see on the back of the players' chairs at the moment. The highest number is the most function, being 3.5 in Stu Robinson there is as high as it gets in wheelchair rugby. And then of course we see Miko Zane there, the 0.5, who obviously has less functional ability, hence he's a 0.5 player. And what you see is those higher functioning players tend to be the ball carriers, the scorers, and the lower point players or the lower functioning players tend to play those blocking roles. So so you can see it's quite tactical, and everyone in this game has got a very specific role to play, and when they all do it well, good things happen.
Yeah, fantastic breakdown. That's great for our viewers at home to understand as well. There is a lot of tactics that go into the sport, a lot of physical element. You can hear the crash of chairs in the mid-court. Gladiators find a way through. They have forced a turnover back their direction, so we're back on possession with a tied game at 9 apiece. Plenty of scoring. Still over 3 minutes to go in this first term. Stu Robinson almost inviting the contact, went straight towards West. Took the contact, went the offload. Fawcett was trying to get on the end of it. Couldn't quite reach out and get there. West followed up with the defensive effort, and the ball goes out of bounds.
Yeah, it was always going to be a risky pass to a 0.5, but Stu was running out of time there. He was getting up to that 8 second limit in the backcourt. So he didn't have many options and had to unload, and unfortunately for him, it didn't pay off.
And likewise now, some difficulty for the Gladiators getting it through, and they turn it over. Jaden Warren manages to get a hand in there, knock the ball loose, and then find Robinson for the try. But it was West trying to look for options, buried deep in the backcourt, and couldn't find anyone with the clock ticking down. Do have to get it over halfway quite quickly. The 40-second shot clock is generous, but you don't get to use all of it in the backcourt.
No, and it's another one of the rule changes from the past 12 months too, that the bounces have to occur within 8 seconds. And also you only have 8 seconds now to get out of the backcourt, and as you can see, that can be a challenging thing to do. So
yeah, it does put an emphasis on pace in the game to try and get it over that halfway line. Victoria's done that on this occasion. Robinson with a quick turn, again that power on show, crosses over. Edmondson had the responsibility of the inbound the majority of the game. Finds Mangione. He takes that bounce, as you mentioned. Need to bounce it down within every 8 seconds. West goes back to Mangione. One-on-one. Fawcett can't get across in time. Tied up again. Jaden Warren this time for Victoria, looking for some options. Goes a 1-2 play with Fawcett. Lets Fawcett put the block on. Mangione does well. Keeps working across. Warren has to go the long ball. Oh, it comes off. Only just. The outstretched arms of Edmondson couldn't get there. Robinson reels it in.
Yeah, great pass there by Jaden. And for Stu to pull that down was pretty good. But what we're seeing here, though, is that New South Wales are definitely getting it a little bit easier at the moment in terms of just their ease to score. And able, obviously, to apply that defensive pressure. You mentioned before, Andrew, Edmondson inbounding in the lineup that they have at the moment, Jason. It effectively means that you can have a 2-point inbounding, and with the discounted classification points that Faye has, they have 7 points on the court. So that's a pretty handy place to be when you've got 2 points inbounding.
Absolutely. Causes some difficulties when the high pointers need to inbound. Seen that through the course of the last day and a half. There's been times where a high pointer inbounds and it's caused some issues of trying to find the right option to get the ball to. We've got just a little timeout here for some running repairs. Mechanic out there to have a look at Mangione. Swap the tyre over. It's a quick change. See this plenty of times throughout a game, so they're well and truly used to it. Works his way back off the court.
Yeah. You mentioned classification before and classification reviews and those sorts of things. Jason, Will Tahini, number 8, number 9 is a South Australian guy. He's recently gone down, or just yesterday, I believe, from a 1-pointer to a 0.5. So that's going to be a great outcome for him in terms of just his ability to fit into lineups. And he was pretty handy as a 1, so it'll be good to see how he goes as a 0.5.
Yes, I think he was part of the successful Division 2 SA Sharks team last year as a one-pointer.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, at the moment, he's carrying a bit of an injury. Elbow bursa, but obviously not stopping him, so that's good.
Yes, Will Tahini, a South Australian native, as you are, Steve, and as I am too, so a bit of South Australian bias might come through in the commentary, but you're well connected with that Sharks team and with all the athletes around it.
Yeah, look, I still play with those guys every week, every Wednesday. It's a bit hard to get this game out of your system.
Yes.
So, I've managed to stay pretty well connected with rugby and certainly the SA players over the years. So it's great to come to events like this as well. Jason, run into guys that I play with on the national team, and Riley, Chris, even Andrew.
Yep.
It's certainly a bit of a social gathering for me as well.
Well, it's a big event this year. There's a lot of athletes here. Obviously, it's expanded to an international edition this year. A lot of athletes here, a lot of opportunity for new athletes that are here for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely, and equally many of the international teams. We just saw the game between Germany and Canada, and in particular that Canadian team has had players that are still playing from when I was playing. So it's interesting to run into those guys too. So
there is some longevity in the sport. Speaking of Edmondson, he's been around in the Australian setup for a while. He gets the ball forward to Mangione, looking to use the clock as we wind down in this first quarter. Uses it well, crosses the line with 2.4 showing on the clock, as you can see on your screen there. Gives them a 1-point advantage. Timeout called, which will advance the play down past halfway. The Victorians will be looking for a miracle inbound to try and score with a couple seconds to go. Warren with the inbound pass, looking long, a lot of traffic down low. Nearly had it through, the pass through to Fawcett was a very good one, but Edmondson read it just in the nick of time, picked it off and prevents the score, and as a result holds on to a lead for New South Wales at the first break. It's New South Wales leading 16 to Victoria 15, and we'll be right back with the second quarter action in a moment.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Printing! I'm onto it!
I've got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce?
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Welcome back. Second quarter about to get underway between the New South Wales Gladiators and Victoria Protect Thunder. Really good contest, high scoring contest in the first term. It's 16-15 in favour of New South Wales. These two teams both hoping to go deep into the tournament. There's big impact down low. Good defence from the Victorians. Mangione goes to the floor. It looks like Victoria might have forced a turnover.
Yeah, a bit undisciplined there by Mangion. He certainly doesn't have the weight to be able to withstand a hit from Stu Robinson there, and I think it was also Andrew Harrison. So not even I would take them on.
Two of the bigger units out there on the court. Pick your targets better.
That's right.
Difficult spot to inbound from though. Buried deep in the back court. Goes to Robinson. That's the safe option. You can see on your screen a lot of the blocking activity. Robinson gets around all of it. Again, that power on show. He gets through.
Yeah, speed is good, and you can see Miko Zane here. He's got managed to set up a 1.5 point advantage here for New South Wales because he's holding a 2-pointer in the corner. So
yeah, it was just off the corner of the screen there that Zane managed to trap Rodriguez in the corner, take him out of the offensive play, and then likewise take him out of the defensive play as well. Rodriguez was trapped and couldn't do anything about it. This time he does get free. Uses that to his advantage as he wheels across the line, scores a try. But you're right, that role of the low pointers to put the blocks on, there's quite a bit of it that happens off the screen. Absolutely. That our viewers won't see, but it's a really important role.
Yeah, it's interesting. The high pointers, they kind of get the glory. They do most of the scoring and obviously carry the ball a lot. But it's actually they're only able to do that because your low pointers are doing their job behind the scenes. And it's been one of the biggest evolutions I think in the game in the last kind of 10 to 15 years is how much more mobile our low point players have become, and how much more they're such a critical part of the game. But it's a bit of a thankless job sometimes. They don't always necessarily get the recognition that they deserve. But you couldn't have the game without them. Yeah,
and the athleticism that they possess, it is important to note it's well beyond what you would normally expect for people that have some of their conditions and limitations. They are elite athletes in their own right. The amount of work that goes into playing at this level is immense.
Yeah, absolutely. And more so even, the Steelers campaign has, bared significant fruits over the last, probably, again, 10 to 15 years. And, there's a lot more science behind how disabled athletes develop, train and optimise their performance, and as, research and tried and tested methodologies, kind of continue to develop. We're just seeing athletes go from strength to strength.
Yeah, and a really inclusive sport. You mentioned that the low pointers have a really important role. Maybe it's a bit of a thankless task at times, but it is a sport where everyone has a role. Everyone's very important. When you've only got 4 people out on the court, they all need to play a really active role. As we come back to the live play, a bit of hands in there.
Some good defence there by New South Wales has forced that 8-second backcourt violation.
Yeah, managed to smother the ball.
Turnover.
Yeah, keep Robinson under control, who was looking for some options and couldn't find them. Didn't take arms, importantly. You can get your hands in and touch that ball, but once you take arms, that becomes a penalty for you. But the defence was good. New South Wales now stretching to a 21-18 lead. Sorry, Steve.
That's okay. I hate to say I feel a little bit sorry for Andrew Harrison at the moment, having to deal with the likes of Faye West. And as a fellow 2-point player, I don't envy his position in trying to compete with Faye. She's pretty much got it all over him, unfortunately. Functionally, she's just far superior. So
surely, as a player coach, Harrison can just say, no, not my job. Find somebody else to come out there, make a change.
I would.
Yes. Mangion close to the half-court line, nearly forced back over, but managed to stay just in his half. Big impact, but it doesn't faze him. Gets over the top, and Edmondson on the end of that one. Here's a lineup that West, Mangion and Edmondson, I think, have been out there for the whole game so far. It's a trio that they like.
Yeah, so they've got great coverage here because, again, they've got that benefit of having Faye with that discount there that means that they can put 5 points on Stu Robinson, which makes it difficult for him to get out of the backcourt. And obviously they've got the coverage over Harrow in the front court. So, yeah, so they're going to have to try a few things tactically different if they're going to get if they're going to be competitive as we go into the back half of this game.
Mentioned at the top of the call, vastly different lineups from what we've seen in previous years. The Steelers have taken a few out of both of these outfits, and for the Gladiators, looking to win for unprecedented 5th time in a row. But from last year's team, it's just Edmondson and Voris. We haven't seen Voris check into the play yet in this one, but just the 2 members that were part of that championship winning team last year. Very different look, but it's not bothering them too much at the moment. They look very strong again.
Yeah, that's right.
Not sure if the internationals have any say over the teams they get placed with, but the tournament organisers have certainly helped the Gladiators' chances of winning it again by giving them 2 of the top internationals in West and Mangian. Ball in dispute in the mid-court. Harrison, maybe a little bit of frustration showing there, reaches in, got a lot of arm. Because Ollie Mangian, I should say, is the man that had the ball. Harrison trying to yank that out of there, but took a lot of arm and takes a little spell in the penalty box as a result.
Yeah. There's, I mean, as I said before, I don't envy Andrew Harrison's position there. Would be quite frustrating. But nevertheless, he's attracting at least 2.5 points away from the field. So he's given him, I suppose, as good a chance as any of being able to get out of the backcourt. So.
Ball comes in, going to slow play. Gladiators got the 4-3 advantage on court. They do have some time and they work it through. Clever play in the end. Use that player advantage in their favour. Harrison will take the inbound to free himself of some congestion around the penalty box. In to force it and then straight back again. Harrison's going to wheel it down. Mangian gets across quickly, but Harrison able to stop on a dime, find some space for Rodriguez over the top. Nice bit of play from Harrison there.
Yeah, it was a good switch up there from Victoria. They had to do something because it wasn't quite working the way it was. So.
The Victorians have stayed largely with a couple of mid-pointers out there. Harrison and Rodriguez out there at the moment. Both 2-point players. They haven't spent a lot of time with Robinson and Warren on court together. Might be a combination that they look to play more of a high-low lineup more as we go through the game.
Yeah, we've got Jaden Warren there and Will Tahini sitting on the bench. They weren't able to come on before because Harrow went to the bench, or Andrew Harrison went to the bench for that foul. But yeah, as soon as the next stoppage in play occurs, they'll be able to get on and they'll be running that high-low again.
Mangian now brings the ball down, very congested key. Victorians have to be careful to not have 4 in there. Fawcett's the one that's out at the moment. Gladiators decide to reset, start again, give themselves a bit more space, and then the space comes free. Nico Zane, I think, put a little bit of gap over in that right-hand side for Mangian to then be able to wheel through. Harrison to force it, back to Harrison. Send that off a couple of inbounds now. Then over to Robinson with a long ball over the top. And times it perfectly. Rodriguez gets there just before Mangian was able to get there on the defensive side. Rodriguez gets over. Edmondson tosses it back in. West goes back to Edmondson, straight down the middle. Found a path to work through.
Yeah, lucky there. Nico Zane nearly had a fingertip on it by the look of it.
Harrison goes to Robinson this time off the inbound. Robertson
Yeah,
decides I'm going to go myself this time.
That's right. Yeah, it's working much better offensively. Andrew Harrison inbounding just means that we haven't got 2 points taken out up the court, and it just means that Stu Robinson's only got a one-on-one to deal with, and most of the time he can beat those.
Yeah, getting Robinson one-on-one is pretty important for them offensively. Does have the capability to break free of, well, probably anyone that the Gladiators can put out there against him. They just need to be able to get him the ball often enough and get it to him in situations where it is one-on-one.
Yeah, he's got that good rolling screen there from Harrison.
Tough ball for Fawcett to get onto, though. And it comes back the other way very quickly, and Edmondson goes over, stretches the lead out. New South Wales have put together a high-quality quarter. Took a one-try lead into the first change. Spread that out to 5 now with just under 2 minutes to play.
Yeah, again, you can just see that the difference that 1 point discount on Faye West has in terms of their ability as a lineup. They just have that bit of extra coverage there, bit of extra mobility and a bit extra speed, which just takes their defence and offence just to the next level. So yeah, it'll be difficult to see how Victoria are going to navigate around this, because functionally there's definitely an advantage with the lineup that New South Wales have got.
They have decided to mix things up. They've made that substitution we mentioned earlier, moving to the high-low lineup as Warren and Tahini check in. Harrison and Rodriguez, the two mid-pointers, check out. New South Wales sticking with the same lineup. It's working for them so far. I don't have a particularly deep squad. Got a couple of players on the bench waiting for an opportunity if they wanted to mix things up, but it's not a deep squad. They've only brought 6 into this tournament. Hopefully that's all they need.
Yeah, certainly the international team or the Steelers team has depleted, particularly New South Wales and Victoria. So the rosters are a little light on.
Yes, had Chungnam in the game yesterday. A squad that's come over from South Korea with just 5 players that they had in their rotation yesterday. I'll be hoping that they can stay fit and healthy throughout the tournament.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Warren brings it up. Big contest. Edmondson, I think it is, tips over. Robinson was able to get a hold of the ball. And it is Edmondson that's going to give away the foul on that one. Ref just confirms that with the officials. And then Victoria will have an opportunity to bring it in. Got the one-player advantage. Use Robinson. Warren looking for a bit of space over the top. Decides to stop instead and put a block on. And then Robinson will work his way through. Edmondson comes back in, works his way down to the try line. But we'll have a little break first. New South Wales calling their team over.
There, I think.
Yeah. Just a couple of quick instructions. Victorians are staying out on the court. And 4 just having a chat out there. Boris must have had something that he wanted to tell his troops, called the coach's timeout, brought them in. Quick chat with 44 remaining in the first half. And now they'll get the opportunity to inbound. That brings the ball down the court, past the halfway. Edmondson to West. A lot of traffic there. Warren gets a hand on the ball, but West gets free. Tosses it out to Edmondson and then over the top. Mangian again.
Yeah, New South Wales have got himself a comfortable lead now. We, as a player, that 6-point margin was always one that you didn't kind of want to get to, because for some reason or another, and whether it be superstition or not, 6 points is really hard to come back from. But who knows? We saw a really close game against against Germany and Canada in the last game, and that was great defence from Victoria to stop that last score from New South Wales.
Yes, looked like New South Wales might have had an opportunity to stretch it out to 7 at the main break, but couldn't get it done. The Victorians, their hands up high in defence and swatting it away. It is a 6-point break. Interested in your thoughts on what we might see in the second half. Is there anything the Victorians can maybe do differently? Anything that they can try to get this game back on their terms?
Oh, look, I think, switching in and out the inbounder like they have, with Andrew Harrison there and, at times seem to make it a little bit easier for them to be able to get the ball out of backcourt or into the front court. It's just it'll be difficult with the function that the New South Wales team have available and the lineups that they can run just means that they've just got better coverage. So risky passes in the front court, those sorts of things are become that whole lot more riskier when you've got that level of coverage.
Got their work cut out for them, for the Victorians, but join us for the second half soon. Let's see what they've got in store for us. It's 32-26 in favour of the Gladiators, and we'll be back shortly.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Welcome back to the second half of this championships game, national championships game between Victoria and New South Wales. It's New South Wales with a 6-try advantage as we open up the second half. Victorians will be looking for ways to change things up and see if they can swing the momentum of this game. Find himself in a little bit of traffic early. Harrison going backwards. A lot of pressure on the ball. Manages to toss it free though. Bounce pass gets across to Robinson. He opens the account for the Victorians in the second half. Ball comes in. Mangian's got it. Edmondson puts a big block on Harrison. Mangian gets past Kiriafaki. Throws it over the top and West gets over the line. First time we've seen Kadir check into this game, I believe. So Victoria have decided to just try something a little bit different.
Yeah, 3-2-2s, 0.5. Sorry, 3-5-2-2s and 0.5. Just a little bit more even spread across the board. Kadir is also a long-term campaigner. He's been around for quite a number of years, playing more so with the Victorian team. But he's still got a little bit of speed about him, and who knows, having a little bit more speed across the board might help them. But you can see though that it is very difficult for Victoria to defend when you've got the level of function that the New South Wales team have got.
Yeah, New South Wales staying with a good thing. They've got their same lineup out there. They've maintained throughout the first half as well. Working so far. That's a tough ball. Again, Robinson needed to go the long ball to try and beat the clock and get it over halfway. For not the first time this afternoon, we see that it hasn't come off. The Gladiators bring it back the other way.
Yeah, again, we just see, Faye just functionally superior over Harrow. And, got the intercept on that occasion. And again.
Yeah. Can she pick it off? Not quite. Again, that advantage that she had. Nearly picked it off. Just beaten by the sideline on that occasion. Deer will feed the ball back in. Harrow gets a hold of it, takes one bounce and then puts it over the top. Well-timed pass. Robinson gets on the end of it. We've got a highly entertaining game here with two very classy outfits, but worth noting a very good game happening on the other court as well, the international game between the Dutch and the Australians. It's gone into overtime and the Dutch with a lead at the moment. Focusing in on this game though. Harrison for the Victorians. He's got Fawcett over the top. Will it work? Fawcett does well. Turns back onto it. Gathers control. Then the offload to Robinson. That's a good bit of play.
Yeah, Ben did well there under a bit of duress. He had a three-pointer bearing down on him.
Fawcett, one of those former Steelers that you mentioned at the top of the call. Very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, gold medalist as well. So, he's certainly got a good repertoire, if you like.
I should be careful the way I phrase it. Say former Steelers, but very much still in the frame that there's a few of these that aren't playing for the Steelers in this tournament, but would still harbour ambitions to get back in there.
That's right. Yeah, there's quite a number that fit into what you'd call the broader squad of the Steelers, and it's been a strategy that that they've had for a number of years now to be, I suppose, to broaden the scope of that squad, and they're using many more tournaments to bring our pipeline players up to speed, and it certainly gets results.
Yeah, had a development team over in Japan, I believe, not too long ago. test out the depth of the squad, and then not long after, we're here with 4 debutants in the Steelers squad for this event.
Yeah, that's right. One of those debutants, another South Australian, and so Ty Martin-Page has showed a lot of promise over the last few years. He's been on the peripheral, and it's great to see him get a shot there with the Steelers lineup at this tournament here in Adelaide, in his hometown.
And the development of some of these players over a short space of time. There's a couple that were playing in Division 2 contests this time last year. They've forced their way up. He was one that I think a couple of years earlier was playing in Division 2 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucky under a little bit of pressure there, does well to get the arms free, lean back, get the pass out in front of Harrison. It's a nice bit of play. And then off the inbound.
Yeah, a little bit undisciplined there from Kadir. With every foul that you get and everyone that goes to the bin, the clock gets reset to 40 seconds, and when you've got a commanding lead like New South Wales do, there's no rush for them to score. They'll be very casually scoring at best, I would say, using up as much time as possible.
Yeah, so I've had the privilege of being here throughout today and yesterday as well, and taking in quite a bit of events over the years, but particularly in this tournament, I've only seen once in this tournament so far where a team didn't capitalise on the 4-3 advantage and score. There was one in the Brazil against Netherlands game yesterday where the Brazilians managed to turn it over despite the 1-player advantage, but I've only seen that once across a day and a half, and the 4-3 advantage is normally a big thing.
Yeah, it's it does happen, because again, you've also got to factor in the what the points matches are. So maybe sometimes you've got a 0.5 in the bin, but you've still got 7.5 on court. So yeah, but it's not a common thing, but it does happen. Yeah.
See the 2 Victorian high pointers on screen at the moment. They bring the ball up. Warren with some big impact. It's Mangione down in the key, and you can see wheel comes to the floor. It's rattling around. Mangione left stranded there.
That's another thing that doesn't happen very often, Jason, but it's quite funny when it does. So wheel popping off like that, bit of theatre. So.
Big impact.
Yeah, Jaden, because he, as a 3-point player, he's actually got quite a lot of function. He can, I believe he can still walk. And so he's got the ability to really stand into those hits. And I remember from playing against him back in the day that if you get hit by him, you stay hit by hit. And
I imagine one of the more enjoyable elements of the game is being able to lay those big hits, perhaps not so much being on the other end of them. Correct.
That's right, yeah. And you can see here, Stu under a lot of duress. He's effectively got 6.5 points defending him, so...
It's a real bonus, though, when those low pointers can get over the line and score. You said earlier it's not particularly their role, but when they can do it, as Fawcett did on the previous occasion, it's a big advantage. And then this time, defensive effort was strong from the Victorians. Spilt the turnover, created a 2-on-1. Turnover came out, or the ball came out, forced a turnover.
Yeah, they're New South Wales are running I think an underpoint lineup at the moment. So if they're going to claw some points back, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, don't see that often in terms of an underpoint lineup. Referenced it earlier in one of the ACT Buccaneers lineups that they were also underpoint, but don't see that often. But just looking for a different combination out there.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably resting Edmo just for a couple of minutes, and just they've got the benefit of that 5-point margin at the moment. So yeah, I think it's an opportune time for to take a bit of a rest if it's needed.
Yeah, with a 6-player roster, you don't always have the luxury of just a like-for-like replacement. It's not always going to match up.
No, that's right.
But good for a couple of fresh players to get involved in the game. Forrest, a very experienced campaigner. He's the coach as well. He's checked in, but alongside him, Peter Campbell-Rogers. It's a 2024 wheelchair rugby recruit. Only been in the game for 12 months or so now, but progressing really well and on the radar as part of the development squad for the Steelers too. Margin is 5. Victorians have done well. Keep pace with them here. It's stretched out to 7 or 8 earlier. Just pegged a couple back. Oh, look at the reach from Warren. Faye West gets around it though. Ball over the top works. Defense was swarming.
Yeah, Manjun with his manoeuvrability there a little bit hard for Will Tahini and Ben Fawcett to be able to corral.
Yes, when you send 2 to the ball carrier, if you can pressure and get it free, it's a big help. But if it doesn't, if you don't get it out and they get it onto their teammates, then they do have a lot of space to work into.
Yeah, definitely.
Here's Boris, the inbound. West gets free, taps it on. Thought she had a bit of space to work into. Robinson shut it down in a hurry. Powered past her, picked it off, and tosses it back the other way for Warren. Really good defensive effort from Robinson. Need a few more of those. They peg the margin back to 4. The turnovers making a big difference.
Yeah, I'd suggest that New South Wales probably aren't going to let it drop back to too much before they make a couple of roster changes here. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes. I think I can see Andrew Edmondson there just ready to check in, I think.
Yes, might not be long until they get back to that starting 4 they've played the majority of the game with. Under 90 seconds to go in this term. Warren works his way through. West is going to get across there to stop his run, but Robinson down the left side of the court managed to become an option. The ball went over the top. Robinson gets it. And you're right, Steve. Edmondson was waiting there. McZane as well. A couple of changes made. Those fresh athletes for New South Wales checked in. Gave a good 5 or so minute spell. But now back to the starting 4. Ball over the top. Edmondson was the one that had some space to get into.
Yeah, so I must admit, you know, as a 2-point player, when you've got a 3-5 or 2 on the court, with the attention that they attract, you tend to get a bit of space to be able to do some things. It's
nice gather and offload from Will Tandy. It's the applause of the local South Australian crowd.
Right.
Happy with the local boy. Comes back the other way. New South Wales just scoring a little more easily than Victoria as a trend throughout this game.
You can see they're using Will in this seagull. I would imagine that Jaden will go long at some stage to him.
There it is. Yeah, great call. Expert comments from Steve Porter, the 4-time Paralympian, saw that one before it happened. Warren bounces it down a couple of times. Only got 8 seconds to be able to hold on to the ball. He's probably bouncing it a bit more rapidly than he needs to, but making sure of things. Team's giving him a countdown. Oh, Robinson tries to hit, force it over. Not sure if he's got there, has he? Oh, it looks like
He has.
Looks like they are going to count it. There we go.
Bit of help there from Stu Robinson to push Ben across the line there. Was
not Not sure the first pass to force it was necessarily on. But once he had it, they had to find a way to help him over, and they did. 5 seconds to work with. I don't think New South Wales is going to have time. No, the time clock beats them. They can't extend their lead, but they do take a lead into the final change. They are up 46-42. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be a part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
And we're back. We can see the New South Wales Gladiators heading out into position. The 4-point lead as we approach the final term. Their matchup against Victoria. This will have a big influence on who might get through to a gold medal game in the championships on Sunday. Victoria needs something pretty special to get it done from here. They did have a good third term. New South Wales have reverted back to their starting four, their best lineup. Victoria staying with a high-low lineup, putting Robinson and Warren out there together, Fawcett and Tahini alongside them. And both teams open up with an early try, and the margin stays at 4.
Yeah, New South Wales certainly have had the edge here so far. Easing off there with an underpoint lineup for a couple of minutes, but now they'll mean a bit of business for the rest of this game, so I'm sure they'll take it out relatively comfortably.
Yes, you'd expect New South Wales to get it done from here. It'll take something pretty special from the Victorians to change that. But they've got a couple of elite players out there, Robinson and Warren. And Fawcett too, all international players. Robinson takes a bounce. Used up more than half of the shot clock now. Down to 15 on that shot clock. See it in your screen in the background. Tosses it over the top. I think the penalty try has been awarded, so Victoria get that one on the board. Traffic. Warren had a hand on the ball momentarily. Man, she had powers away though.
Yeah, it's an interesting game in some respects. You can see Jaden Warren, number 4 for Victoria, and then also Ollie Mangion, both 3-point players. But you can see Ollie just has that bit more speed, bit more manoeuvrability, just because he's got that full trunk, and probably because he doesn't have the weight of legs as well, just has that just a little bit more speed off the mark and able to cover Jaden, who's more of a spinal player. So just an interesting comparison.
Yeah, so both have a 3-point classification. You mentioned some advantages to mention then. Is there some advantages that perhaps come back the other way and Warren might be able to use?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see, conversely, you can see that, Jaden's got the reach. He's got, probably some better hand function, at least on one side. So he has, some advantages that, that bode well for him as well in different parts of the game.
It's interesting how those strengths and weaknesses come out within a game. There's that reach on show, a defensive reach. Gets a hand in there twice to knock it free. Unfortunate for him that ball spilt free and then fell into the hands of West. Tosses one over her head. Great vision to be able to see that option.
Yeah, didn't have a lot of choice, so it was a bit of Hail Mary. Faye was probably going to go over the sideline before too long if she didn't unload it, so it was a good option.
Yeah, the contact was coming, nudging her closer to that sideline. They wait for Fawcett to work his way down. Fawcett's going to have the responsibility of the inbound. Goes the short one to Warren and cross court to Robinson. Needs some help with some blocks because the clock is counting down. Needed to go the long ball. Has. Heaney's not going to be able to get there. Ambitious long ball. That's back to probably more of what we saw in the first half, where they had to resort to that ambitious long ball and it didn't come off.
Yeah, a little bit too much heat there for Will. Manjom was probably lucky to get away with not being called for a foul there on Will. It was a bit of unnecessary contact. So
plenty of contact again. Warren reaches out. I think he's caught his arm in that contact. A little bit of discomfort. That contact on the arms. It must be significant, Steve, within a game. The amount of contact that happens must be regularly, that people are getting hit in the hands and arms in a game.
Well, theoretically, you shouldn't be. I mean, there's a lot of camber on the wheels, so people think that there's it's likely that you're going to get your fingers jammed. That generally only happens if your hands are down by the floor, reaching to get a ball or something. But there is inadvertent reaching and things like that happen that do make contact. But generally, your arms, your upper limbs are kind of not too bad. It's really more the pushing and the manoeuvring on court that takes its toll.
Yeah. Yeah, some big distances, I should say, covered by these athletes. The up and back, the average score in a Division 1 game last year was 100 points. We're going to go well past that in this game. Up and back that many times. It's a big distance covered, and a lot of it is done with power and with burst off the mark.
Yeah, it is. I don't know typically how many kilometres a high point player, for example, would cover in a game, but it would be fairly substantial. It's, you're pretty much constantly moving.
Yes, I think I've seen some of the data and some of the trackers on some of the athletes out of some European events recently where it was 4 or 5 kilometres throughout an event for some of those high point players. The up and back.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Some more good defence there for New South Wales, forcing another backcourt 8-second backfoot violation.
Yeah, can't afford those turnovers. Margin has started to spread a little bit. And it looked like there was a risky pass there. Robertson with some contact on Edmondson, might have been able to stop him, but Edmondson controls it well, controls the chair, gets hold of the ball and then crosses over. And the margin has quickly gone out to 7. It was back to 4 earlier. We thought maybe Victoria might be able to do something. But very quickly, New South Wales have put it beyond doubt now. For and against, though, still very important as the tournament goes on. Victoria had a narrow loss yesterday against the Queensland Cyclones. They went down 51-48 in that one, after they'd earlier beaten Chungnam by 11. So still in the positive in the for and against. Need a few results to go their way if they want to get to the gold medal game with a couple of losses against their name. But still want to keep this one close and potentially still stay in the positive for the tournament.
Yeah, I'd be pretty confident that Victoria, despite the, what's likely to be the result here, will be there at the business end of this tournament. That's a pretty formidable lineup when you look at what they can put on court. It's just Mangion very lucky not to be called for an over and back there.
Yeah, came from the front half. Pass came his way. Still got the timing just right. Yes, Victoria still to play against the West Coast Enforcers. They haven't met up against them yet. Enforcers yet to get a win on the board, so there should be opportunity for Victoria to get back on the winners list within that one. Robinson goes backwards for a little bit and comes back out the front way.
Nice. You can see 2 plays in a row now that Will's done some great screening there. Just to be able to, in that case, enable them to score, but in the case, the play before was able to get Jaden free to receive that ball in the front court. So just that behind-the-scenes work that we were talking about earlier that low-point players don't always get the recognition for. So.
Yeah, relishing the opportunity to rise up to Division 1 in this year's tournament. It's a call from the ref on the play. It's going to be Warren that works his way over towards the penalty box as a result.
Yeah, he unfortunately went over the sideline, the baseline rather, in that last-ditch effort to stop that score from Andrew Edmondson.
New South Wales up by 6. Clock is their friend at this point. 2 minutes left to go. It's 30 on the shot clock as well. They'll chew up some of that clock while they've got the extra player on court, particularly with the points advantage they have on the court, given Warren the three-pointer is sitting aside. Decide they will take the opportunity to score. Shot clock still had about 15 to go, but they figure it's comfortable enough. They might as well cross it over. Warren comes back onto the court, force it with the inbound, but there is a lot of traffic. You can see it on your screen, top left. Oh, the pass works well. Needed to be a perfect pass. It was from Fawcett. Robinson with the reach.
Must have been called for a unsportsmanlike or flagrant or something.
You're right. Warren's still off.
He should have come in on that score. Otherwise.
You're right. I thought it was a lot of traffic, and that's why there was the opportunity for New South Wales to park 4 around the 2 potential Victorians that could get it on the inbound. Warren checks back in now. Immediately puts some pressure on the ball carrier. Typically those penalties, you're off for 60 seconds or until the next try, which is normally what occurs first. Mangion works his way through. Force it with some more options to go to this time.
Goes pass, always a bit of a risk. Hopefully Will can get this one.
The big ball over the top, unlucky. Bounce of the ball just beyond reach. They have tried that play a few times. It might be something that they're keeping in mind for their next encounter as well. There's Will down there for the long ball.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic from Will. He'd normally pull those in, but I think there's a bit of sun in the eyes going on at that particular area of the court.
Yeah, unusual for an indoor stadium, but we made comment on the same thing at about this time yesterday afternoon, that it just became a little bit of a challenge for the players. Some sunlight over the roof and enough sunlight coming through that it does create a challenge. Now it's essentially 3-on-3 on your screen. The opposite end of the court. Edmondson and Fawcett will come into your screen soon. Fawcett's got Edmondson trapped. They're just having a conversation over there, reliving the Steelers' glory days, perhaps.
That's right. Fellow Steelers teammates.
With a 7-point gap, shot clock now off. We're into the final 30 seconds of this clash. Robinson still giving it everything. Manages to get a hand on it. But possession will stay with New South Wales. Timeout called. Despite the 7-point gap, still going to try and take every advantage they can. So they call the timeout, advance themselves down past halfway.
That's obviously a new rule change as well.
Yeah, late in the quarter. It's a big thing. Oh, the inbound pass doesn't work. Warren with the big reach, that advantage of his that you mentioned earlier. He tosses it forward. Robertson gets a hold of it. It's 2-on-3. There is a points advantage for the Victorians. And it works. Warren crosses, 2.4 on the clock. Reaches the gap to 6, and you would imagine that that's going to be all she wrote in this one. New South Wales, no timeout available, not advancing it down court. And the siren goes, and that does finish this clash. Division 1 clash in the National Championships between New South Wales and Victoria finishes with New South Wales victors by 6. A scoreline of 58-52. Steve, get your thoughts on that game. An impressive performance from New South Wales.
Yeah, it was. As you kind of said from the outset, they've just got that functional, I suppose, advantage. With Faye. I mean, she's an accomplished player as a 3.5 in her own right, but to get that discount and have those, the two amputee players, as well as Edmondson, as well as the low point capability they've got, was always going to be a tough challenge for Victoria. But they did pretty well under the circumstances. But probably a few learnings in there for Victoria. But it was probably went the way that we thought it would go. So they can regroup, think about it, and focus on the next game. And but as I said before, I think Victoria is still going to be a strong chance to be there in that final.
Yeah, they've got a strong squad. They'll bounce back for sure. New South Wales, they remain undefeated. We're halfway through our broadcast of today's events. 3 games down. We've got 3 to come. Up next will be a Division 2 contest between the South Australian Sharks, the hometown team, and the Queensland Tornadoes. So stay with us. We'll be back soon to bring that game to you as well.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love light and easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's light and easy.
Printing! I'm onto it!
I've got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Welcome back to the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. We're here on day 2, a 4th game of 6 games coming to you through our live stream. My name is Jason Anderson, and it's my pleasure to bring to you this game between the South Australian Sharks and the team that you just saw on your screen, the Queensland Tornadoes. Division 2 action. The Tornadoes played a little bit earlier. They lost in their opening game to the ACT Buccaneers. They went down 46-35 in that one. South Australian Sharks, the hometown team, they've had an opportunity to check out the opposition before they get started. This will be their first game of the tournament. A talented lineup. You can see the Sharks on your screen there. Have a look through their team list. We've got number 10, Michael Barry, 9, Jatima Chinisari, 2, Zach Robertson, 1, Jet Johnson, 4, Caleb Crowden, 11, Gussie Fowler, 5, Shane Brand, 6, James Coleman, and 3, Gordon Broome. Their coach is Andy Phillips and manager is Sam Phillips. Meanwhile, over at the Tornadoes, they came up short in their opening clash against the Buccaneers. They do have an outfit that's capable of more than I think they produced in that first one. They're highlighted by a couple of high pointers. 8, Natalie Miller. 5, Ben Chalker. 4, Albie Everett. 12, Ronald Chater. 3, Jason Ellery. 1, Sean Senbull Lynch. 6, Bridie Moore. 2, Armin Dillon. Their coach is David Wood. Their manager is Nat Charlton. You can see on your screens, players starting to head out onto the court. Still got a little bit of time before we'll kick off. The players just starting to get ready. A little bit of warm up. See, just bouncing the ball into the right of your screen now is Albie Everett. He's someone that stood out in the Tornadoes' opening clash against the Buccaneers. They didn't get the result they were looking for, but they've unearthed a little bit of a talent there. He stood out with his reach, his ability to get that ball up high and away from opposing defenders, and then also when it was on the ground to be able to pluck it and get there before some of his opponents could. He had an impressive outing. South Australians, see when we went through their team list, it is a deep squad. They've got a good mix of players that have vast amounts of experience through to players that are fairly new to the game. They are the defending champions in Division 2 of the National Championships. They were successful in last year's final against this very outfit, the Queensland Tornadoes. Last year's team, there's a few of the representatives for the Sharks that are backing up again. Zach Robertson, Gus Fowler, and James Coleman all back into action. Over at the Tornadoes, it's a completely new look team, so we would normally say that there'll be a few seeking revenge. But these players, they weren't part of that team in the unsuccessful campaign of 2024. It's a new mix and a new lineup for the Queensland Tornadoes. As we count down into the final minute before this game will get underway, you can see the referees just having a chat, getting the final touches in place so that they can take this game forward. It's a round-robin competition in Division 2. The 3 teams, these 2 that are playing now, plus the Buccaneers that I referenced earlier, they play against each other a couple of times. Tornadoes on court in the early game, then facing off in this one. So they'll have a couple of opportunities to take a look at their opponents. And then we've got some finals on Sunday where the opportunity presents for one of these teams to go home as the Division 2 champions. There's opportunity for team success, but individual success as well. We saw from last year's edition that there was a couple of Division 2 players that found themselves in Division 2 last year and are now on court with the Steelers at this year's edition. So you can progress rapidly through the development pathways and up into the elite level. And there's a couple of players that no doubt will be harbouring higher ambitions as they go on. But we're ready now. The refs have us in place, and there's the tip-off. And the Tornadoes get first use of it. Natalie Miller winning the tip-off, and down to Chalker. So the high pointers in action immediately, but Chalker, as soon as he came over that halfway line, the Sharks knocked him straight back over it, and he's called for the over and back turnover early in this game, and the Sharks now will have an opportunity to take possession. James Coleman takes the inbound, tosses it in and finds Zach Robertson. He goes over the top. There's the number 10, the high pointer, Michael Barry, that gets on the end of that. Mentioned a few players that might be harbouring Steelers ambitions. He's not one of them. He's a New Zealand import. He's a development player from New Zealand that gets an opportunity to show his wares in this competition. And he'd be looking at higher honours in the New Zealand outfit, which are also here competing in the World event. So they would have their team here and will be keeping an eye on him for sure. Meanwhile, it goes back the other way. Chalker gets stopped just before the line, but there's a penalty called on the play, and the penalty try will be awarded, and that gets the Tornadoes underway. We're tied at 1 apiece early in this one. Straight down the middle comes Michael Barry and answers quickly though. Only 2 plays down the court for the Sharks so far, but both have gone through Barry's hands. He's going to be an important piece. We see play just pause for a moment. Technical time called as Bridie Moore, that you see on the centre of your screen there, just needs some running repairs. Mechanics out there quickly. Lift up, wheel comes off. While that happens, the rest of the players gather in the mid-court. See them all coming together. The strategy and the tactics already coming into play as they try and position themselves, block each other. Moore has the wheel put back on and she's ready to go. And then we'll take the responsibility of the inbound. So we're back in action. Moore looking for options. And just held up for a second as a ball from the warm-ups on the court alongside come across. So a few delays, but we are back now. Moore looking for options. Goes the bounce pass. Tests it out, Chalker, but he's good enough. Reels it in front of Barry. Mick Barry with the defensive effort. Forces Chalker into an ambitious long ball. Goes over the top. Miller was able to reel it in, but not in time. 12 seconds to bring that ball over the half court. And the clock counted down. They weren't able to do it inside the time that's allowed. And the Sharks forced a turnover with some defense in their back half. Zach Robertson now takes it. Takes a bounce. Has a chat to Mick Barry. Trying to position his teammates. Keeps working his way through, and then just a little dump pass to Barry, who was close to the line, and helps him to go over. And a small break early in this game for the Sharks. And then a quick turnover off the inbound. The Sharks managed to spread that out to 4. A 4-1 lead now. Bridie Moore looking for the inbound. Goes to her fellow low pointer in Armand Dillon. He can't handle. And the ball spills out of bounds, and the Sharks will have another opportunity. We saw turnovers as a big part of the Tornadoes' first game. They struggled to maintain possession of the ball. It's been a little issue here early. Ball itself, it's a lot of grippo or similar substance on the ball, becomes very sticky, particularly as the players have it on their hands and their gloves. The ball probably gets stickier as the game goes on, so a few little handling errors early. There's Mick Barry. That was a tough pass. Went the ambitious pass. Robertson was the intended target. He couldn't reel it in. It'll go off Sharks' hands and go out of bounds. And Ronnie Chater will bring the ball back in. Looks for the long ball. Lucky. Takes a bounce off James Coleman's shoulder and then goes out. Chater looking for an easier pass this time. Finds it, finds Ellery. He's working past halfway. Dumps it over the top. Chalker gets it. And he's away and through. Tornadoes needed one just to settle things a little bit. Coleman with the inbound to Barry. Barry powers his way past halfway. Chalker tried to put a stop to him. Couldn't get there in time though. Barry, a speedy athlete. Mentioned earlier. He's come over from the New Zealand development team. High pointer with some pace. A lean build. Moves around the court quickly. Slightly lower in his chair than the counterpart, Chalker, 3.5er from the Tornadoes. He's able to get some power through those wheels and build up his speed. Here's Robertson now. He gets it over the top. And not a lot of power and speed needed on this occasion for Barry. That's a nice, easy ball. Robertson able to draw the defence to him. The inbound pass, it's another turnover. Ellery puts his hand up, says, sorry, mate, that's not how I drew it up. They've given away 3 off of the inbounds inside 3.5 minutes. They just need to get that part of their game better under control. This time they work it up past halfway. Chalker finds Chater. He has a look over the top. Moore was there momentarily. Robertson came and shut it down. Couldn't go there, then had to force a pass. And it hasn't come off. Goes through the end court, out of bounds. Last touch off the Tornadoes. So the Sharks will have an opportunity to inbound, but they've coughed it up. It's a tough spot on the court to inbound from, deep in your own back court, over on the sideline. Chalker goes over the top. I think it was designed for Chater. Moore thought it was for her. Reached out, and then neither of them ended up with it. Spills free. Again, the Sharks will have an opportunity to bring it in. Ball comes in. Robertson gets it. A little bit of space to work into. Chalker gets there, though. See the determination on his face. Chater came across as well. The pass goes behind Barry, so he needs to turn back for it. Has the speed to do it. Bit of sun in his eyes as he wheels away. He's over the line. Stretches it out to a 5-point margin. We've played less than 5 minutes. It's dangerous territory for the Tornadoes. For those that have been with us throughout the coverage today, it's on with Steve Porter, 4-time Paralympian, former Steeler in the last game. He mentioned that the 6-point margin tends to be one is very hard to overcome. It's a bit of a mental, psychological element to the 6-point margin. Unlucky number for some. And unfortunately for the Tornadoes, they look like they've turned it over again, and the Sharks will have an opportunity to extend it out to 6 far earlier in this game than we might have imagined. Couple of changes made for the Sharks now. Fresh players enter the game. Shane Brand comes into the game. He is a former Steeler, a Paralympian. Silver medalist back in the Beijing Paralympics. So he's a handy player to have come off the bench and into the game. Jutama Chinnasari also enters. She's a high pointer, female athlete. So comes with a points discount. It's a 1-point discount now for our high pointers, the female high pointers. It allows the Sharks to play with 9 points on the floor while she's out there. there she is. And unfortunately gets forced over the halfway line for an over and back call. Yeah, huge advantage to have a female high pointer and get some more points out on the floor. Saw in Division 1 action in the last game that New South Wales had the similar advantage. Faye West it was in that game for the New South Wales Gladiators, and it made a huge impact when she was on the court. Back to this one though. Ball boggles around a little bit, comes off a few sets of hands. But inevitably, it's going to be Queensland ball. Chater looks for some options. Ellery breaks and finds some space. Good pass, good movement off the ball. They claw one back. Shane Brand with the inbound. Goes to Robertson. Brand putting on a block now and does it perfectly to allow Robertson to get past Chalker, and then Ellery couldn't reel him in. Good play by Shane Brand. And we're in need of some repairs again. So the support staff for the Sharks come out. You can see the number 6 in the middle of your screen. James Coleman from the Sharks. Just calling from assistance, getting some of that strapping right. It's really important that these athletes are comfortable in the chairs. Robertson just getting a little bit of adjustment to his sleeve as well. Yeah, very important these athletes are comfortable, positioned right in their chairs. If they're going to perform to an elite level like this competition is, then they've got to have everything working in their favour. Ellery making a break for it. Chater puts on a block. Sends his opponent to the floor. Shane Brand wasn't the biggest of hits. Just caught him in the wrong position there. At the speeds that they're travelling, it just takes a knock in the wrong spot and the fall to the floor can be to the result. He's up and about. Support team doing a great job again. Inbounds now. Sharks away again. Chinasari this time. Watches for the traffic coming from behind. Ball gets knocked free. Chinasari works back onto it, keeps it in. But only straight into the hands of Ben Chalker. Chalker playing for the Queensland outfit here. It's a WA native. Spends a fair bit of time with the West Australian athletes. Mentioned in an earlier call, somewhat of a growing interest in para ice hockey. Robin Lambert, another athlete in the Western Australian Division 1 team that has an interest in that. Many of these athletes are dual sport athletes or more than dual sport athletes, competing across a number of different sports. Get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Chalker, the WA native, as I mentioned. Ronald Chater, another teammate out there playing for the Tornadoes. The Cyclones, of course, Queensland's Division 1 team, playing for the Tornadoes. Chater is also a WA native, so they've had a couple that have come over on the long flight. Met the Queensland team halfway here in Adelaide. We do see the teams get mixed up a little bit. Not necessarily by state jurisdictions as much at this level. It's important that each team has the ability to put a balanced lineup on the court, the right number of high, medium and low pointers. Occasionally do have to pinch them from another jurisdiction to make sure that the competition is nice and even. And this game just starting to even up a little bit as well. South Australia got away to an early break. The Tornadoes edging back, but that pass doesn't help. Just as they were building some momentum, pulled the margin back to 4, but then a pass his teammate no favours, and it heads out of bounds. Ball comes back in via Robertson. He's of course a champion with the Sharks in the 2024 edition. Looking for an opportunity. Oh, not much space to work in there, but managed to find his way through. Shane Brand put on the block, gave him just enough space, gave him a chair's width to go through, and he used it, found his way over. Yeah, here comes Ellery for Queensland. Gets it over halfway, then tosses it over to Chater. He has a little look around, calls back to his team. Notice set up on the defensive side now. And off the screen, or now to the top left of your screen, you can see it's a 2-on-1 pinning of players. It was Robertson that the Queensland defenders went to. Blocked him out, but couldn't stop Brandon Chinesari from getting free. And eventually they have to turn their attention to the ball carriers. Robertson gets himself free and gets on the end of it. So it was good pressure from the Queenslanders off the inbound. But the Sharks managed to navigate their way through it. And Robertson can get on the end of some nice play. Got another tyre change. Hear the air coming out of that one. These tyres take a lot of impact. That one was just a slow decompression of the tyre. Do at times hear a really loud burst. Echoes through the stadium when they really pop. There's a lot of pressure. High amount of PSI that go through these, particularly for our high pointers, to enable them to move at rapid speeds. Chalk, after having his wheel changed over, takes a little break with minute 15 left on the clock. It's Albie Everett that checks back in. Ball gets over the top. It was bouncing loose for a while. Chater was able to get on the end of it. Ball comes into Robertson. Robertson gets it over the halfway line. Takes a bounce. And then weaves his way through. The pressure came from the front from Everett. Robertson saw it coming and moved around it. Now here's Ellery. Gets past the halfway line quickly. Everett with a big block. Creates the space so that Ellery can't be run down. Ellery gets across the line. Chase down defender was looming. The block very timely. Albie Everett had him in his sights. Here's Robertson. Offloads. Brand can't get a hold of it. Would have been distracted by the sun on the court there. Just got a narrow strip on that right-hand side of the court, where the sun's getting in the eyes on occasion with some of the players. But with the Sharks holding a 13-9 lead, 27.1 left, as you can see in the top right of your screen. Timeout is called by Queensland. David Wood brings his team together. Mentioned a couple of Western Australians in this team. David Wood as the coach. He's a Tasmanian. He's the first Tasmanian to be a coach at this level at the National Championships. So that's a huge honour for him. He's giving some instructions out to his team. Just talking through things. What are their options? 27 seconds left to play. Maybe hoping that they can get forward, use up the clock, and score just as time expires and not give South Australia an opportunity to come back. Timeout advances them down past halfway. Chater tosses it in. Ellery has it. Good pressure on the ball carrier. works his way through it. They decide they're not going to chew up all of the clock. That level of pressure that came on the ball, they figure let's take the score while we can. They get it over. And with 18 and a half left, it's now South Australia's time to call a timeout and advance the ball. They're not going to have a chat, not going to bring it in and talk through it. They just want that ball advanced down past halfway. Don't have much time to work with. So every metre helps. Comes into Robertson. Blocks on from Chater. He gets a piece of the ball. Not enough of it. Robertson able to control it. Gets it over the top, and Shane Brand crosses for the try. And I thought Queensland might control the clock and get the last score, and there's been 2 tries since then. So they're playing at a faster pace than I might have thought. Ellery gets onto that one. Throws the long ball forward. There's a throw in hope, but it hasn't come off. South Australia are able to gather it, make sure there wasn't going to be a try right on the siren. And that draws a close to the first period, with South Australia taking a strong lead into the first break. Stay with us. We'll be back for plenty more action after this.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And we're back. The cameras looking at this Queensland outfit as the quarter time break draws to a close. Queensland with a bit of work to do. You can see the score up in the background of the screen there. It's 14-10 in favour of South Australia. They got most of that gap inside the first 3 minutes of the quarter. Took a real early lead while the Tornadoes had a few issues handling the ball, coughed up a few inbound passes. But then things steadied, margins stayed pretty consistent since then. Queensland will be hoping that they can play more like they did in the final few minutes of that term throughout the remainder of the game. Second quarter gets underway now. The inbound pass comes to Gordon Broome. Tried to get it over the top. Defensive arms managed to block it out. McBarry gets across to save the day. Loose ball on the court. Managed to gather it. Need to take a bounce. Held on to it for a while. There it is. 8 seconds to hold possession before you need to bounce it down on the floor. Good hit. Albie Everett with the big hit on McBarry. Forces the ball free. Everett then controls the ball. Finds Ellery over the top. And then they've got Chater in a lot of space. He manages to gather it. Little boggle there. Had some trouble handling it, but got a hold of it in the end and crosses the line, and that's just the start that Queensland needed. Cutting the margin back to 3. Nick Barry now gets some space to work into, though. Doesn't use all his energy on this one. Ellery comes in with the chase, but isn't going to reel him in. Ellery will take the inbound for Queensland. Goes for a long option, good stretch and catch from Chater. He then pops it over the halfway line. Nice little pop past Everett. Now be Everett gets over. Scoring coming a little more easily to Queensland now than it was early in the game. Just need to get a few defensive stops to go along with it. Not to be this time. Well, it looks like the refs have found a call on the play. And they have called a penalty going back to Queensland. So possession changes hands. Now, close to the sideline. Ellery works it up. Sharks try to knock him over but couldn't do it. Ball pops out. Everett was the intended target. Barry was going there as well. Everett managed to just reach in and stop Barry from getting it cleanly, and then it came off Barry's hands last and out of bounds. So Queensland retained possession. Shot clock down to 29. Went with the aggressive pass into the key to Chater. It didn't come off. There was a second off the clock, but they'll reset again. This time more conservative with the inbound. Chater comes out to meet it. Semble Lynch puts on a block. Allows Everett to get over the top. And he gets it over the line. Caleb Crowden into the game for the Sharks. He has the inbounding responsibilities. Gets it over to Barry. Really good block from Crowden as well. Created a lane for Barry to use and get over the line. Chaser goes to Ellery. Ellery just has really good speed. For a 2.0 athlete, his speed just exceeds that of most of his other contemporaries at this level. And uses his speed there to get across on defense and get a touch on. And he forces the turnover. Barry tried to reel it in but couldn't do it. Again, just some speed on show. Ellery just throws the arms out to try and relax the muscles a bit. He's putting a lot of power through those wheels. As the inbound now to Chater. See a really interesting contrast. Both 2-point players in Ellery and Chater. They combine there to get the score. Chater, brute force athlete, is able to use strength and power. Ellery, more agile, a bit more speed. Both a 2.0 classification. Now, ball gets over the line. It's Caleb Crowden, another 2.0. He tosses it out. Queensland got a touch on it, but it's not the last touch. The last touch came off the Sharks. Queensland will take possession of the ball. And at 16-15, there's the opportunity for Queensland to tie this up for the first time since the very beginning of this game. Albie Everett gets those long levers up. Had an option he liked. Pass didn't quite find it though. Barry was able to get in and disrupt it, but couldn't gather cleanly. Goes out of bounds. Queensland retain possession. Ellery will bring it in. Chater with the ball now. A lot of traffic, a lot of congestion. You can see all the chairs on your screen. Zoom in, we can see Crowden getting a hand on the ball. Chater looking for a way to get around him. Eventually finds it. The shot clock is counting down. Down to 5. Struggle to get there. And the siren goes off. They had to go with a desperate pass at the end. Sean Senball-Lynch down too low. Not a pass he was going to be able to gather. And the shot clock expires. So just when they had an opportunity to tie it up, the Sharks, really solid defense, prevent that from happening. Now Mick Barry, Kiwi athlete, brings it down. It's a nice block. Jet Johnson it was, put the block on and created an opportunity. The inbound pass. Broome gets a hand on it. It's come off him last. Broome with a change of singlet from last year. He was a Queensland Tornado in the 2024 National Championships. Moves over to the Sharks this year. He's got an esteemed rugby history. Started in schoolboy rugby, represented the Gordon Rugby Club, and now continues his passion in wheelchair rugby. Mentioned dual sport athletes. He's another of those. He competes in adaptive mountain biking and works as an adaptive guide in his home state of Tasmania. So a very active athlete. Fit as a fiddle. Here's Gordon Broome. He does his work off the screen now with some blocks. Mick Barry looks over the top. He finds his teammate, Caleb Crowden. Quick inbound. Ellery gets onto it and has a lot of space to work into. Enough time to look around, give his team a moment to assess on defense now. Jason Ellery gets over. Crowden brings it in and powers his way down the court, trying to get the block on. He's trying to block Chater and Everett. Blocks Chater out, and then Barry's able to get around Everett and score. Queensland going an extended period of time with a balanced lineup. No high pointer on the court. Their highest points classification is that man on your screen, the ball carrier at the moment, Albie Everett, is a 2.5. Putting a 2.5, 2 2s and a 1. So not using the full 8 classification points that you can have on the floor. 7.5 out there at the moment. It's unusual for that to happen, but it does occur. You just want to try and get a different mix out there. Senball-Lynch is a player as a 1 classification. He might have had a provisional 1.5 coming into the event, and then was reassigned as a 1. The 1 on the back of his chair. So a very balanced lineup for the Tornadoes. They toss the ball forward. Albie Everett gets a hold of it. Contact comes. Doesn't faze him. Looks over the top and finds Ellery. Looking to use that speed again. Not successful this time. Had to go with an ambitious pass, and Mick Barry picks it off. He comes down the court with speed. You can see in the background, Crowden says, "You go, mate. You go all the way." And he does. That is the advantage of the high pointer on the floor. Mentioned Queensland with a balanced lineup, don't have one. South Australia do. Mick Barry out there. And he's able to use that speed and get away. See some running repairs for Jason Ellery in the background. Thumbs up from the team mechanic. We'll be able to get back underway. South Australians still holding on to a lead. Did tighten up, just pushed it back out to 4. Chater with the inbound. Ellery with the speed, came from nowhere. Wasn't in picture when the ball was thrown in. Got hold of it, but then his pass goes astray. And good pace. The South Australian, Jet Johnson, defensively managed to cut off the passing lane, get a hold of the ball, and then use that speed to get through. Another of those 2-pointers that is showing speed, perhaps beyond that classification. And Tornadoes toss it away back down the other end. Jet Johnson is one of the South Australian natives. Plays his wheelchair rugby here in South Australia. Excited to represent the Sharks in this one, no doubt. Caleb Crowden and Zach Robertson, two others that have featured heavily for the Sharks already. South Australian-based players as well. We just saw another Will Tahini feature in the Division 1 clash that was on immediately before this. He was playing for Victoria, relishing an opportunity to play at a higher level. And another South Australian that was here with the Sharks only a couple of years ago was winning Division 2 MVP honours. Ty Martin Page is now over with the Steelers. So South Australian wheelchair rugby is in a really strong position. A number of emerging athletes highlighted by Martin Page playing for the Steelers. The Steelers, of course, having a hard time of it in this World Challenge, the international event. They've brought over some of the best from around the world, and they're finding it difficult against them. They've had a narrow loss to the Netherlands just earlier this afternoon, a game that went to overtime, and the Dutch able to get it done in overtime, and they are undefeated through their 3 clashes in the world event so far. A bit of a boil over in that one. The Dutch ranked 13th in the world. The Australians enter this tournament ranked 2nd. And the Dutch just keep getting it done. We'll turn our attention back to this court and the action in front of us. Zach Robertson spent a period of time off the floor in this quarter, resting up. South Australians have a deep squad. They've got 11 players in their roster. Trying to give some time to all of them. They're rotating through all of them so far. First game, so they want to make sure they get all of them out there, get them all a touch, get them involved. And as the tournament goes on, they'll have a better understanding of their best lineups and the best balance that they can put on the floor. Emily Miller for Queensland works it forward, takes some contact, tosses it out to Moore, and then over to Chalker. Queensland have returned to a high-low lineup now. Chalker and Miller. Natalie Miller, 3.5 classification. She's in pursuit of Robinson. Robinson gets there. There's a little grin on his face. It does seem like this is perhaps the strongest lineup the Sharks can put on the floor, because very rapidly they've been able to stretch the margin to 7. Miller needs to get it over halfway quickly. Does so, but not successfully. It's a turnover. Robertson tosses it back. Broome tried to gather, he couldn't. But Mick Barry swept in to lend some help. And we'll have a timeout just to chat a few things over, send a couple of new players into the game. The Sharks, it's Chinasari back into it. This is her first time competing in wheelchair rugby, so she's an emerging prospect. Good athletic profile. We're looking for more from her, but here's the Queenslanders just talking things over. David Wood giving a few orders. Just having a chat through things with under a minute left to play. Unfortunately, they've let things stretch out from them in the last few minutes. Back end of the first term and the first half of this term, really competitive from the Tornadoes. It's just got out of hand a little bit. Plenty of open conversation. This is the 4 that Queensland will put back out onto the court with Miller and Chalker, Moore and Dillon. It's an outfit they've run with for fairly large periods. So, after a lengthy discussion, can they come up with a play that works? It looks pretty good off the inbound. That's exactly what the coach would have drawn up. Moore with a slick bounce pass. Chalker into some space. And gets it over the line. Coach should be hoping he can draw some more up like that. Sharks call a timeout to advance down the court. Their coaching staff with some clear instructions for the team. They're calling out, don't turn it over. Also hear them calling out, last score, last score. So they want to be the last ones to possess it. Nick Barry, I think, might be ignoring that instruction. He just puts it over the line, says, I'll take one more on the board, thank you very much. And then we'll worry about the defensive end later. Queensland will have 32 seconds to work with. Change in rule recently where these timeouts allow you to advance the ball down the court. Good rule change. Aggressive change of rules allows scoring late in quarters, where it otherwise wouldn't happen if you were trying to bring it up from the backcourt. Perhaps not so much with 30-odd seconds on the clock as there was in this situation, but particularly late in single digits, timeouts get called and get people into scoring positions that they wouldn't have otherwise been in. Now here's Miller, tries to force her way over. It gets shut down. Instead, she tosses it over to Chalker. He crosses over instead, and with 6.5 left, this is exactly what I was just talking about. We're into single digits, 6.5 seconds to go. South Australia decide to take the timeout. Andy Phillips calls for it and then points immediately down court. And they know they've got 6.5 seconds to work their way forward. McBarry's going to try and do it. Looking for a gap, finding a gap. Gets over the line. 0.1 of a second remaining as he crosses over. Timed it to perfection. And that will be as good as done for this half. Some conversation about whether that might be time. I did hear a siren sound with 0.1. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. They make more toss it back in anyway. And there goes the siren to officially end the first half. A first half that the Sharks have been able to just put some quick scores on. It's been even for large periods of play, but when the Sharks have been at their best, they've managed to put up quick scores. They lead 28-20 at half-time, led by Michael Barry, who's got over the line quite a bit. South Australian contingent of Johnson, Crowden and Robertson have also been impressive for them. They'll look to extend their lead in the second half, and we'll be back in a few moments to see if they can. Be back soon.
At Charter Care Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Charter Care Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
And we're back. Thanks for staying with us through this broadcast of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It's the fourth game of 6 back-to-back on your live stream. Thanks for joining us, or thanks for staying with us for those that have been here throughout the games. In this one, we've got some Division 2 action. South Australia, hometown team with plenty of support here for them. They're taking on the Queensland Tornadoes, who these two teams clashed in last year's Division 2 championship game. But the teams are quite different than what faced each other last year. But the result looks like it could be similar. South Australia were too good last year and became Division 2 champions. And at halfway in this game, they take a pretty commanding 28-20 lead. Looking forward to the second half, though. The Tornadoes have been really competitive at different points in time. The margin was back to 1 or 2 in the midpoint in that second quarter. And just when it looked like they might be able to level it up and make a real contest of it, the Sharks piled on a few tries and put the margin back out. I'm joined now for the second half with my co-commentator, Ben Eisenhuth. Ben, thanks for joining me. Looking forward to a second half that should be an entertaining one.
Yes, thank you, Jace. It's great to be back alongside yourself, Mr. Anderson, here on the show call. We like to call it for the Tornadoes up against the South Australian Sharks. Of course, the first time we've seen South Australia in the Division 2 competition in 2025. They were pretty impressive in 2024. So how will they fare as the days roll on? And at the moment, pretty dominant performance in that first half. They lead by 8 tries. And I'm curious how the Tornadoes, led by Everett and Chater, and maybe even Benny Chalker, may try and peg back this margin.
Yeah, the Sharks have been impressive so far. I saw the Buccaneers, the ACT outfit, get up against the Tornadoes earlier as well. That was a 46-35 margin, so got up by 11. The Sharks looking like doing something similar perhaps, which maybe does point towards the Sharks and Buccaneers being very evenly matched and potentially going through to a gold medal game in Division 2. The Tornadoes still with plenty to play for. They wouldn't be giving up hope yet as that ball bounces out of the reach of Chalker. It will be an over and back if he takes hold of it. Robertson's going to go down there and see if he can get hold of it first. He does, so no over and back needed. Robertson with plenty of crowd around him. Tosses it out. Finds Coleman. Let's slow it down. Methodical build-up now. 40 seconds on the shot clock to begin with. They're going to use plenty of it this time. Block was put on by Mick Barry, and Coleman gets over the line. Good to see the high pointer in Mick Barry putting the block on and allowing Coleman to take the glory of the try. Tornadoes back in action. This is Chalker. Needs to get it over halfway. Does so now. Ellery. Spoke in the first half about his speed. Uses it to get forward of the play there. Then as the pressure comes, tosses it over to Chalker. And he's over.
Yeah, he was pretty impressive earlier on against the Buccaneers. Of course, the Tornadoes going down earlier this morning against the ACT side. But Benny Chalker probably was one of the standouts in that performance, and 2 tries in about 5 seconds there from Benny Chalker, the number 5 on your screens. He'll be instrumental if there's going to be a fight back. And again, a third interception. Not 1, not 2, but a hat-trick of tries in sub 10 seconds. That's going to be the fastest hat-trick in the history of sport. 3 tries, 10 seconds. I would like to see the clock there. Almost a 4th if he can get it. That is some impressive solo performance from Brenton Chalker. Unbelievable as the Sharks make their way down the other end of the court. And a try scored and a good response. Worrying signs there from the Sharks, but they hold tough. And the number 2, and Zachy Robinson, scores for South Australia.
Yeah, amazing play by Chalker. That's what the Queensland outfit need. If they're going to try and claw this margin back, and they need a few quick turnovers. They need something pretty special. 3 and 10 minutes is certainly that. That's very special indeed. And then the pickup from down low. It was a tough pass for Chalker to reel in, but he made it look easier than it was. Gets forward, tosses it over to Ellery, got down with pace. Found an opportunity. He scores, then turns around and barks some orders on defence. Ellery and Moore both go and tag team Mick Barry off your screens, and that's what's forced the inbound pass to be such a difficult one. Couldn't find a teammate again, the Sharks off the inbound. Chalker had an opportunity. Got knocked free. And as it's gone out of bounds, there is a timeout called from the Sharks. The way they've lost handle of it from their inbounds, I'm sure that's what their coach, Andy Phillips, wants to have a chat about. Just have to hold on to the ball and keep possession better than they have been in the first 2 minutes of this quarter.
Has he got shoes on? Andy Phillips, the man who doesn't wear shoes, doesn't like shoes, but he knows his way. Well, he certainly knows how to instruct his players around a wheelchair rugby court. He's an enthusiastic individual. He's just off screen at the moment, but you'll see him in a few moments' time as we zoom in on that man, Mr. Phillips there. Shoes are on. He's got his Converse on, but he's directing orders to his South Australian Sharks. And that formidable 4 on your screen will certainly look to extend this 6-point margin. Coleman, we've also got Barry out there, Zach Robinson, and the other player on centre court. Alongside those 4 is the number 3, and that is Gordon Broom.
Moore with the inbound now. Finds Chalker and then wheels it over. Nice little inbound play. Good pass from Bridie Moore. Bridie Moore, a 3-time Paralympian herself. Recent convert to the sport of wheelchair rugby, but has had a lot of success across Beijing, London and Rio as an athlete in shot put, discus and javelin. So no difficulty in the throwing events, and perhaps why she's largely been given responsibilities on inbound plays and finding some teammates wherever she can in this one. This time though, it's Ellery that takes the inbound. Gives it to Chalker. Benny Chalker with a bit of space to work in. Doesn't need much of an opportunity. As soon as he gets an avenue through to the try line, he takes it with speed.
The Sharks going straight back on the attack. Michael Barry, a 3.5 classification, a nice little lob pass, and finds Zach Robinson. Great pictures there on your screens. And Queensland Tornadoes, they need another couple of Ben Chalker brilliant moments where they can just go 1, 2 or 3, but just another turnover, and a mistake like that is just inviting the South Australian Sharks into this game. And it will be an inbound here from the Sharks by the number 6. And of course that jersey is worn by Jimmy James Coleman.
Yeah, unfortunate turnover for the Tornadoes. Somewhat of an unforced error, that one. Just couldn't get the pass right. And then it hands possession over to the Sharks.
Good response though. As quick as they turned it over, they now reclaim the ball back. It was a travel call against Barry and Robinson. They were moving without the ball in their possession and didn't bounce it in time. So now Queensland go back on the attack, and the Tornadoes, well, the margin now back to 5. So it's making things interesting for us as we are early on in this second half.
Yeah, the speed from Ellery again, referenced it a few times through the earlier game and now this one as well. Ball was in dispute, bouncing in front. Probably had his nose in front, but Mick Barry was coming and hunting it down as well. And the 2-pointer got there before the 3.5-pointer could. Ellery's a very speedy mid-pointer, and that's a real asset to have. Now Barry manages to get free after some blocking action from his teammates. Broom in particular positioned himself well. And here's Chater with the inbound. Finds Ellery for a path down the right side. Robertson gets there, makes contact, but not enough to stop him. Gets it over halfway, but then throws it away. Intercept by Broom. Does brilliantly. Now looking for an option. Does that brilliantly too. Finds Mick Barry, but as the clock counts down, had to get it over halfway. And it gets tapped back into the arms of Chalker, who then finds Ellery on his own. Queensland continue to make a game of it. 5-point margin. The inbound is sloppy again. Ball boggling on the floor. Who's going to get there first? Nobody will. Barry was near it, but Chalker came in with some big contact. Prevented Barry from being able to get a hold of it. Ball trickles out of bounds. The Tornadoes will gather possession. Chater goes to Chalker. Western Australian combo. Obviously familiar with each other. Trained together quite a bit, and they link up on the inbound play. Zach Robertson now for the Sharks. And he works his way up, clock counting down, has to get it over. Call for travelling though. Didn't take a bounce in time, he got 8 seconds. Need to put it on the floor if you're going to possess it for longer than that. And he didn't do it. I think got a bit distracted by the time counting down. Thinking about getting it over halfway within 12 seconds. Forgot to take the bounce within 8. Just a quick wipe down of the floor. Took a walk across the floor earlier. It looks in very good condition on the camera shot that you've got there. But you get out there closer and there's tyre marks. And there's scuffs where the traffic has been. These athletes given an absolute beating the court. Probably a lick of varnish or two before the next netball game comes on at the Netball Centre here. There's Barry. Chalker gets a hand on it and it'll be jumped up. A bit of camera work again. In close, see both players getting their hands to the ball. And with the jump ball called, possession arrow is pointing the direction of the Sharks.
Big chance here for the Tornadoes. Can they make a defensive play? Good pressure there from that man. Once again, the hat-trick hero, Chalker, but the speed of Barry just too functional. Moves incredibly well in his chair. We've spoken all week about the long arms of these athletes, the athletes that sit quite high out of those chairs, and the long arms of Barry on that occasion, proving too strong. But where there's length, there's also power. And that man on your screens, Cholka, Benny Cholka, hasn't he been incredible? Another try to add to his long, long tally. The Tornadoes, they trail by 4.
Yeah, edging it closer. Back within 4. They're not going to get a stop though, so he'll come out to 5 again pretty quickly. Robertson positioned himself well for the long ball. Can't see a lot of it on the camera here, but there's a big South Australian contingent of fans sitting on the back wall behind the camera. They're all pretty happy with their South Australian team, and particularly the local players, the likes of Robertson. He's been instrumental in putting this gap in the game. And he gets a hold of this inbound pass. Determination on his face. Wheels past the half court. Cops some contact, and the contact was timely. Creates an over and back just as he was crossing the half court. The contact came, pushed him back over. And the ball will go back Queensland's way with an opportunity to bring it to 3. And every time you think that maybe they're out of it, maybe the gap's getting a bit too much, they manage to claw their way back in. They would be thrilled with the determination they're showing here. And there it is. Margin back to 3 with 2.5 to play.
Big defence now. Tornadoes have to stand up. They've got to try and dislodge the ball. Long pass, risky pass, but the class of Barry once again lands in the lap of Zach Robinson. And that 10-2 combination, we've spoken about combos all week and how important turnovers are. And on that occasion, it was the 10-2 for the South Australian Sharks, the hometown Sharks. And guess who? Once more, Michael Barry. And the margin, once 4, it's now drifted to 5. 37 plays 32. How will Benny Cholka and his Tornadoes respond? Not a great bat on. That was desperate, and that is worrying signs for the coaching staff, and if you are a supporter of the QLD Tornadoes.
Might just be some fatigue showing with a few of those players. They've done all the work to bridge the gap. Brought it back to 3. Then a couple of errors. Error off the inbound. Error with the long ball pass going forward. They decide, yep, let's give those guys a spell. And they change over the whole roster. 4 fresh athletes out there for Queensland now.
And the left of your screens there, the young lady, Natalie Miller. Number 1, Sean Senville-Lynch. Let's see what Miller and Lynch can do for the Queensland Tornadoes. As Jay's touched on, a new look outfit. 4 fresh faces and 4 fresh athletes on the court here as the Tornadoes trail by 5.
Here's Robertson. Raffle it at this point. All 4 Sharks players in their half of the court. Queensland not to be seen near them.
Well, I think there was a bit of miscommunication there. I think the Tornadoes, that can happen. It's a rarity, but 4 fresh faces on the court. And I think Queensland thought they were defending the other end of the court. So, again, a big mistake and something that they'll certainly want to try and make up for. Keep an eye on the left of your screens there. You've got the number 4 in Albie Everett. He was very impressive earlier today. Let's see if Everett can really use his frame to narrow this margin. Again, the Tornadoes, the margin out to 6. Time will tell. But they just can't advance the ball. It's a throw into the back from Everett. And again, it looks like there's going to be another turnover. Queensland just can't keep the ball, and they just can't attack at the other end of the court. At the moment, they can't even get out of their own end. South Australia look to inbound. 38 plays 32. A minute 30 remains in our third term.
Good inbound pass. Finds Robertson. Edges past Miller and gets over the line immediately. Quick score. And then Miller will take the inbound. Goes to Dylan and then gets it back. I think that's the play they were looking for last time, but Dylan ended up getting surrounded and had no options and nobody to offload to. There's Albie Everett. And the whistle goes. It's again going to be one of those back half violations. Not getting the ball up in time. And a couple of times in a row, Queensland trying to clear their defensive half, haven't been able to do it in time. That's a credit to the South Australian Sharks press and the pressure, making it very difficult for their opponents. Playing a quality brand of rugby in this one. I thought the standard from the ACT Buccaneers in the early Division 1 clash was probably above anything I've seen at Division 2 level previously. I almost feel the same with South Australia here as they continue to stretch out their margin. So very much looking forward to those two teams meeting in what will probably be a clash every bit the quality of a Division 1 contest. Now here's Armin Dillon. Responsibility for the inbound this time. And again, Queensland just couldn't get free. Couldn't give him a good option to throw it into. And not able to inbound it in time. Seen various infractions over the last couple of minutes. That time, not inbounding in time. Previously, we'd seen a travelling call with not taking a bounce in time. We've also seen them not getting it over half court in time. All range of difficulties for them. As a quick timeout is called. Andy Phillips with his shoes on, barking instructions. Was getting around without the shoes on earlier, but game time means shoes on. Teams head back out into position. And the inbound pass comes the way of Barry. Michael Barry, high pointer out of New Zealand. Part of their development structure. Narrowly missed the opportunity to play for the Kiwis in their national team at this tournament. And narrowly missed out on a try just then. As he edged closer to the try line, some big contact came, forced him into that corner post. He then narrowly misses out on an intercept. He got both hands to it, couldn't control it. Ball rolls back out of bounds. Looking for a clearer passing effort this time. Sean Semble Lynch. Ref just making sure he is in the right position. This is a difficult part of the court to inbound from. In the corner, needs to go high ball. Barry, for the second time, gets hands to it, but can't reel it in. And Queensland take three at an opportunity to inbound and work the ball their way. This time, a lot better play on the move rather than staying still. Everett was on the move, gathered, tossed forward to Miller, who was on the move, but not a good enough pass, too far out in front of Natalie Miller, who wasn't able to get there. Miller and Everett were trying to team up as a combination there. 8 and the 4. Couldn't get it done. They're both Queensland-based athletes. They're both relatively new to the sport. So training together, developing together. A combination that would be looking to play together a lot more in future. Here's Semble Lynch. Toss ball forward. Doesn't come off. Michael Barry now. He throws it forward after a little bit of difficulty trying to handle it. Jet Johnson manages to control it and get it over the line. Turnover from the inbound pass. Semble Lynch couldn't find Miller. Michael Barry takes a look at the clock. In the dying seconds of this third quarter. Goes the offload. Not in time. And they're not going to have the opportunity to score on that play. Penalty called. It's Albie Everett is going to take a little rest over on the side in the penalty box. 2.4 left. Got an extra player on court, so they do have an advantage, but 2.4, not a lot of time. They toss it over to Barry. Barry got a clean handle and tried to get over, but couldn't do it. The defense held up. Unfortunately for Queensland, the defense wasn't strong enough throughout the quarter. South Australia stretched their lead. It's a 43-32 margin as we take a break at three-quarter time. And we'll have you back shortly.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The Playing Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
And we're back as the teams make their way back out into positions. 43-32 the score in favour of the hometown South Australian Sharks. The crowd here will be pleased with that, no doubt. Still a long way to go in the tournament. Plenty to play for Queensland. They'll have the opportunity to inbound. They are a player down still. Remember that Albie Everett gave away the penalty before the break. Had to go to the box for 60 seconds or until the next score. No score coming about yet. And he still sits on the side and waits. Makes it difficult. Ellery says, I'll take the inbound. Finds a pass. It's Ronnie Chaser. Takes a couple of bounces. He's pretty pinned there. You can see all the players are fairly well pinned. Ellery wheels way out of court to try and find some space, but can't get through. Broome has him pinned on the sidelines. And eventually, Everett manages to come onto the court. He was the one that managed to get free. And in that time, finally, Jason Ellery able to navigate that pin that Broome had over in the corner. Good defence from the Sharks, but good offence from Queensland. Patient offence, waiting for the opportunity to finally get free and score. Oh, how about the agility of Ball through to Caleb Crowden. Spins on a dime, collects it. Now looking for something to do with it. Tosses it forward. Comes off a set of Queensland hands and goes out of bounds. The Sharks will retain possession. But some acrobatic work to gather and then move forward. And the refs now point the other way. After some consultation, they say, no, it's come off the Sharks and we'll let Queensland take it.
Yeah, I like the substitutions the Tornadoes are making. They're obviously trying new combinations. They're trying to see which four is going to get them their first win in the fourth period at the moment. Of course, the Tornadoes are within arm's reach, trailing, of course, now by just the 9 tries, 43 plays 34. But I'm just curious what the best four will be. We mentioned earlier the beauty of the domestic competition, especially Division 2, is there are 3 sides in it. So the Tornadoes, albeit if they do finish third, they will have an opportunity to play off for a gold medal match or play off to be in the gold medal match. So they've got plenty of time and plenty of combinations to try and build, as Chater is currently on the court alongside Chalker, alongside a few other players. And that man on your screen there, Ellery, he's been brilliant. As Jason Ellery, he'll earn himself another try. And Bridie Moore is out on the court for the Tornadoes as well, as Ellery on your screens giving some orders to his side to try and increase the defensive effort and try and turn this ball over against the Sharks.
Yeah, great call, Ben. I agree. I think they're experimenting. They're looking at the different lineups they've got. And as a combination, I like this one as much as any. Individual perspective, I think Albie Everett's been fantastic for Queensland, but I think as a collective, I've really enjoyed when Chalker and Chater have been out there together, and then Ellery as a mid-pointer with speed beyond the 2 points that's on the back of his chair. I think that's a trio that is well worth sticking with and giving some court time to. And then you can use Moore, or you can use Dillon to fill out your last position. But yeah, I like this lineup, and I hope they stick with it for a little bit longer into this term. Margin at the moment 7. They have managed to bridge the gap slightly through the last minute or two.
Yeah, I mean, having Chalker and Chater on just allows Ellery to stay on the court. Of course, 8 points is the maximum classification. Or if they try and have Albie Everett alongside Chalker, it just means that Ellery can't be on the court. And they've either got to experiment with Senbel Lynch or Dillon, who, albeit a great wheelchair athletes, just don't at the moment really provide the same support that the likes of Moore and Ellery are providing to Chalker and Chater. So Chater over the top, finds that man Chalker, and the CC combination, Chater to Chalker. And just like that, the margin back to 7. So we've gone from 10 only 2 minutes ago, and now it's back to 7. So maybe this is the combo for the Tornadoes, as South Australia, lovely pop pass, can't be taken. And now a chance for Ellery to score another try. Can he get past the defence of the Sharks? Good defence by South Australia. Jet Johnson. That's a great name, Jet Johnson. That is a commentator's dream. Lob pass. Good defence by the Sharks. But the last touch was, of course, off the number 5. In fact, number 4 in Caleb Crowden.
Yeah, destined to be an athlete with a name like Jet Johnson, I think. Fits perfectly.
Jetters Johnson, yeah. JJ. There's just so much you can do with that name.
Put the Jets on.
Putting the Jets on
to go and have a rest now, though.
Unfortunately.
Just as we pump it up and we're ready to say the name as much as we can, they take him off for a rest, so that's unfortunate.
Coach, what are you doing? Phillips, get him out there. Jet Johnson. Yeah. Let's hope we can see him in the last 5 minutes of this clash as the Sharks look to inbound through Shane Brand. And you can hear the commentary from Ellery saying he's going to fumble it. He's trying to force an error verbally. I like it. They're going to try everything they can, the Tornadoes, because the Sharks have been fantastic today in their first appearance in the 2025 National Championships here in South Australia.
Oh, the error comes. Robertson had done so much right. Looked right and then looked left. Just found a gap, was ready to attack into it. Needed to put the ball on the floor and caught rim. So the ball goes out and then the quick inbound. Just caught the Sharks napping. Chater gets it inboard quickly. Chalker gets on the end of it. And back to a 6-point margin. Does feel like it's beyond reach, but Queensland with plenty to be happy about in this last quarter. Well, they won't be happy to see Zach Robertson out in space and taking an easy ball. Chater comes inbound. Fortunate bounce for Ellery. And then a clever bounce pass. Bounces twice and then into the waiting arms of Chalker. As we wind down in this one, you can see in the background of your screens, plenty of athletes warming up, getting ready for the next clash. This is the 4th of 6 games on our stream today. Division 1 action coming your way next, where the West Coast Enforcers take on the South Korean team of Chungnam. Both teams looking to get their first win of the tournament. So stay with us for that one. Stay with us for the end of this one. Margin of 6. Queensland doing everything they can. That one will help. Nice little pop pass over the top. Ellery scores. Ellery's been impressive for them again.
Yep, this is it. This is the 4. This is the Tornadoes 4, and I think they'll really try and use over the coming days leading into the bronze or gold medal match on day 4 on Sunday. This is the combo. I'd love to see how they try and get Albie Everett involved in the 4. He's a handy substitute, as is, of course, Natalie Miller. But this is the 4 for the Tornadoes. The margin at 6. What can Chalker do?
Chalker's been central to so much of their offense in this one. This time he's setting it up. His Western Australian mate in Chater. And that's where the connection comes into it. This team, completely new look team. None of the team that went to the silver medal in last year's championships are back again for the Tornadoes this year. So it is a completely new look. And they have to learn to play together. And maybe it's taken a little bit longer than they would have liked after their first up loss to the ACT Buccaneers and giving away an early lead to the Sharks in this one. But it looks like they're starting to find some combination. That Western Australian pair connect well, and the rest of them are starting to come together as well. See, they've gathered together in this timeout, trailing by 5 with 3:14 to play. South Australians are still out on court. They're waiting patiently. They don't feel like they need to talk it over. Queensland do. Dave Wood just giving some orders. Ronald Chater having a chat to them as well. He's an experienced campaigner. They've given out some instructions and now they head out into position. Made some change to their tactics, but not to their lineup. They stay with that same core 4 that we were talking about earlier. And there it is. You call the timeout, you talk strategy, and it comes off immediately. Dave Wood would be stoked. Gave his team some orders on the defensive end and they've come off, forcing the turnover. And now they gain possession. And the quick inbound, bounces just away from Chater. He thought he had a...
Needed to take that. Chalker once again. Intercept. King is Chalker. He'd steal a loaf of bread at a bakery. He is outstanding. Anything that's loose, he just picks up everything. Margin now 4.
Big contact in the middle of the court. Michael Barry putting the block on and then wheeling away. Good agility. Went the block and quickly turned right out into some space. Ball got fed out in front of him. And the buzzer goes in the background. There's going to be another timeout. This time it is South Australia who want to have a bit of a chat. See them on screen. Coach Phillips giving out some orders. Plenty of head nods. Love to see that. They're either paying attention very intently and love what he's saying, or they're not paying any attention at all and just want to put on a show. But either way, they're nodding their head in agreement.
Gordon Broom, love the moustache. Also a international once upon a time was Gordon Broom. Fantastic wheelchair rugby athlete, the number 3 on your screens there. Very thick moustache. The 10, of course, Michael Barry on the left of screen. He's been just fantastic with his South Australian side. And Zach Robinson and Shane Brand, part of the 4 that remain on the court for the South Australian Sharks. Whom lead 48 tries to 43. The key number is pretty close to that half century. If you're scoring 50 tries, you're almost guaranteed victory. We've seen it on both courts, especially in the international and the domestic world. And 50 is that number, so one would assume if the Sharks hit another 1 or 2, it's all she wrote. But how will Chalker respond? Who will he find? Will he do it all himself? He's got Chater at the top of his screen. Chalker gets past one, gets past another, and Ben Chalker narrows the margin. 4 tries, 48-44, 2 minutes remaining. Can they force a turnover, the Queensland Tornadoes?
Just waiting on the inbound. Pan around. You'll see it on your screens now. Just some running repairs that need to be made. Michael Barry getting a change of tyre, change of rim as well. Kind of gives a thumbs up and works his way off, and the ball will be brought in now. And they look for that man Barry immediately. A lot of congestion around him. 3 black jerseys surround him. So there's got to be a red one spare somewhere, and there is. It's Robertson. They've tossed it out. Robertson, he thought he was going to get there. Copped some contact and did just get there in the nick of time. The defence was coming for him. I think the penalty try was awarded. So it counts. And then off the inbound, just some difficulty. And South Australia will get the ball back immediately. This is their chance to get to 50. As you mentioned, Ben, unlikely to lose when you get to that score, particularly at Division 2. There is slightly lower scores at Division 2 than in the Division 1 contest, and 50 is a really healthy score at this level. Nearly coughed up the opportunity to get there. Threw it into the arms of Chalker, but it bounced straight back to Robertson. Regathered and gets over the line, and there's the half century up.
Courageous, though, once again. They're almost there, the Tornadoes. They're almost there. They've improved, and that's all you can ask for, especially when you're bringing together a bunch of players from across Australia. Of course, Chalker, Chater. We spoke about the double C combination there, and obviously the lady at the bottom of your screens as well, Bridie Moore. It's got to be the 4. They've just got to really see what the endurance is like, because this 4 will really need to play plenty of minutes if they're a chance of being part of that gold medal final. But crazier things have happened in the sport of wheelchair rugby, and time will tell as the final minute and 30 of this contest comes upon us.
Ball boggles around a little after it was tapped free. Will be Queensland ball. Ellery having the opportunity to bring it in. Strap on Ronald Chater has just come free. So he gets some assistance with that. Down inside the last 90 seconds. And Queensland had reflect on the first quarter of this one, where they gave up all of this lead to the South Australian outfit. It's been incredibly tight since then. But just one quarter where it didn't work for them, didn't have their combinations right, There's an inbound pass that doesn't work for them. Ellery thought he saw an option, but it wasn't there. Robertson picked it off and then went all the way down to the other end. But this four, they've been on the court for Queensland throughout the last term. They have given them a lot more minutes. And it's been very competitive for them. And that's unfortunate. The timing's just off. This is what we've talked about. Team hasn't played a lot together. Chalker thought Ellery was making a cut to the line. Ellery thought Chalker was going to go himself, so went to put the block on. And in the end, the pass goes to free space. But then the inbound from South Australia doesn't work. Picked off by Ellery. The inbound pass was from Brand. Take two for Brand with this inbound. That's a better one. Finds a safe option. As South Australia work it down the court. And score. Nice safe option in Michael Barry to get that inbound pass too. Now, here's an attempt at a long one. And it's just starting to get a bit scrappy in the final minutes. Some fatigue coming into the game. Also, some hopeful and ambitious passing as they try and score quickly. That inbound pass didn't come off. South Australia weaving their way through. And some arms in on Barry as he was trying to find his way to the line. I think they've called the penalty try off the back of those arms coming in, which will see Ellery take it from the backcourt. They have confirmed that now. So Ellery puts his arms out. He's not sure where to go, who to give it to. Tries to go the long ball to Chater. Barry's able to use his speed to get there, though. Again, desperate stages of the game. Just got to try anything they can to score, particularly with the tired bodies that are out there. But there's been a couple of consecutive inbound plays that haven't worked out for them, and now the margin balloons out to 8, which isn't a great reflection of how this game's been played. Queensland deserved to be closer. They did bridge the gap, get it back to 3 or 4 only moments ago, but out to 8 now, and it will be South Australia that take a comfortable victory as the clock winds down in this one.
Tornadoes, this is just a chance to capitalise on this 4 we've spoken about for the last few moments. Chalker. They'd like to try and finish with a try, just to take some confidence into day 3 tomorrow. They're winless, but the effort's been there. And again, just another turnover. Got his hand in the right place at the right time. Did Michael Barry, number 10 for South Australia there on your screens. 4 seconds remains. And it should be an inbound from Bridie Moore. So Queensland will get one final chance. In fact, it will be Ellery who will be looking to find the long lob with less than 5 remaining as the sun is in his eyes. We are inside, but there's no blinds above us that's going to prevent the sun from coming in. In fact, he's going to go to the other side of the court. Smart decision. Something that maybe in the international game or in a final there'd be some arguments about, but a try to chalk up, and a much better effort there from the Queensland Tornadoes, who trail by 8 with only 3 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that sun in the eyes. It's come up in a few games now. Happened yesterday. Happened about the same time yesterday as well. I think some of the British imports that have come across loving that bit of sunshine, parking themselves in that strip of sun over there and working on their tans when they can. But we won this one down with the Kiwi, and Nick Barry having the ball. Desperate attempt to get over the line before the siren went. Couldn't get there quite in time, I don't think. But nonetheless, it will be South Australia who take a comfortable victory. Did their work early, put a big gap on, as much as Queensland tried to stay with them and bridge the gap at times. South Australia always seem to have their measure, and They run out 55-47 winners. Ben, I know you're in commentary later on for the two undefeated Division 2 teams in the Buccaneers and the South Australians. What did you think of South Australia in this one, and how do you think they'll go as the tournament progresses?
Well, I'm looking forward to calling that clash, of course. Both sides, as you mentioned, will be undefeated, and that should be an absolute cracker. But the Sharks, much more the superior. The Tornadoes hung in there. I think the Buccaneers will be going in as favourites, but that should be a classic. The Sharks looked good. Michael Barry, of course, Robertson, Crowden, Johnson, Brand, Coleman, the list goes on. They were fantastic, were the Sharks, but I think the Buccaneers may have the rub of the green later on this afternoon. And the Tornadoes, well, they can take plenty out of that contest. Obviously, they possibly have established the best four for them. They do have 2 matches and 2 losses, but it's that side on your screen, the South Australian Sharks, who have played the one match and have been comprehensive victors, 55 tries to 47. And we look forward to seeing them in a few hours' time later this afternoon.
Yes, looking forward to that one. Before that, though, we do have more Division 1 action. The Western Australians, the West Coast Enforcers, coming up against the South Korean outfit in Chungnam. Stay with us, because that game is going to be starting shortly.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I'm up to it.
I've got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have your company once more. My name's Ben Eisenhuth. I'll be your lead call for this Division 1 clash between the West Coast Enforcers and Chungnam from South Korea. Alongside me is the expert comments from Steve Porter and Steve. Two sides that wouldn't have played each other before, so plenty to figure out early on in this first quarter.
No, lots of unknowns here. Obviously, Korea come as a national team or a national lineup, and albeit they're pretty light in terms of numbers. I think they've only come with 5 players, but Western Australia have obviously played for together for a number of years. So so it'll be an interesting game.
Certainly will be, as we are currently positioned behind the Chungnam team. And the score early on, West Coast Enforcers 1, Chungnam 0. So let's see how West Coast will start the game, and it's exactly how they finished off late on day one. It's a try to Zion Reddington, the young man representing the West Coast Enforcers. And this should be a very interesting clash. We spoke yesterday about the depth, or I guess the lack thereof, for Chungnam, just the 5 players, 2 of whom are related. We've got 2 siblings, the Parks. We've got the Uchol Park and Jeon Park, brother and sister, the number 9 and the number 5. So looking forward to seeing them on the court today. As you can see, the running repairs, the number 7 from Chungnam, K Taehoon, has made his way from the court. And now the sister of Uchol, Jeon Park, is on the court as Kim makes his way down the court. A lovely lob pass to one of the loveliest young men I've met, who's met in huge contact, is Chun. And they've got not 1 but 2 Chungnam players on the ground. So massive contact as the technicians from South Korea make their way onto the court. And you can see at the top of your screens there a South Korean player on the ground. So they can't be in 2 places at once, can the technicians. And Kung Min Chun is helped back onto 2 wheels. That was a massive contact. I think it may have been Lambert. Just, it's almost like a late hit. That would be 10 in the bin in the rugby league world. That was a huge contact on Chun.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I was just going to say, Robin's defence there was fantastic. She's obviously a seasoned campaigner. She's got some great skills, and she's also got some good strength in her trunk as well. So she's a formidable 3. So
as the Enforcers are looking to make their way down the court, let's see how they respond to some of those big contacts. And Reddington, lovely pass, finds Lambert, and she's a wonderful athlete to watch, is Robin Lambert.
Good push from Reddington then too, so positive signs. He's got a little bit of speed about him, so he should definitely have an impact on this game.
And the first try of the afternoon for Chungnam. It's a try scored by the number 9, Uchol Park. So South Korea and the province of Chungnam, home to 2 million South Koreans, and 5 of whom grace us here in the South Australian state and the Adelaide Netball Centre. The try is scored by the number 4 from the West Coast Enforcers, Jake Howe, an ex-Australian stealer, so a star-studded West Coast side.
Yeah, it was a great catch from him too as a low pointer. Just getting the most out of his function there to pull that pass in. So, yeah.
Another try scored by Uchol Park once more. Jake Howe inbounds. Finds Reddington. Better defence there by Chungnam. Great defence, but just a very patient pass. Finds Lambert. And more contact at the back of ground. The referee has been yelled at by the sideline officials, or should I say the bench for South Korea. They're not very happy. They're exchanging some words. They're just off camera now, but the technicians make their way onto the court. And I mentioned yesterday, we hope the technicians aren't paid by the hour and maybe paid by the effort. And once again, in the space of not even 2 minutes in the first quarter, they've been on the court 4 times.
Yeah, they're earning their keep, that's for sure, Ben.
And inbound now, the sister in Park. Big contact from Lambert again on Chun, but he can stay on 2 wheels on this occasion as Kim bounces the ball in the left. Lob pass, risky. Taken nice by Joel Park. Hand-on-hand contact. And I've noticed that in the sport of wheelchair rugby, they don't play advantage. They really will pull you up for a personal foul.
They do, Ben. Yeah, it's one of the frustrations, I think, as a player that they don't do that. There are many times in a game when you would much prefer to have advantage paid. It's coming back to there's obviously been a bit of floor time here just early in this game, but probably a bit of an occupational hazard if you're light and you sit up high. Chances of coming down on the woodwork fairly often are pretty high, and so I suspect we're going to see a bit more of that throughout the game.
Mechanics Q Min Kang. We thank him for his time, and I'm sure we'll be thanking him throughout the course of this contest, as you just touched on, Steve, as that young man who sits very high in his chair and is, of course, lighter weight. And Chun passes the ball to Uchol Park, number 9 on your screens. He will be very patient here, and he'll narrow this deficit from 5-2 to 5-3 as the game clock just ticks to 5 minutes 30 remaining in the first term.
Interesting tactics there from Chungnam. They've trapped a low pointer in the penalty box, and that's not normally a play that you'd run against a low pointer. It's normally something you might do if you had a high point player in the bin, in the penalty box, that is. And yeah, probably quite ineffective in terms of the result that they wanted. But yeah, I'm sure they'll learn throughout the tournament.
So explain that to us. Obviously the penalty box was off screen at that time. So what's involved with trapping a play in the penalty box? Why would a team try and do that?
Yeah, Ben, so it's effectively between the 4 players you can have 8 points on the court. And if you can trap a 3 or a 3.5 point player on in the penalty box, it means that you're left with 4.5 points. And or potentially only 4.5 points, even though you've got 3 players. So you've then, and if you can use 2 low pointers to trap that play, you've got a points advantage on court generally. So yeah, so you might have 6 players, for example, if you're using a 1-5 and a 0.5 to trap a 3-5. So across the rest of your team, you might only have 2 players, but you've got 6 points. So yeah, so it's a trade-off, and like a lot of things in wheelchair rugby. It will overplay generally the high pointers because the more we can force a pass, the more opportunity there is for a turnover. So.
Expert comments there from Steve Porter, once upon a time a wheelchair rugby athlete himself, and we'll be digging into that history throughout the course of this contest. But as for now, back on your screens, we have Kim looping a pass to Park, who does so well to hold on to that. He was taken by the side by Lambert, hasn't she been physical early on in this contest? She tries to get the ball, and Park said, here's one back. Great defence there by Park. Scored only a few seconds ago. And Lambert has been all over Park today, but a bit of a return serve from Park and great attack, but just then, even better defence.
Definitely was. It was great timing. I mean, anytime you can get a backcourt violation like that is a great win for the team. It's a bit demoralising when you're on the offensive team as well. So, fortunately, they've almost given it up there. But it was well timed by Park.
And a good reach in by Kim only a few moments ago, and luckily for Chungnam, they will repossess the ball. Can they get this margin back to 1? I'm surprised that the margin is so close. The West Coast Enforcers just a much more physical side, looking better with the ball, but Chungnam are going nowhere. They are hanging in the fight as Kim bounces the ball. Lambert again all over him. Now Park gets past Reddington. Park, great offensive blocking. And guess who number 5 is? It's his sister. He'll owe her a good Christmas present. As Park and Park combined, the 5, the 9 for Chungnam. And the margin just 1. And Park gets the ball back. Great interception there. Uchol Park, clear line, tries to get past, dislodged. And the ball will go the way of the Enforcers. And just as Park did all the hard work, he couldn't get across the line. And it was knocked away by Ashley Tressida. Great effort by Ash. Shows his experience, does Ashley Tressida.
Yeah, definitely, Ben. And, look, I mean, that's probably all he had left was to get in there with a bit of a reach. And I think Park must have taken a bit of a swipe at it as it came off of his lap, because I think they were fairly lucky to get that one back. But, paid off in that instance.
And we know how difficult it is trying to swipe the ball away. It's got to be clean. It has to be all ball. It's like the game of basketball. There can't be any player contact. And an effort there from Reddington to swipe away. But Uchol Park, who's been the best on court so far for Chungnam, scores another try, and the margin's back to 1. 8 tries to 7. The West Coast Enforcers lead this game, but Chungnam are going nowhere.
Yeah, he's certainly got incredible manoeuvrability, does Park. And obviously uses his trunk to, his absolute best.
Great reach by Howe. Unbelievable. The trunk control. We spoke about it off air, Steve Porter. Jake Howe, the bottom left of your screen there, he is a 1-point classification. He leant halfway out of his chair to take that ball with one hand and scores an incredible try with a low classification. That's amazing core strength.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And you find with the 0.5s and the 1s, the lower point players generally don't have any trunk function at all. So he's using a strap there, and that's aiding him to be able to reach out a little bit and pull those passes in. But having said that, you wouldn't normally see that from a 1-pointer. You won't see it very often. So a bit of the I suppose that talent that saw him become a Steelers campaign player a few years ago.
Speaking of a future Steelers player, or a future international, it's that man on your screen, Zion Reddington. So number 9 for the West Coast Enforcers, of course, an 18-year-old who's made his way across from the United States of America. And that lady on your screen, Robin Lambert, an international herself, has big contact from Zion. The 18-year-old certainly proving that age has nothing to do with the skill set on our screens.
No, absolutely not. And cast my mind back then to a young Riley Batt who came to Athens with us as a 14-year-old. And certainly age was no barrier to him back then. And we saw what he's become over the years, possibly one of the greatest players to ever play so far. So, yeah, Zion's definitely got some potential.
Reddington 9 on 9. Park tried to dislodge the ball out of the grasp of Reddington, but another try to the Enforcers, and the 3-point buffer is where we're at with 2 minutes 20 remaining in our first quarter. Enforcers, Chungnam. There's Chun inbounds, finds Kim. Lambert tried to make things difficult, but Kim was patient. Kim was poised. Gets around Howe. Can't get around Lambert, though. Good defence by Howe and Lambert. Kim needs to find a teammate. Who can he find? Can't throw the ball back. Bounces once. Park is there. Both Parks, in fact. Uchol and Jun. Uchol, though, speeds past Reddington. And again, the siblings combine. The combination's as important as what we've spoken about, Steve Porter.
Yeah, absolutely. And G Park, we've seen a couple of plays in a row now where she's planted some great screens for Ook, and he's been able to capitalise on that. So yeah, but yeah, look, combinations. Interestingly, the referee that we can see there at the right of screen, or not quite in the picture at the moment, but Terry Vineyard, he was formerly an Australian coach. Was an Australian coach for a lot of my time as part of the national team. But he was very much an advocate and a promoter of working in 4-point combinations. You just get to know each other really well. He'd sub in 4-point combinations, and yeah, so generally 2 players at a time, 3-5 and a 0.5, a 2-5, a 1-5. So you got to know each other really well and playing those combinations. So you weren't subbing whole teams; you were kind of subbing half teams, and that methodology, that approach, got us to I suppose a silver medal in Sydney, or lost a gold by a point. So so it works, and so you're right, Ben. Knowing each other, having those combinations work, makes a huge difference. Yeah.
Well, fantastic words of wisdom there from Steve Porter, a silver medalist back in Sydney. Who beat us?
US.
The States. Once again, they get us.
Still hurts.
Still hurts, I'm sure.
25 years later.
25 years later. We'll delve into that as the commentary continues. But what is continuing is Chungnam's stranglehold on this contest. They do trail by 2, but they're going nowhere. As you can hear through the effects mic, the Chungnam commentary, or the Chungnam faithful cheering on the South Korean side. As on your screens there, the West Coast Enforcers receiving some advice from Coach Walsh and manager Lewis, as we see Reddington, Howe, Tressida, and of course Robin Lambert. That is the best 4 that's been on the court so far for the Enforcers. Are they a threat? Are they someone that can maybe take away the gold from the Gladiators?
Judging by the game that they played against Victoria earlier today, Ben, I think it's going to be pretty hard to beat the Gladiators with the lineup so they can put on the court. But look, certainly, as Zion, gels with that team over the next, the next few games, they've definitely got some promising, capabilities there. So, I wouldn't surprise me if they could potentially take it up to someone like Victoria. It'll probably depend largely on how they gel together over the next couple of days. So.
Gladiators team to beat?
Absolutely, yeah. And they got the benefit, obviously of Faye West, who's, playing with that 1-point discount as a 3-5, and she's quite a remarkable player. So, a 3, a 3-5, and you've got Andrew Edmondson on that team as well. Makes them pretty formidable. So.
Faye West from the United Kingdom, and Andrew Edmondson needs no introduction. Of course, a formidable player for the Australian Steelers, and was only in Tokyo last year, but he's representing Paris, I should say. Tokyo 5 years ago.
He was, yeah.
But representing his state here in the 2025 National Championships is Andrew Edmondson. We wish him all the luck, and the Gladiators, of course. But on your screens, it's the Western Australian team, the West Coast Enforcers, battling it off and battling it out with Chungnam, the province in South Korea. 13-10, 15 seconds remains. Park, they really want to get the margin back to 2 as Park tries to look for a teammate. Can he find Kim? Still with Park. 5 seconds. Park, try line open. Tries to muscle his way over. Try awarded. Uchol Park with less than a second remaining. Narrows the margin, 13-11 to the difference. Nothing left on the clock. Tressida, it'll be a hit and hope.
Yeah, Uchol definitely muscled through that. There's no doubt about it. This timeout rule and getting the additional ground in the last seconds of the game, new to me. Obviously a new rule that's been introduced, I think, in the last year. But on this occasion, I think Western Australian probably blew a timeout they didn't need to necessarily, because 0.8 of a second. Unless you got Riley Batt down this end of the court in your key, it's probably unlikely you're going to score. So, yeah.
So, a timeout's called, and the new rule is that will provide you a somewhat 40-metre advantage.
It seems like that, Ben. I'm not down with the intricate details of that rule, but that's what I've observed in the last two games. So it's clearly a thing, but again, my comments are the same. Your likelihood of scoring in 0.8 of a second is pretty slim.
I was going to say, it's like a slam dunk from the sideline.
Absolutely.
It's a near miss. But ladies and gentlemen, 13-10 at the end of the first quarter. The West Coast Enforcers, the side on your screen. They lead by 3, but don't go anywhere, because the second quarter and the end of the first half is coming your way right after this.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Back on screen now, we have Chungnam trying to bridge the gap. Trail by 3, and that's class. I like that from Chun. A really direct pass. Bit of energy, bit of effort behind that. As Chungnam narrow the margin 13-12, in fact. So a 1-point game. We'll have to just double check those points. I thought it was 3 at the break, but regardless, Chungnam trail by 1 as per what we're told and as per what's on your screens as the Enforcers through Tressida takes the ball cleanly, finds Reddington, the 18-year-old from the United States of America. Bounces once, gets around Kim, gets through Park, gets through the other Park, and he is a fantastic young athlete. Zion Reddington is Chun.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential there, Ben. It's the first time I've seen him play, and yeah, he's certainly one to watch in the future.
Lovely tap on there, beautiful tap on by Chun, and it lands in the lap of Uchol Park, and Chungnam keep the 1-point margin.
I suspect he might have been a little bit nervous there. I would have been. With Zion coming at you.
So Zion's a large frame. And it's a wonderful pass. pinpoint. Reddington finds Polidoro. And West Coast really bridged that gap. It's back to 2, and Chun, another risky pass. And he really is. He's got no self-preservation, does Chun, because he's passing at such a last minute, and he is copping huge contact after the pass. So I think Uchol Park might owe his teammate there a coffee or a bite to eat later on today, because he is putting it on a platter for him.
I think you're right. There's definitely the key difference here is obviously, WA are having a lot easier experience scoring than Chungnam are at the moment. But interestingly, they've decided to drop back into a key defence, which is not on the screen at the moment. But the man-on-man, they're taking a bit of a break from for the moment. I'll be keenly interested to see how Chungnam go against this key defence, because this is something you probably more see in European competition. So, well, it wasn't the strongest key defence.
Yeah, strange there. Obviously, if you're going to hold your defensive line, or 4 in fact, you think you'd D up accordingly, but that was poor defence there from West Coast. But now they get a chance to respond and attack as Reddington. Another pinpoint pass. He can score them, Reddington, but he can pass them as well, as Rodolfo Fernando Polidoro scores a try for the West Coast Enforcers, a 2.5, a midpoint player, and a fantastic player is Polidoro as he takes an intercept, gets around Chun, and a very rare mistake from Chun, and the margin back to 3, and a coach's timeout called by Chungnam.
Yeah, that was great hands there from Polidoro. Interesting 2.5s you don't see a lot of these days, but I've seen a couple in this tournament. They almost, I was a 2.5 for much of my career. Dropped to a 2-pointer in the last couple of years, but a lot of the 2.5s that I played with ended up dropping to 2s, and since then they've been few and far between. But I have noticed a couple at this tournament. So it's interesting how things evolve.
You can see on your screens there 4 of the 5 players, and they only have 5. The Chungnam, Chun, the Kim and the Park duo, and Jun and Uchiol. And over on the sideline is Taeyun Kim. So how will the 4 from Chungnam pose their next attacking threat as they roll their way down court? And they're met by 5 defenders, or 4 defenders I should say, from the West Coast. It's almost like they're going into war as Kim rolls past Tressida, tries to get past Polidoro. It's good defence. Chun has to try and lob the ball back to Kim, does so. And a risky pass from Kim. It finds Uchol Park. Park tries to get past the defender from the West Coast and does so. And Cam Wales just can't prevent the momentum of Park. And 18 play 16, 5.5 remains in this first half.
Yeah, Polidoro unfortunately creeping back over the baseline, so he'll spend a minute in the box for that. I mean, the key defence is also something that you might employ if you've got probably a little bit larger margin than just 3 points or 2 points. So later on in the game, I suppose we'll see whether that was a sound tactic or not from WA.
And the try on the second attempt was awarded to Park as Reddington, arms in the air.
Bit of theatre there, I think, from Zion.
He'd belong well in the South American Soccer League, is Reddington. Rolling around, not happy, hands in the air. He's still complaining, in fact, but only an accident from Chungnam. And like you mentioned, Steve, maybe a bit of theatre makes it exciting for us anyway here in the commentary box. The margin's close. There's plenty to play for. Chungnam still looking for their first victory. Can they get it here this afternoon against the West Coast Enforcers? But it's going to be tough because they've got Reddington still with the ball, and Tressader clears the path. And a 360 spin, followed by a try. And the Enforcers back out to the 3-point lead.
I had the opportunity to play with Yachul Park last year, and he came to Adelaide. He was playing for one of the domestic teams. And just a really great guy, but someone who is pretty handy to have on your team, just with that trunk capability that he's got. So we played quite well together. So, but just in this local league here, so in South Australia. But good fun.
Uchol Park, the number 9, trying to dislodge the ball away, and he screams to himself as it's a lovely bounce pass from Reddington, and it's in the lap of Polidoro for another try, and they just can't bridge this gap at the moment. They're responding well, Chungnam, but they're going to need a break at some stage. It's a risky pass, but it's to perfection from Chun. Lands in the lap of Kim. Bounces once, and a little bounce pass back to Chun, and again puts his body on the line as Chun. We speak about putting your body on the line. What's the whiplash like when you're in the chair and you're copping some huge contact from some of these athletes? Chun, he must have a sore neck at some stage.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, look, you do tend to brace yourself and, avoid, I suppose, most of the impact in the chair. The chairs do take a lot of the heat, as it were, in these collisions. They tend to look a little bit worse than they sound and they appear. But there are times when you'll come head to head or chair to chair with someone like Zion, and it'll rattle every bone in your body. I played with a few players over the years. Riley Batt's one of those that when you get hit, you stay hit for a little while. You tend to avoid it. So and I would imagine Zion would be one of those guys that could dish out a bit of pain, I think.
And speaking of rattled, Chungnam have a chance here to bridge the gap to just the one try. 20 plays 18. 4 minutes remains in the first half as Park trying to get past Lambert, but great defence from her. Uchol Park now a chance to get past Benny Ladays and does so. And the margin now 1, as you can hear on the commentary side of ground. The Chungnam bench go up. They're ecstatic. They're excited.
Yeah,
but it's a lovely pass from Reddington. Finds Ladays. Steve Porter.
Yeah, I definitely like this lineup, Ben, for WA more than the last one. You can see one of the key things that Chungnam have got in their favour is a couple of players with good strong trunk. It actually makes a lot of difference. And then now we've got both Zion, and we've got Robin Laird, or Lambert rather, on the court. Both have strong trunk. It actually makes so much difference in terms of their ability to just to manoeuvre and just their core strength in terms of letting the push go to ground. So I think that's a stronger lineup for them.
And a team timeout called, as you can see on your screens there. Coach of Chungnam, Jae Woong Choi, trying to provide some sound advice to his team. As you can see, Park using some electrical tape to stiffen those wrists up a little bit more. It's amazing, these athletes, how they use every part of their anatomy to their advantage, and just amazing on your screens. What vision on your screens. Park, just an amazing athlete. And every time I find myself down here at the Wheelchair Rugby, I am in awe of these athletes. As Reddington, speaking of being in awe, the American Zion Reddington, just as the margins bridge to 2, it now drifts back to 3. So the Enforcers pestering and annoying Chungnam. And how will Kim respond? It's a lob pass, finds Chun. And right back, a 1-2. Kim, Chun, back to Kim. Good defence. Finds Chun. Great Wheelchair Rugby. Chung to Kim. Back to Chun. And the try is scored by that man, Kyung Min Chun. And the margin back to 2. Chungnam trail by 2, 3 to play.
Yeah, Chung is definitely having an impact, that's for sure. He had quite a bit of the ball on that on Reddington then. Was lucky, probably unlucky not to get a held ball. But, yeah, they're playing smart. A little bit of a lazy foul there from Cam Wales, a 0.5.
Inbound by Kyungmin Chun. And Chungnam will have the one-player advantage in a really risky pass. It's a 4-on-3 advantage for Chungnam. As you can see at the top of your screens there, Cam Wales on the sideline. Regardless of the pass, Kim ensured it was a try scored and the margin back to 2.
Yeah, any contest with the ball with Reddington in it is probably something to be avoided if I was Chungnam. He's just got deceiving reach and because of his trunk strength as well. So you tend to find that from a lot of the amputee players, that they can kind of stretch out a little bit further just because they have that core strength. And it's a bit, you don't expect that they're going to be able to get a finger to some of these things, but they do. And yeah, I'd be, if I was coaching Chungnam, I'd be saying don't pass anywhere near him if you can avoid it.
Couldn't agree more. The expert comments coming from Steve Porter, an Australian Steeler once upon a time and now an expert colour commentator. And a lob pass from Uchol over the head. How about that one? But great reach in by Reddington. The pass deserved more for Chungnam, but it's another interception and the try can't be scored. So the game of wheelchair rugby, it's not just about skill. Sometimes you need some luck, and on that occasion, Chungnam certainly earned their luck.
It certainly did, and I think that Ben Ladeus overthought that a little bit there. I think he'd actually done what he was going to do with it after he got it, before he got it. So. What you'll notice here too, Ben, is that there's a lot more reaching going on in some of these less advanced teams, if you like, or the teams that are playing the best rugby, or those that will be up the top of the international tree, are much more disciplined in terms of their reaching. You won't see a lot of it, but in some of these lower level teams, you tend to see a lot more reaching to see if they can swipe the ball and so on. But as a guy that used to coach me used to say, a man can't run with his feet off the ground. So keep your hands on your wheels.
Keep your hands on your wheels, and that's what Robin Lambert's been doing so well. I've given plenty of credit to Reddington, but Lambert, an amazing athlete, of course, a bronze medalist in the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics, as a wheelchair sprinter in the women's 100 metres T34. Lambert was a part of the Australian development squad in the wheelchair rugby Australian Steelers side. And she's recently played in the 2025 Shibuya Cup in Japan, where they placed third. So Lambert has a very long list of accomplishments to add to her name.
Yeah, she does. She's definitely very much earned her right to be in that Steelers campaign and that in those teams as well that she's been in. I was lucky enough to be in Paris last year and saw the Steelers play, not in that final game, but against France, and certainly it was it was a great experience to to be there and see the team at that I suppose the pinnacle of their competition. So.
And a chance for the Enforcers to use a one-player advantage now. The Enforcers will be attacking with 4-on-3 And the biggest lead of this first half, this second quarter, one would assume will be executed as Ben Lourdes inbounds, finds Reddington, tries to find Lambert, but may have to do it himself and does so. And then Forces 27, lead Chungnam 23 as the team timeout is called by Chungnam. Coach Jae Woong just needing to get his players together to see if at the halftime break they can reduce the deficit from 4 to 3.
Yeah, I think, notwithstanding it's half-time in 15 seconds, it was probably a good time to call a timeout. WA certainly had the ascendancy and have had for the last couple of minutes. But just a bit of looseness in terms of discipline from Chungnam, a little bit too much reaching. If you get called for fouls, you're going to spend time in the bin. That means you've got a 3-on-4 disadvantage. So, it's ultimately best just to keep your hands on the wheels and not give away those fouls. So I think a few learnings in this for Chungnam, and we'll see whether they take some of those into the second half.
Try scored. No, it's waved away. It's waved away, and Chungnam, the sideline doesn't agree with it. The coaching staff are unhappy, but regardless, it's the halftime break. Chungnam trailing by 4 tries, and it's the West Coast Enforcers 27, leading Chungnam on your screens there 23, and Coach Jae Woong certainly wouldn't be happy. And if you're the coach going into the break, trailing by 4, and it looks like a couple of players, including Kim, receiving plenty of treatment on the sideline, what advice would you be giving Chungnam as the halftime break approaches us?
I'd be saying, suck it in. We've only got 5 players. And, unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of being able to spend too much time on the bench, unfortunately. But, look, most of these guys are probably used to playing the full 32 minutes anyway. But it's a good, we get 5 minutes of the halftime break, so it's a good time just to try and chill out and get those, get those deep breaths in and get that water spray if you're a non-sweater, which most of these guys are. So, and let's regroup for the second half.
Well, as Chungnam get a well-earned rest, we'll do the same here in the commentary box. So don't go anywhere. The second half action, where the Forces lead by 4, 27-23 over Chungnam, will be coming your way in just a few moments' time.
At Charter Care Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Charter Care Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The second half action in this Division 1 domestic match between the West Coast Enforcers and Chungnam from South Korea. It's a 4-point margin at the break, and it'll be West Coast looking to try and extend that lead out to 5 as Robin Lambert, a part of the Australian Development Steelers program, lobs the ball to Reddington, Zion Reddington. The number 9, and it's a travel call, as you can hear the faithful from Chungnam very excited.
Yeah, that 8-second rule is still kicking in, I think, with a lot of players. Ben, prior to this year, it was a 10-second interval that you had to bounce the ball, but now it's been reduced to 8 seconds. And I've noticed in this tournament more calls for not bouncing than I've seen in a long time. So yeah, it's obviously biting.
8 seconds, not very long.
No, it's not.
Very difficult 8 seconds, isn't it? Oh, big contact. Reddington on Kim, and the ball taken by Tressida. Big contact. We did notice at the halftime break that Kim was receiving quite a lot of treatment. Was Young Hoon Kim. So I'm curious to see how he moves given the big contact he just received from Reddington. And the 18-year-old is not holding back as big contact there from Lambert on Chon, and Lucio Park is back on the ground. He sits very high out of his chair, and the mechanic in Kun Min Kang is about to make his way on the court, and you'll see him on your screens in a few moments' time, and there he is. He'll be helping Lucio Park back onto his 2 wheels.
I think Ashley Tressida there at the 1-5 for WA, number 5. 15 was a little bit unlucky there. I think Uchul Park probably milked that a little bit with his trunk and flicked himself out, but he certainly fooled Terry Vineyard, and they've come away with it with the foul.
And back on the attack is Uchul Park, and a lovely try scored by him, the margin to 4. Robin Lambert willing her way down the court. Lovely lob pass, finds Jake Howe. And again, we spoke about trunk control, but you can see on your screens there a brace around the torso of Jake Howe, really helping him be a little bit more aggressive with his leaning.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's still a really handy 1-point player. Punches above his weight, no doubt. He's definitely holding his own.
And intercepted there. Not a great pass by Park as he tries to really swipe away at it with Lambert. Chungnam now need to try and force a turnover. Really trying to swipe at it, but Reddington uses his large frame to navigate his way past a few defenders. And he was helped by Jake Howe. And Chun tried to make the last-minute dislodgement with his chair, but the margin now out to 6. And it's all to do for the South Koreans in Chungnam as Park, look at the face, look at the desperation, trying to get past the American in Reddington. Ujjal Park bounces the ball. Kim really helps there. Park still trying to get past Lambert, trying to get past Howe. Great defence from the West Coast. Park still with the ball at his disposal. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Tries to get past Reddington and does. And that's great patience and that's great precision by Ujjal Park, and the margin back to 5.
Yeah, it definitely was there, Ben. He had to muscle through a lot of that carnage, but his team, his fellow Chungnam teammates are coming in to help him, but they're probably overcrowding him a little bit sometimes to make it a little bit hard for him to get out of there.
And an immediate response from the West Coast enforcers. Risky pass, but a great reach. Very long arms does Young Hun Kim have. It's a bounce pass to Chun, who feeds the ball down, and Ujjal Park and Lambert. They've had a nice little battle in this contest. Has the 3 from the West Coast and the 9 from Chungnam.
Yeah, they do.
Lambert, let's see if Park can try and get the ball out of her grasp. Great battle once again. He swipes at it a second time, but Lambert did very well to get the ball away, and Howe tips it on to Reddington, and it's another try to the West Coast enforcers.
Yeah, it was good work there by Lambert. She had to basically muscle through until Reddington and Jake Howe got position up court, and she managed to be able to get it off just in time, because they would have been getting up there in that 8-second count. But again, great defence there too from Ujjal Park to get back in front. You've got, Robin Lambert is playing effectively as a 2-pointer with that 1-point discount. So they're very much a similar classification, as it were.
Kim wheels his way past Reddington. Very good offensive blocking there by June Park, and her brother in Ujjal Park scores a try, and the margin back to 5 with 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. Lambert, good defense by the South Koreans. Kim all over Lambert, but she gets away. It's a risky pass to Kim. In fact, it's Howe as Park, the siblings, Park and Park, but a great pass by Howe. What an incredible pass from Jake Howe. Has a 1.0 classification, and it was an easy as you like behind the back pass, and it landed in the lap of a teammate. And it's another try to the West Coast enforcers. Great work by Jake Howe.
Yeah, a bit of duress there, and he definitely showed his experience, I think, and composure.
As you can hear in the background, the Canadian national anthem, as the number 9, Ujjal Park, is helped back on his 2 wheels. Thank you again to the mechanics from Chungnam. Of course, Chungnam playing in the domestic competition, albeit a province in South Korea. They are a part of our domestic competition here at the National Championship. Still looking for their first victory here this weekend, as the ball dislodged away by Reddington. Can Ujjal Park take it cleanly? He can't. Reddington, a class above the rest. It really was a class above the rest. And what can we expect to see from this young American in years to come? Possibly a really good sign if you're an American fan watching from home.
Yeah, absolutely. As an 18-year-old, he obviously got a lot of potential, and with the US development squad, the way they structure their club teams over there, he'll have every opportunity to really progress and develop into something pretty exciting. I mean, he's pretty exciting already, really, but I think he's got a lot of potential. It wouldn't surprise me to see him in the Stars and Stripes in the not too distant future. So
press it up, inbounds to that man, Reddington gets past Kim, but no, Kim swipes at the ball. Really nice from Kim there. Very long arms. does Young Hoon Kim have? The number 14, 2.0 classification.
Yeah, there wasn't a great deal else he could do there, Ben. I mean, again, a reach in the backcourt. We'd almost be dragged for that on the national team a few years ago. Because if more than likely you're going to get called for a foul. If you get called for a foul, you're going to the bin. And then we've got no hope of stopping them. So, or a reduced hope of stopping them. So, yeah, so it's a bit... it's one of those things that if you actually happen to get it, you're a hero. But if not, you're in a bit of bother.
Another try scored by the West Australian team, the West Coast Enforcers, in the margin, the largest of the game, and the lead extends once more. 8 tries the margin. The Enforcers with a much bigger side, and by bigger we mean more depth. They have 9 players in their team versus the Chungnam side just with the 5. So maybe the less cattle, the less athletes from the South Korean side maybe will be playing against them. As it's only day 2 and they look quite exhausted, to be honest.
Yeah, not sure when they landed, Ben, but you know, again, they've got that Northern Hemisphere, probably not so much of a time difference as our European and North American teams, but it's still a fair way to travel, and even a few hours makes a bit of a difference, especially I just remember when I was playing, coming back from east to west, certainly from New Zealand a lot, was a bit of an impact. It did take you a few days to get over it, and I'm sure these guys are probably feeling a little bit as well. So, you know.
Chungnam, of course, a province in South Korea with a population a little over 2 million. They did arrive, in fact, on Sunday night, just to give them a couple of days to prepare for this event. But regardless, 5 players, only the 1 reserve. It was always going to be a tough battle, but nonetheless, we're so lucky to have them here on our screens, and we hope they can bridge this gap just a little bit more. But at the moment, it's got a little bit difficult here in this 3rd quarter. It's 37-28, the Enforcers lead, as Chungnam are looking to try and reduce this margin, and Kim does just that. And the try is scored by Chungnam. 3 minutes 30 remain in our 3rd tam as Howe inbounds to Reddington. Gets past Park, gets past Uchiol Park, and gets past Jaehoon Park. Good contact by Chun, but just not enough. And the frame of Reddington, the big body, he's just proving a little bit too classy at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. He's certainly a cut above when it comes to these teams.
Kim takes the ball, and it will be a foul call against Polidoro. Kim leaning back in his chair. We mentioned that at the halftime break, the number 14 there on the right of your screen, Taeyoon Kim was receiving, Young Hoon Kim was receiving a lot of treatment, a lot of work on his shoulders, a lot of work on his upper back. And there's no surprise given the big contact that is out there and is on your screens today. Speaking of contact, I reckon Reddington was born with contact. He loves it. He's just aggressive. He's loving all the contact that he's been dealt so far in this championship. And of course, the number 9, Zion Reddington. A name to remember, and a name that will be well and truly a part of the United States of America wheelchair rugby side for many a year to come.
Yeah, definitely. He's certainly making light work of Uchiol Park at the moment. I mean, you could argue that he's the highest point player on the field, but he's certainly changing the game, and it's really running on his terms at the moment.
try scored once again by the Enforcers. They're just doing it just so easy at the moment. The West Coast Enforcers, of course, one of 5 sides in the Division 1 competition, the domestic competition. These 2 sides, Chungnam, West Coast Enforcers, but additionally, we've obviously got the Victorian Protect under the Queensland Cyclones and the reigning champions, your New South Wales Gladiators. Without Riley Batt this year, but as we mentioned, that young lady West, she has been sensational alongside Andrew Edmondson. So it's Polidoro, the Brazilian. Lob pass finds Reddington, and another little combination that's been formed, and it's an international combination. Brazil, South America to the United States, and the North Americans in Reddington and Polidoro.
Yeah, WA doing it pretty easy now, and Reddington growing with confidence with every hit that he lays. So yeah, it's it'll be a pretty tough ask for Chungnam to come back from here. I think it's an opportunity just to try a couple of different things and maybe see if we can take a couple of learnings out of it into the next game, Ben. But yeah, this one is probably a foregone conclusion at this point.
As Kim from Chungnam lobs the pass, finds Uchol Park. And we can see off camera at the moment, they are really trying to block Reddington in, but just as they do so, on the right of your screen there, a timeout is called by the West Coast Enforcers coach and Adrian Walsh, and he'll be instructing his side just to do much of the same as the West Coast Enforcers lead 41 tries to 32 with only a minute remaining in our third quarter.
Yeah, it was a good call there because Chungnam had a good trap on Reddington in that penalty box, and which would have forced him to either inbound or take that trap. This timeout gets him a get-out-of-jail-free card there, so it was quite a good tactical play there by the WA Enforcers. Bit disappointing for Chungnam because they did everything right. They trapped him in the box, but yeah, wasn't to be.
Enforcers. Jake Howe inbounds to the young man in Reddington. Wheels his way down the court, gets past Kim. The effort was there, as was from Park, but in fact Park decided, no, not worth it. Let's just try and attack instead. It's a bit easy to do that. Back in the day when playing contact sport, it's much nicer to run the ball, or in this case, wheel with the ball, than it is to make contact. It's a lot nicer to do.
Absolutely.
Again, another turnover by Chungnam. I wouldn't say it's been the turnovers that have cost them this contest. It's probably been more so just the quality and the depth. The likes of Howe, with such a low classification, playing so well, and Reddington and Polidoro, they've been so good. But just as we say that, Uchol Park says, I like attacking, I want more points. And he adds another try to add to his tally, and the margin back to single figures with 27 remaining here in the third term.
Yeah, it was a great play there by Uchol. He can turn it on when he needs to. He's certainly got a lot of ability for a two-point player, but unfortunately they need a couple of extra players, I think, career to be competitive in this particular game.
Polidoro, risky pass, and Jake Howe again, unbelievable stuff. And you can hear the siren go in the background on the stroke of three-quarter time. That man on your screens, an ex-Australian Steeler, but today a West Coast Enforcer. Jake Howe scores the try on the stroke of three-quarter time. And at the break, It's the West Coast Enforcers 43. Far too strong at the moment for Chungnam from South Korea 33. But don't go anywhere. There's still 1 quarter left, and we'll see you in just a few short moments.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only...
And inbound here from Kyungmin Chun, just off screen before, off the call. We were trying to get Chungnam home, weren't we, Steve-O? Well, giving them a bit of a ramp up. They're excited. Look, to be honest with you, not that the West Coast Enforcers coach should be listening, but they looked absolutely exhausted. There was plenty of treatment for Chun, plenty of treatment for Kim. They looked buggered. But let's hope they can hang in there for the final 7.5 minutes. But it's going to be pretty tough. And that man on your screens, Reddington, is just rolling away for another try.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's been absolutely dominating in this game, and difficult for Chungnam to be competitive with, I suppose, such a small number of players. But let's see what they can take out of this last quarter.
Still with Kim. Little lob pass back to Uchol Park. Park patiently taking his time. Tries to get past Reddington. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Park, lob pass, finds Chun. And they may be down and out, but they are not gone. And Chungnam narrow the margin, and they are hanging in there and doing their almighty best.
Yeah, it was a great set play that they executed really well.
Chun, keep an eye on that right arm of his. As I said at the halftime break, he was getting plenty of treatment on the right elbow.
Bit unlucky there.
I was going to say, that's a really tough call.
Yeah, for Chun.
That's a really tough call.
It is.
Hadn't even inbound the ball. I know he lost his grasp on it, but that's really tough. Maybe he doesn't like South Korean food, I'm not sure, but that's not a good call from the referee. Very harsh. Down by 11, but regardless, they are playing for sheep station, some would say. They're playing for a trophy, and the referee knows that, so you got to play by the rules, Steve Porter.
You do. It's probably it'll be immaterial in the scheme of things, but it's probably not a call I would have made as a ref. But anyway,
And we know. That's why we get the luxury of sitting up here with our coffees in the commentary box. But
that's right.
The game rolls on. Chun. To Kim. And just another turnover.
It's probably the tale of the game here to some extent. I mean, look, the enforcers have been fantastic, and you know, Reddington has been an absolute weapon, but there's also been a lot of unforced errors in this game from Korea that, you know, if they can take anything out of this game at all, it's to try and, you know, iron some of those things out, because it's there's not a lot worse than, you know, fighting to stay in a game like this and then just giving it away with, you know, with some of these the loose passes and things like that. So anyway, again, this should be taken as a learning experience now, I think, for Chungnam.
Another try scored by Uchol Park. As you can see in the bottom of your screens there, the coach, Seun Kim, trying to will his side on in these final 5.5 minutes. I'd say there's going to be 5 athletes sleeping very, very well this evening here in South Australia. And you can see at the bottom of your screens, Jaeung Troy trying to provide some words of wisdom and a bit of advice to will his side back into this contest with 5.5 remaining, as Chun having a sip of water as his Park, or the Park duo. And at the top of your screens there, the number 14 in Younghun Kim returns back to the court. We haven't seen a whole lot of Taeun Kim, the number 7 from South Korea or from Chungnam, so possibly even a side of 4 with no reserves.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he's carrying an injury or maybe some sort of an infection, which can happen when you travel. But yeah, they're certainly the 4 that's on court at the moment are certainly doing the hard yards. It is a great thing, though, that these international teams from, I suppose, developing rugby nations come and attend these events. You know, every team that comes to an event like this will go home. They'll, you know, with some learnings, they'll share those, and that just makes their national teams and their club teams become better, and that just makes, you know, the competition globally ultimately become better. So it is fantastic that, you know, the teams like Chungnam are coming to these events.
Let's hope we get some more international involvement in 2026. Maybe a few more international sides in the domestic competition representing their provinces or their states. As Robin Lambert disloads the ball, and Reddington, he only knows one way, and an individual brilliant play from Reddington on one wheel, clutched the ball. It was out of his grasp, then it was in his grasp, and that is amazing wheelchair rugby from Reddington as Lambert looks to go on the attack. The West Coast Enforcers, I know we've been partially biased to Chungnam to try and will them across the line, but we'll credit where credit's due, and the West Coast Enforcers are just an incredible outfit, and really, they may not have the same talent as the Gladiators or the Thunder, but they are certainly a side, and if I was New South Wales, Queensland or Victoria, I'd be keeping a very close eye on this one.
Yeah, definitely. They're, you know, I think they're contenders, and, you know, with every game they're getting more and more accustomed to playing together. They're understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses, and so yeah, I think they, you know, they'll be a formidable lineup as we go through this tournament. Reddington with another turnover.
And the margin now getting a little ugly if you're a South Korean supporter. 50 plays 35, and Reddington, it's almost cruel. It's almost cruel, the contact. Yeah, the game's almost said and done there. The no-look pass, and poor Jaehoon Park just cops a really big piece of contact to the side. And you can tell Reddington, well, he said, I've made the journey from the States. I'm not going to be sitting around taking it easy. And Uchol Park trying to be willed on from the bench here of Chungnam. And 51 plays 36. 3 minutes 35 remain here in our final quarter. But this is not going to be the last match. There is one more domestic match coming your way after this. It is the domestic Division 2 competition. And both sides are undefeated. The South Korean Sharks the ACT Buccaneers. And I'm really looking forward to that one. There's some international talent in both those sides. And who have you got picked, the Sharks or the Bucks?
Well, it'd be remiss of me not to go for the Sharks. No, look, I don't have a view either way. I have to say, Ben, I'm probably not close enough to either of them to know at the moment. But having just got landed here today, so I'll reserve my judgment.
Well, that's good, an unbiased opinion, and in an hour and a half's time we'll have our answer, because that game is coming your way in a mere 10 minutes' time. But as for now, we're back on screen. Chungnam through Kim, trying to make their way down the court. A little lob pass, good take by Chun under pressure. Reddington, no. Everywhere he goes, and Kim, good defence by Ladays. Park, being pestered by Polidoro. Good offensive blocking by Chun. And Park just tries to muscle his way. And Reddington, he is going to the absolute nth degree to try and prevent any form of try by Chungnam. In 52 plays 37. The Enforcers a very comfortable lead with just under 3 minutes remaining here in our final quarter.
Yeah, I mean, Reddington getting out of that trap there was, there's not a lot of players that can do that. He, to be able to hip your chair out of a double pick like that. So, I think that alone is just an example of how good this guy's going to be.
Chun looks to try and find a free teammate, but it's got to be a risky pass to Kim, and Kim does so well. The last touch was off West Coast, but the long reach of Kim, those long arms. He doesn't sit as high in his chair as some of our other athletes, but those long arms and the ability to lean back in his chair really does help.
Yeah, it does. He's got good trunk there too. So I was just distracted there, Ben. There's a few tyres exploding here at this end of the bench. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, but yeah.
Something's popping off, and
it is.
Reddington's been popping off all afternoon on the main court here at the South Australian Netball Stadium, and as have the Enforcers. They are most definitely going to be winning this contest. The margin, 17 tries. We mentioned in the call earlier that if you get to that magic number of 50 tries, you're almost a guaranteed winner. And with 53 tries to their name, the Enforcers, they will be convincing winners with 2 minutes remaining in our final quarter, as we see Chungnam at the bottom of your screens, the Park twins, or maybe not twins, but the Park siblings in Uchol and Jaeun, and that young man with the glasses, Kyungmin Chun, a very lovely young man. I was lining up for a coffee earlier today, and his English is quite good actually. Had a little chat with Chun and just mentioned how good he's been here so far in the 2025 edition of the World Challenge. And
yeah,
of course,
absolutely.
Looking forward to having him back here in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, Chungnam certainly haven't disgraced themselves by any means. They're, they're playing against a world-class, player in Reddington. Then you've got Robin Lambert there, who's, you've got Jake Howe, who's, as we've talked about a couple of times, he's playing really well, and ex-Steelers campaign. So, these guys are no easy beats, and so they've actually probably performed quite well under the circumstances. So, yeah, I wouldn't be too disappointed if I were them. But again, I'd just take some of those learnings out of this. That was a great pass, by the way. And,
Kim, beautiful pass. Beautiful pass from Young Hoon Kim. Finds Park once again. Expert comments coming your way of Steve Porter, silver medalist in the Sydney 2000 Olympics. We won't remember about that anymore, though. As Reddington gets past Chun, and Park, a bit of a spinneroonie there. He's thinking about the contact, but advised against it on that occasion, and the score reads 54 tries to 39 with a minute and a half.
It's a wise decision. I think particularly this far out, into the game, with the score the way it is, I don't think I'll be taking any unnecessary hits.
Polidoro, look at the definition on Polidoro's arms. Very, very lean athlete. As Kim leans back, gets the ball, and Reddington lets him go on that occasion. A rarity from Reddington.
Yeah.
Usually one to find contact.
Yeah, Polidoro, he's got a bit of speed about him too once he gets sort of a crank on. So,
and of course, Polidoro, the number 2 on your screens there, a Brazilian player. He's a development player in the Brazilian wheelchair rugby system, so we look forward to seeing him continue over the coming days. Day 1 has gone, day 2 is now, but day 3 and of course Championship Day, day 4 this coming Sunday. So wherever you're watching, if you're local or not, keep tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company. And of course, if you are a local to South Australia, or if you want to hop on a flight, we'd love to see you on Championship Day on Sunday, the 1st of June. It's the start of a new month, so why not start your Sunday and start your June with some wheelchair rugby action live here from the South Australian Netball Centre. Tressida to Polidoro. 45 seconds remains. Still fighting till the end of Chungnam. It's great to see they have not given up. And it may be a backcourt violation. It is. And you can still hear the faithful. The South Korean faithful have not gone anywhere. They've made the journey and they are going to fight till the very end. Let's see if we can call them across the line. As Chud inbounds to Kim. Tries to get past the defence of Wales. Does so, but Wales is still there. Tressida coming. Kim over the top. Finds Park. Chun's open. But Park decides to take his time. 20 seconds remains on the game clock. 55 plays 41. But let's try and finish with a try. Let's cheer on Chungnam. Park. 11 seconds. Spinaroonie again. Park get past Wales. Tries to get past Polidoro. Finds Kim. And there's the try. And it's exciting to see because there's so much excitement here on the bench from the Chungnam faithful. As Reddington, with 2 seconds on the clock, tries to score a try. And Polidoro was just beaten across the line by the clock and by the siren. So that brings an end to domestic competition here in the Division 1. And at the end of this competition, or at the end of this day, on day 2, it is the West Coast Enforcers 55, far too strong for our South Korean friends from Chungnam, 42. And Steve Porter, how impressive were the Enforcers here today?
Yeah, they're looking good, Ben. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, we've talked about a couple of the combinations that they can put on the court, and yeah, they've got a couple of strong combinations there with good trunk ability. And whenever you can do that, and you've got a weapon like Reddington, you've got a chance. So yeah, I feel pretty good about their prospects for the rest of the tournament. I think Chungnam, like we talked about before, by no means did they disgrace themselves. I think they've come here as a club team from another country, and they've I think done reasonably well under the circumstances. Again, it's a bit of a cliche, but the game will win for them when they go back home and I suppose start practicing some of the stuff that they'll learn from here. So yeah.
Well, the expert comments there from Steve Porter. My name's Ben Eisenhuth. It's been a pleasure to have your company in this Division 1 domestic competition, but don't go anywhere because we have 2 undefeated sides on the other side of this. It'll be the South Australian Sharks taking on the ACT Buccaneers. But in this game, in this Division 1 contest, it was Chungnam defeated by that side on your screens, the West Coast Enforcers. We'll see you on the other side of this, and thank you for your company here this afternoon.
At Degnan, We don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I'm up to it.
I've got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be a part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final match here on day 2 at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is Domestic 2 competition, Domestic Division 2 competition between the undefeated two teams. The South Australian Sharks, the hometown South Australian Sharks, on your screen in red. And off the camera at the moment are their opponents, the ACT Buccaneers. I'm looking forward to this contest. My name is Ben Eisenhuth. I'll be your lead caller. But alongside me, as always, the expert comments from the great man, the ex-Steeler, Steve Porter. Steve, it's great to have a company for this last match here on day 2. And what have you got for us? What can we expect in this great contest here?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. It's great to be here as well. So, obviously, I've got a little bit of invested interest in this game, given that South Australia is my state, and I'm familiar with quite a number of the players on the SA Sharks team. But I think it'll be a great matchup. So there's obviously some notable players on that ACT Buccaneers team. Not the least of which are guys like we've got Antonio Vecchio, who dropped down from Div 1 to Div 2 just yesterday, as I understand it. But this is a group of players that have played together probably for a couple of seasons now, and I'd suggest that there'll be certainly no easy beats for the SA Sharks. So I think it'll be a fairly even contest.
Yeah, exactly right. Interesting to see what pans out as this match unfolds. But on your screens is the hometown side. It's the South Australian Sharks, and they are as follows. The number 10, Michael Barry. Number 9, Jatima Chinasari. Number 2, Zach Robinson. Number 1, Jetters Jet Johnson. Number 4, Caleb Crowden. Number 11, Angus Fowler. Number 5, Shane Brand. Number 6, James Coleman. And number 3, Gordon Broom. And the South Australian Sharks are coached by none other than that man on the screen there, Andy Phillips. So where there is a match, where there is a contest, there are two sides. And their opponents are the undefeated ACT Buccaneers, the team in gold. And they line up as follows. The number 2, Rhiannon Bellett. Number 6, Ben Owens. Number 7 on your screen right there, the young man, 15 years of age, Hamish Baker. Number 4, Scott Mackay. Number 10, Antonio Vecchio. Number 3, Hamish Cock. Number 5, Jacob Walsh. And number 8, Ruben Jerd. And they are coached by none other than Zach Field. So Buccaneers, Sharks, two undefeated sides. Who will go home undefeated and who will go home tonight wishing they were just that? Division 2 domestic competition here at the South Australian Netball Centre in Adelaide. And the long reach of that young man in Baker. And Bellett lobs the ball down the court. Good defence on Baker, and the ball dislodged. The last touch may have gone off the Buccaneers, and it has. And we spoke earlier in the call, earlier today in fact, about the Buccaneers side, and they are incredibly young. The number 7, who almost intercepts the ball there, is 15 years of age. And the number 2 in Bellett, she's on the 18, so a lot of youth. But you couldn't see it when they played earlier today against the Tornadoes. They were sensational. So Baker made an error only a few moments ago, but he scored a try. And Steve Porter, early time in this contest. What do you like so far between these two teams?
Yeah, a couple of little errors there, but some nervous errors early on. Good little sneak reach in there from Zach Robertson a few minutes ago, but he should feature in this game fairly strongly. I play with him week to week, and he's certainly a player to look out for from a development perspective. But as I say, just a couple of loose, probably unforced errors on both sides there, just in the early minutes, and another one there, unfortunately, from young Hamish Baker.
And a try scored. The account opened for the Sharks by the number 10 in Michael Barry, a 3.5 classification. And the Sharks looking to add to that 1-0 lead. The try by Baker disallowed earlier as Zach Robertson wheels his way over the try line, and the Sharks up an early break. There's Bellett down the commentary side of ground. Lob pass, big contact there by Barry. But the young man in Baker responds well. And the score's 2-1. Just a minute gone in our first turn. Barry wheels his way past Baker. And Baker won't get the same easy time, with all due respect, of course, like he did against the Queensland Tornadoes. It's going to be really challenging for the young man. He's really got to try and prove his worth. 15 years of age, very new to the sport of wheelchair rugby. But this is a huge opportunity for him to get the ears pricked of the Australian Steelers faithful, whom are watching on our sideline as Vecchio, a very important player here today if the Buccaneers are going to try and knock off these Sharks. As an inbound comes the way of Owens. In fact, there looks to be some running repairs required for Gordon Broom, who's trying to use the teeth to pull the glove back on.
Yeah, you need to improvise a little bit, Ben, when you've got fingers that don't work. But yeah, so the grill does tend to come into action a bit. But yeah, I understand just from talking to some of the players earlier that Hamish Baker's still got a bit of a question mark around whether he's a classifiable athlete or not. So, we'll watch that space. But with any luck, he's, he'll be able to officially play the game. But, yeah, he's right on that boundary of being eligible or not, so as I understand it.
Robertson on the screen for the Sharks. They lead by a try. Still with Robertson. Gets past that man we just spoke of, Baker. And he fools him. He shaped to go right, but he wheeled left. And the margin back to 2 as Vecchio looks to try and inbound. Finds the long levers, the long arms of Baker. And Vecchio.
Yeah, with Antonio, he does develop a bit of speed as he gets going. So even though he's in a low point chair, he still does have 2-point functionality. So he's worth keeping an eye on.
And patient wheelchair rugby there by Baker. 4 plays 2, and the Sharks will obtain the ball here, looking to inbound will Jimmy Coleman. Just right in front of us here on the commentary side of the ground.
Yeah, James, been around now for probably a good 5 years or so, and certainly got some great capabilities and holds his own in that 1.5 class. So also someone who can do quite a bit of damage in his role if he's allowed to.
Great interception there. Good effort by Bellett. I think she may have got the last touch. So the Buccaneers at the moment, they're a little bit shell-shocked. The Sharks have come out strong. The Buccaneers making too many errors if they're going to really challenge come the end of the fourth quarter here against the Sharks. But it's just still the early stages of our first term as the Buccaneers, and looks like on screen there, to the left of your screen now, Hamish Baker. Not sure if his tyre may have lost some air there, but regardless, it is a Buccaneers ball. So a chance to narrow the margin from 4-3 as Bellett can't get the pass away. It's a great interception by that number 2 and Dylan, and it's a beautiful lob pass into Broomy's hands, and one of the great men to grace the turf or grace the court of wheelchair rugby in Gordon Broom, and he earns himself his first try to add to his account, and the score is the Sharks 5, the Buccaneers 2.
Yeah, great intercept from Zach Robertson there, just on that halfway line before, so enabled the Sharks just to get that last score.
There's Baker, poised to attack, does so, and scores untouched. 5-3. Good immediate response from Hamish Baker. It's Coleman, not a great pass, and big contact as Robertson tried to take that. And there's an interception by the young man. Baker tries to get around Coleman, does so. Can he get past Broom? No, he can't. Good defence by Gordon. So instead, passes the ball to Vecchio. And it's a no try. It's waved away, says the referee. And Vecchio, all he can do is smile and laugh. And it'll be a 4-on-3 advantage to the Buccaneers, who look to narrow the margin from 5-3 to possibly 5-4.
Yeah, Zach Robertson, I think, just touched that line there. So hence he goes to the bin for a minute or until the next score. And the Buccaneers will try their best to either have him inbound or trap him on that sideline there by the penalty box, just to try and get that points advantage on court.
Still with Baker. And there's a penalty against the Sharks. We don't see it often, but when you're defending with 3, sometimes the pressure can come off. And when you're attacking with 4, sometimes you just take your foot off the accelerator a little bit. And on that occasion, that was really poor for the Buccaneers. They had a chance to break back, but they've just gifted the Sharks an opportunity to score some points. Great contact by Baker. Can he get around? Can Barry? Still with Michael Barry. The Shark in Robertson returns, and Bellett just can't seem to prevent Barry over the try line. And what could have been a break, the way of the Bucks, it's a hold for the Sharks, and the margin remains at 3. And another turnover, a chance for a double break here, and Barry executes wisely. 7-3, 3.5 remains first term, and just some nerves from the Buccaneers.
Yeah, definitely. Although there is some good pressure from the Sharks, I have to say. Just getting, just forcing the Buccaneers just to make some choices that, like that one, that are just not helpful. So so some ominous early signs, Ben.
Yeah, some
ominous, rather.
I was going to say some ominous signs if you're from the nation's capital, if you're from the ACT, as Baker just can't seem to put the stop on Robertson, and that's fantastic wheelchair rugby. 2.5 classification, a mid-pointer. It moved like a 3.5 pointer on that occasion, and Zach Robertson had to try to his tally. And I'm not surprised that Zach Field calls a timeout as the Buccaneers trail 8 tries to 3. 3 minutes remain in the first term, and you can see Zach Field on your screen there on the right. What do you think he'll be saying to his teammates? What do you think he'll be saying to his players to try and get them just to get a little bit more poised, a bit more patient, and try and earn themselves a few tries?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of patience, I think, Ben, with just some of those, again, those 101s. So the passes are a little bit rushed. We always had a rule when you get into the front court, generally there's no rush, not unless we're getting high up into the score clock count. So there shouldn't be any real rush passes unless you can't get a pass away or whatever. And it's those sorts of things that are probably letting them down to some extent at the moment. But again, the Sharks are definitely applying some good pressure to force some of those errors as well. So, yeah, so I think it's a bit of there's a few things in that.
You can see on your screen there, Vecchio was very vocal, very, very vocal. He was talking to Benny Owens and just really trying to see if Ben Owens can get the Buccaneers into a striking position. As Baker, Vecchio, the number 3, and Hamish Cook.
Yeah, and Antonio's probably the most experienced player on that team. He's been around for probably more than 20 years, I would suggest. But played for Victoria for a number of years, and played also, with a lot of Australian or Steelers representatives as well. So he's he's certainly got a depth of experience that this team can learn from.
Speaking of that man, the seasoned veteran, Vecchio, still looks quite young. He looks pretty good for his age, does old Vecchio. And speaking of age, the 15-year-old just wheels his way over the try line, and 9-4 Sharks lead. Hamish Baker.
I'm not sure how old Antonio is, but he's certainly moving all right for his age, that's for sure.
He certainly is, Antonio Vecchio, and the Sharks are moving quite well. As Baker intercepts, big moment. They need a few more of those, but they've got to capitalise. It's a nice pass from Baker, finds Vecchio, who uses all that experience and navigates his way past two Sharks defenders. The try is scored, and just a mini break back from the Buccaneers, but a little bit more improved with their execution there with the ACT.
Yeah, a bit of a rush pass there from Zach Robertson. Unfortunately, that probably wasn't necessary, but he'll learn from that.
And a nicely timed pass from Barry. Finds a number 2 in Zach Robertson, who scores another try to add to his tally as the Sharks maintain a 5-point lead. Just under 2 minutes remaining in our first quarter. And Vecchio tries to get past Broom. He can. Vecchio tries to get past Barry, does, and it's a perfect pass. Bounced right into the lap of the young man in Baker, and the Buccaneers are hanging in there. It just feels like as the match goes on, if the Sharks don't get out to a 6 or 7 try lead, the Buccaneers just may hang in there enough, and the youth may get them across the line.
Exactly, Ben, and it's again, we see another error there from just a bit of pressure from.
Chance here for Baker to pick up the loose ball. Does so. He's got a defender to get past, though. It's good cover defence there by Brand. Elects to go the pass inside. Finds Mackay. Back to Vecchio. Big opportunity here with only a few moments remaining in the first quarter. And Baker narrows the margin. Once 7 tries, now back to 3. So the Buccaneers, those early jitters have gone, and they're executing a little bit nicely.
Yeah, some good pressure there from the Buccaneers. They, and again, a bit of an unforced error there from Michael Barry. Pass just a little bit too big, but you can feel that the Buccaneers are, just starting to get their feng shui together, so to speak.
As Vecchio tries to get past Barry, it'll be tough to get past Barry and Robertson. It's a double bounce pass. Finds Zach Hamish Baker, I should say, but what are they saying on that occasion?
Finds him on the wrong side of the centre line, Ben. So he was just still inside the backcourt when he received that pass from Antonio Vecchio, who was in the front court. So it's what we call an over and back there. So it'll be a turnover with Sharks possession in the front court.
Well, the referees, we mentioned about earning your keep, and the referees are doing just that. They haven't put a foot wrong. However, sometimes you like the calls to go your way, and on that occasion it's going the way of South Australia. As you can see, Andy Phillips delivering some instructions to Barry, to Broom, to Robertson, and to Brand. Arguably close to their best 5 from the Sharks. Of course, we've spoken a lot about the likes of Coleman, the likes of Fowler, but Barry, Robertson, Broom, Brand, it's a pretty handy 5, or pretty handy 4, I should say, to have on your side.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure what Andy said there. He was facing the other way, but if it was me, I'd be just urging a bit of composure, particularly when they get into the front court. There's no need to fire off some of the passes that they are. So it's just those types of, small and unnecessary errors that will really cost you in a game like this.
It's Robertson. Bounces the ball for himself. Every 8 seconds, you must bounce the ball. As he gets a bit of offensive blocking there from Barry, but Robertson tries to get the pass. It's a bounce pass. Finds that man, Brand, but he's met in good defence there by Vecchio and by the young man in Baker. Still Baker defending. Great defence, times of the essence. And it may have been a timeout called.
4 in the key.
4 in the key against the Buccaneers. So with 6 seconds remaining, the Buccaneers will be defending with 3 players against the Sharks 4. So 6 seconds on the clock. The Buccaneers really need to try and hold tough here. Can they defend? Baker, it's off their head. And Phillips can't believe it. Is in front of us here on the commentary side of ground. And what do they call that? Mario Fennick, a falcon off the noggin of the number 5 in Shane Brand.
Yeah, Shane unfortunately looking for the screen there rather than the ball, which is probably fair enough given he's, he plays that low point role. So, bit of a mix up there. But again, Shane's joined this team, as has, Michael Barry and Jatima Chinasari as well. And so overall they're a relatively kind of newly built outfit. So I think many of them are still trying to work out how to play with each other and what roles we're playing. So hopefully over the tournament they'll start to settle down and find those things out.
They certainly will. And it's the South Australian Sharks in your screen. Whom lead? 10 tries to 7. That's the end of our first quarter, but there's plenty of wheelchair rugby action coming your way. Don't go anywhere because the second quarter is going to be here right after this.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Red team, I'm up to it.
I've got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
Welcome back to the Adelaide Netball Centre here in South Australia. It's a pleasure to have your company. My name's Ben Eisenhuth. I'll call you through this second quarter as well as the rest of this contest. And alongside me, Steve Porter. And Steve, what did you make of the first half? It was the South Australian Sharks 11, too strong for the Buccaneers 7, and they went into the half-time, or the quarter-time break, I should say, 3 try leaders, and now it's 4 tries to the margin. What do you think the coaches would have said to both their sides at the quarter-time break?
Yeah, I think a couple of rush passes in there and a few I suppose, fairly fundamental errors on both sides. So I think a bit of composure is probably required. As we were talking about in the break there, Ben, there shouldn't be a lot of reason that teams should be rushing passes once they get into the front court. They certainly don't have the time pressure that they do, when they're trying to get out of the backcourt. So it's just thinking about those things and trying to iron out those unnecessary errors because, largely that's kind of the tale of the game so far.
Well, speaking of errors, the Buccaneers have conceded 2 in about 40 seconds. What's happened there? 7 try margin. They were within 3 at the quarter-time break, and then they trailed by 7. So, and another handover, another error. And Michael Barry will just cruise over the try line. And that is very disappointing, as you can see on the side of your screens there. Zach Field very wisely calls for a timeout. And it's that young lady on your screens, Rihanna Bellett, who's going to return to centre court because 7 is the margin. Only a minute gone in the second term.
Yeah, definitely a need for a change there, no doubt about it. So Rihanna just gives probably a a little bit safer set of hands and another inbound option. So let's see whether that makes a difference for the Buccaneers.
As we can see an inbound, they're still not a great inbound. Very surprising there from Vecchio. I must say the positioning of Hamish Baker wasn't great. So Vecchio instead now finds Bellett. He tries to get past Berry. And you can hear the scream of hard by Coach Eddie Phillips from the South Australian side. Another mistake by the Buccaneers. And at the moment, the South Australian Sharks, they are cruising away early in the second term. I don't know what the Buccaneers can do to stop this onslaught.
Yeah, I think Buccaneers are crowding the baseline a little bit too much. They've got Antonio inbounding most of the time. He's got a lot bigger range than these guys are giving him credit for. So we're finding a bit of carnage on the baseline that's probably a bit unnecessary. So yeah, the last thing you want here is your three-pointer going off court to inbound, and that's what they've done. But they've got away with it on this occasion.
And Baker looking to try and just put a dent in that onslaught. The Sharks were certainly sending the way of the ACT, and the margin was out the double figures, but now it is eased back to single figures, and the margin is 9 as Bellett looks to intercept. She does. Very impressive for a young 18-year-old. Wheels her way past Barry, and they need a lot more of that, do the Buccaneers. Rhiannon Bellett.
It was nice defensive work there from Rhiannon.
Rhiannon Bellett, a recent wheelchair rugby recruit. She won the MVP at the City Smash in the 2025 National League. And Rhiannon also took home the Judy Simpson Emerging Player Award. So, albeit a Year 12 student studying in high school, she is an emerging player to watch in future years, as they need to see plenty more of Rhiannon Bellett do the ACT Buccaneers if they're going to peg back this 9-point margin that they find themselves trying to overcome at the moment, as Vecchio tries to lob the pass down to Bellett. It's not great. The ball's going to beat them over the goal line, and Vecchio just pressured into a quick decision there, and on that occasion just made the wrong choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether there was a bit of hand function involved or a lack thereof involved in that one from Antonio, but it certainly seemed like a wayward pass. But still, I think Buccaneers probably work just a little bit harder to get free and be options in that front court as they're trying to make their way up court. Antonio didn't seem to have a lot of options to go to then, so they're going to have to spread the court and be available a bit more.
And there she is, Miss Rhiannon Bellett, Year 12 student, playing against a lot more seasoned veterans than she is. And on the left of your screens there, Antonio Vecchio smiling and having a bit of a laugh. 2 decades in the sport of wheelchair rugby for him is Antonio Vecchio, and the mechanic making his way on the field for the Buccaneers of Rhiannon Bellett. Gordon Broom on the bottom left of your screens, a fantastic acquisition for the South Australian Sharks. Broom, in fact, played for the Queensland Tornadoes in the 2024 National Championships, and a very interesting athlete. He has an esteemed rugby history. He actually was an Australian schoolboys rugby union player representing the Gordon Rugby Club, so quite fitting given his first name is, of course, Gordon. And now he continues his passion in wheelchair rugby following, of course, his terrible accident. He competes in adaptive mountain biking and works as an adaptive guide in his home state of Tasmania. So it's great to have Gordon Broom representing the South Australian Sharks. But on your screens there, it's Zach Field trying to really get his side back in the contest. You can see Vecchio really laying down the law. You can see him leaning into his chair, really trying to demand more from his team. At the moment, the scoreline is certainly against the Buccaneers, and let's hope they can do a little bit more as the second quarter continues. So what four will we see enter the court? It looks like it's going to be Vecchio. Looks like it's going to be Cook, Vecchio, Baker and Billett from the ACT. And we spoke about the dominant four, and we've spoken about it all day, but is that the best four that the ACT have? In the Belletts, the Bakers, the Cooks, and even, of course, the stalwart in Vecchio?
May well be, Ben. They're yet to try a couple of different combinations that they still have available, but I'd suggest that this is probably one of their stronger lineups. Yeah, but again, you know, it's spreading the court a little bit better. I think South Australia, you know, they've been able to cover them, you know, really well so far. But there's certainly some things I think the Buccaneers can do to help themselves.
Still got the likes of Jerd, Walsh, Owens, and of course Scotty Mackay on the reserves bench. So a lot of depth for the ACT Buccaneers, but at the moment they find themselves on the wrong end of the score, on the wrong end of the scorecard. They trail 18 tries to 9 as Zach Field is just taping up the left hand of the number 7 in Hamish Baker. And as the camera pans to the South Australian Sharks, they'd be sitting very comfortably at the moment as an inbound comes the way of Shane Brand, who finds Michael Barry. And Barry bounces the ball to himself. Makes his way into the ACT end of the court. Barry. You can hear patience from Coach Phillips. But doesn't need a whole lot of patience. He says, there's a gap. I've created it myself. And Michael Barry scores a try and the margin out to 10.
Yeah, tactically the Buccaneers dropping back into a key defence like that will almost seal their fate. They've got a significant margin to make up, and sitting back in the key is only going to be allowing the Sharks to just burn a bit more clock.
And a bounce pass finds Brand. Brand will score a try. Great to see Shane Brand, a big smile on his face. A 1.5 classification. Doesn't find himself over the try line all that much, but on that occasion it was a lovely bounce pass from his teammate in Zach Robinson. And a really desperate pass from Vecchio. Found Baker, who finds Bellett. And the Buccaneers just need to increase their intensity, certainly in defence. They have to try and dislodge the ball. You've got Bellett. You've got Cook, you've got Baker, you've got Vecchio. Can they force an error? But very good chair control there from Robertson. In fact, it's Barry, and Barry should beat Vecchio over the try line. And Vecchio says, not today. And may have given him a couple of extra words as well. Big contact from Vecchio, and he's trying to really increase the intensity and try and will his side in the ACT Buccaneers and try and narrow this gap going into the halftime break.
Yeah, it was definitely a great hit from Antonio there. It was basically last line of defence. He had to do something to make it happen, and he anticipated that left turn really well. So it's never a good time when you wind up being put down like that, and sometimes it's a good opportunity for that defender to rub a bit of salt in the wound. So.
Well, I just like the emotion from Vecchio. They need a little bit more of that. Of course, when you trail by 10 and you're the two best sides in your division, you need to see a little bit more intensity.
You do.
And Vecchio is certainly trying to do that. And he's putting the Buccaneers on his back at the moment because, again, Vecchio sets up another try. And during his troubles, he's forced another Sharks player onto their side. And it looks to be, is it the number 5? Yeah, Shane Brand.
No, it's not.
In fact, it may not be Brand. Is it Broomy?
It's Gordon Broom, yeah.
It's the Australian schoolboy once upon a time in Gordon Broom. We had a chat last year, Gordon and I. He's a wonderful young man. Loves to mountain bike, and he's got his own Instagram channel, in fact. So if you I'll try and get the name of it before the call's out, but Gordon Broom, he is a daredevil personified. The positions he puts himself in, and the mountains and hills that he rolls down, he is a very impressive man, is Gordon Broom. And that moustache that he's donning is actually pretty handy as well. As Broom leans back in his chair, and he'll be looking to try and help his side get back out to a 10-point margin. And the ball's inbounded. Welcome to the court, Caleb Crowden. Finds the lap of Michael Barry. And Barry, one bounce. Good offensive blocking there by one of his teammates in jersey 11 in Angus Fowler. And clearing the path was Fowler, and Barry, another try to his name.
Yeah, quite a good defender is Angus Fowler. He's once he gets that pick bar in, he's a bit hard to get off of. So Angus has got quite a lot of strength as well, just to really hold that pick. So.
And the ball dislodged out of the lap of Hamish Baker, but on that occasion, Hamish knew that the ball was last touched by a Shark, and he'll get a second chance. It's a nice pass, almost dislodged by Crowden, but Bellett holds on to the pill. Still with Bellett. Big contact in back play by Baker. Same with Barry. Can the ball be taken over the try line? It can't, and it's stolen by Barry. Great individual presence, great awareness, and an even better pass. And a try coming the way of CC. Caleb Crowden, and the margin the biggest of the match. 23 tries to 11. The South Australian Sharks look fantastic. And I don't know if the Buccaneers at the moment have an answer to stop this onslaught. The Sharks are swimming.
Yeah, they're not at the moment, Ben. Great hands there by Michael Barry. Just to be able to stop that double offensive kind of threat that he had there before. So, and then a great pass, obviously, down to Caleb Crowden. So.
And another turnover. Caleb Crowden, fantastic awareness. We speak about proprioception, the ability to know space and where your location is in space. And on that occasion, Caleb Crowden knew exactly where he was on the court, put his chair in the right position, and earned his side the ball again to try and extend this lead. And Barry, Vecchio, though, says, "Not today, Michael." And so does Baker. Big contact. Reversing, accelerating. Barry does it all himself. And that is class from Michael Barry. And the biggest lead of this one, 12 the margin, just on 2 remains in the first half.
Yeah, it was a great pick there by Caleb Crowden as well. He's a relatively new player. He's only really been playing for the last, probably this year. He's definitely learned a lot and proven to be quite a valuable player. So.
And another error for the ACT Buccaneers. The youth of the Buccaneers at the moment being exposed by the Sharks.
Yeah, a bit frustrating there. It was a bit of just a slightly too high a pass for Rihanna to grab them, unfortunately.
And inbound from the Shark, Crowden. Over the head of Broom. Finds Barry. Barry gets around the defence of the Buccaneers. Tries to get past Vecchio. Tries to get past Bellett. Good defence by Vecchio. Baker comes across in cover defence, but Crowden wide open. And another try to add to his tally. Caleb Crowden. A fantastic mid-pointer so far in our final match here on day 2 at the Wheelchair Rugby Santos National Championships. One would imagine the young man Baker will get to the loose ball. He picks it up, he does. And he just keeps the ACT Buccaneers in reach. In fact, play was called back. And Baker giggling to himself and says, "I'm sorry. I thought I saw an open try line."
Yeah, unfortunately, an 8-second violation there. You've got 8 seconds to get it in from the baseline now. Again, used to be 10 seconds up until a few months ago. And, players are still, I think, coming to terms with that. So, yeah.
And another try, as easy as you like, Michael Barry. Geez, the Sharks will be tough to beat in this Division 2 competition. It would take an absolute immense effort to topple the South Australian Sharks. As another interception is seen. And there's a foul call, I'd imagine, against the Buccaneers by the sounds of it. And a timeout is called by Andy Phillips from the South Australian side. As we welcome to the court for the first time this afternoon, Jatima Chinasri, the number 9 from the South Australian Sharks. So welcome to the court, Miss Chinasri. And she looks to try and score as quick as she's got on, and instead says, what's better than a try? Well, a try assist, and gets a try assist box, or the box ticked, I should say, for Chinasri, and the try is scored by Caleb Crowden. Baker trying to get past Chinasri, does so. And Baker absolutely filthy with himself. The try line wide open. Only himself was going to prevent him scoring the try. And Baker, what has he done on that occasion? He's dropped his rolls, has the Baker. And it's not a good effort from the Buccaneers. They need every chance they can get. And this is not looking great. And Vecchio doing his very best. A good little effort there from Antonio. Bellett now calling for a timeout. And the score is South Australia 26. The Buccaneers only 11 tries in the first half. That is very uncharacteristic. They scored 50 tries in their first game and only 11 with a minute to go in the first half. Very worrying signs. Obviously, it's kudos thanks to the South Australian Sharks defence, but just too many errors, too many turnovers from the Bucks.
Yeah, too many errors. Absolutely, Ben. I mean, just to see that spill just now from Hamish Baker. There's been a couple of fairly cheap errors like that. When you're playing a side like they are at the moment, who are defensively applying a lot of pressure, and offensively, it's those small things really compound obviously your situation. So I think they.
What were you saying about compounding?
Yeah, exactly. And look, some good pressure there from Caleb Crowden then. But again, probably a pass that was unnecessary. Although they are so far down now, the Buccaneers, that they do need to try to take some risks. But certainly those risks need to be a little bit more calculated than the ones they are. So,
Chinasri making her way up court, receives big contact from Baker. Chinasri, a bounce back behind her. Bellett's all over at the moment, but Chinasri knows she gets past Bellett, can't get past Vecchio. And it's good contact on the young lady, Jatima Chinasri. It's her first time competing in wheelchair rugby. In fact, she's an interesting prospect for the future of the women's performance. And it is great to see so many ladies representing their states and their countries at this year's edition of the 2025 World Challenge. Have you seen a huge development in the female game in the last couple of seasons, or last couple of years, I should say?
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. I think the recent changes to the classification system for female athletes is certainly going to make a difference going forward too, with players over 2.5, I think, taking a full 1 point discount, if you like, for want of a better word, in terms of their point value onto the court. That really does open it up for many more female players to join the game, and countries and states and clubs with the luxury of having females available to join their teams. Should, if they're not already, be capitalising on that, because it's definitely going to be an advantage going forward. So,
And in the final 18 seconds of this contest, it will be the Sharks looking to go on the attack. It'll be Caleb Crowden to inbound. The Sharks, very, very big leaders. They lead by 14 tries going into the end of this first half, as Chinasri Ball in her possession. Can she get past Baker? She can't. Tries left, now right. Still with Chinasri. Reached in by Bellett. The ball dislodged, and the Buccaneers will get the ball with 4 seconds remaining. And wouldn't they like a try right on the stroke of half time? And another call or another timeout is called, which means that the Buccaneers will have 4 seconds to inbound and try and cross the try line. It'll be Baker. I'd imagine he'll look to try and find Bellett. Is she open? Crowden. Everywhere Bellett goes, Crowden goes. It's not a great pass. It's intercepted by Crowden. Great defence from him. And the siren beats both these sides to a half-time break. And at the break, it's the South Australian Sharks 26 leading the Buccaneers 12. And it's that side on your screens. A thumbs up from Andy Phillips. He's happy. There's high fives all around. And the Sharks, well, it's much of the same, I'd imagine, going into the second half, you'd think.
I'd think so, Ben. Jatina Chinasri, being able to get on court is as a result of the margin that they've been able to create. And the more that they can, create space for some of these developing players to get on court, the better they're going to be, later on in the tournament. So, and the better the individual players will be as well, as they gain a little bit more confidence and experience in playing with the team. So, yeah, it's hopefully will bode well for them as we go forward.
And that brings an end to our first half here in our final match on day 2 at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby National Championships. And it's that side on your screen, the South Australian Sharks, 14-point leaders at the break. But don't go anywhere, because the Sharks, albeit they're in front, the Buccaneers, I'm sure, will be responding as ACT sides always do. We'll see you on the other side of this.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final half in our final match here on day 2 at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. But this is the National Championships and it's domestic competition Division 2. And it's that side on your screens, the South Australian Sharks, who have been absolutely superb in the first half. It's one of the biggest leads I've seen at the 2025 Championships and in the international component, the 2025 World Challenge as well. 14 tries. So how will the ACT Buccaneers respond? They have on the court, they have Mackay, Baker, they have Hamish Cook, and they also have the stalwart in Antonio Vecchio. But exactly how the first half ended, it starts the same in the second, and it's a turnover from Baker, and the Buccaneers just gift the Sharks another opportunity, 26-12 early on in the second half.
Yeah, not the start they would have wanted, Ben, that's for sure. And again, we're seeing another kind of variant in the lineups for the Sharks with Jet Johnson now on. Another relatively new player for South Australia, but he's also shown some good signs as well. So, as we were saying in the break, like having a margin like this, I would expect that we'll see quite a few different lineups and changes in the SA Sharks lineup over the rest of the game, whilst they have the luxury of being able to try out a few things and maybe even fail at a few things, but still come out with a win.
Well, it is certainly advantageous to have a 15-point buffer, as you can hear the Australian national anthem in the background. Of course, on the show court, it's the Australian Steelers playing for the first time since 2018 on home soil. Can you believe it? But it's been an interesting campaign for the Steelers, not undefeated. One would assume with the countries that they're playing, they would be dominant victors. But they did lose to the Netherlands earlier today. Undefeated on day 1, they beat Brazil, they beat Germany, but they were narrow losses in overtime, in fact, to Davy Van den Dop's-led Netherlands. So the Australian Steelers about to take on the New Zealand brand makers Wheel Blacks. That'll be a great clash. That's on show court 1, but over here we've got, one would assume, the gold medal match in a couple days to come. It's the South Australian Sharks and the Buccaneers, with the Sharks leading by 15 tries as Broomy passes the ball to Crowden. Crowden goes over the head, bounces once, bounces twice, and Barry takes the loose ball. And he'll wheel his way over the try line, and the margin very large. 16 tries early in the first half. And the Buccaneers have to try something different because nothing's working at the moment for them.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. And it was a good recovery there from Jet Johnson. But even so, the Sharks did struggle to get out of backcourt then. So some good signs defensively, or some better signs from the Buccaneers. But unfortunately, Jet just going over that 8-point bounce limit there. So it'll be a turnover for the Buccaneers. So again, good defensive pressure. But there's a bit to be learned on both sides probably from this game.
And we talk about the local South Australian side on our screens, but Jet Johnson, I love the name. It's an athlete's name. And Jet Johnson and Caleb Crowden, locals. They're South Australian-based players. What can you tell us about Caleb, and what can you tell us about Jet Johnson?
Jet basically has played basketball for quite some time and made the switch, I think, probably a year or so ago to into rugby, and managed to get classified. And so he comes with all the skills that chair skills and I suppose court game skills that you pick up when you're playing basketball, and a lot of those things are really transferable into rugby. And then Caleb, I know less about, but a newer player to South Australia. But again, one who's got a lot of speed. He's got a lot of commitment. He plays with a lot of passion and energy. He's certainly got a lot to offer, particularly in that defensive role. So I can only see some, those guys going from strength to strength over the next year or two.
Caleb Crowden and Jet Johnson we speak of, both players on the court, but Zach Robinson, another South Australian-based player who's just earning himself a rest on the sideline at the moment as a penalty or a foul is against the South Australian Sharks, and an inbound now coming the way of Scotty Mackay and the Buccaneers. He'll need to try and find Vecchio. Can Vecchio get the reach? It's not a great pass.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes there, rookie mistakes there from Jet. He gave up the turnover because he didn't come straight on. You've got to come straight on the court. You can't go diagonally up the line after an inbound, and then he's wandered into that 1 metre exclusion zone for the inbound again. So not only got the turnover, but he also got the penalty box as well. So if I was Andy, I wouldn't be overly thrilled about that.
Well, some learnings, not just for the side that's currently down on the scoreboard, but also for the side that's out at the moment by 16 tries, is Caleb Crowden, the local boy. Inbounds to the New Zealand import in Michael Barry, a Kiwi from across the Tasman. It's great to have Barry, a development player, as we said, from New Zealand, here helping out the South Australian Sharks. Of course, the New Zealand Wheel Blacks currently about to take on the Australian Steelers. And we'll try and bring you a few updates throughout the call and keep you informed of how that's going. But at the moment, it's the Buccaneers with it all to do against the Sharks. It's 10 on 10. Vecchio navigates his way past Crowden, doing it all himself. Past the number one in Jettis Johnson, and they need more of that, and that is a seasoned veteran there in Antonio Vecchio. A great try to the number 10 from the ACT.
Yeah, he's doing it all in a low point chair too, Ben. So and that's it's one thing to get around in a rounded offensive chair, but to be trying to do offensive stuff in a defensive chair, it's not the easiest thing to do. So he's doing quite a good job there.
Talk us a little bit through the different chairs. We can see Michael Barry, New Zealand import, on your screen, scoring another try to add to his very, very long tally. I'm sure the scorers will have RSI by the end of this one, but Michael Barry, a much smaller chair. He's obviously a tall frame himself, but talk us through the chair comparison of Barry versus someone like Vecchio, the number 10 from the ACT.
Yeah, you can see Barry's chair is quite rounded at the front. It's got what we call wings that are designed to basically fend off those pick bars, what we call pick bars that are on those defensive chairs like the one that Antonio's in. So you can see it's got quite a cage type setup at the front that's designed to stop the offensive chairs, and conversely the offensive chairs are designed to try and stop the defensive chairs from stopping them. So yeah, it got a little bit out of control probably about around about Sydney 2000 time, when pick bars were getting up to kind of 30 centimetres off the ground, and they were getting quite dangerous. So wings were correspondingly coming up, so they introduced some laws, some rules around the limits to how high these things could be. So now your pick bars can only be a maximum of 11 centimetres off the ground. 20 centimetres off the ground, but the furthest most extending part can only be 11 centimetres, or has to be 11 centimetres off the floor. So all of the fronts of the chairs are level at the most extending, the piece that extends the most, for safety, but also for kind of effectiveness as well.
An expert commentary there from Steve Porter as we see Michael Barry, individual brilliance in a swipe away from the grasp of Hamish Cook, and Barry absolutely incredible at the moment. A development player, but keep an eye and keep out an ear out for the name of Michael Barry. One day will be a New Zealand Wheel Black. He is an incredible athlete from across the Tasman. At the moment, he's not letting Vecchio out of his sights. The 10 on 10. Barry tries to dislodge the ball from Vecchio in the longer of the two chairs, with the cage at the front, as Steve was just touching on, but the moment he cannot get out of the way of Jet Johnson, and much better on that occasion. I'm sure Coach Phillips would have been happy with that little defensive play from Jet Johnson.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at Barry, you don't often see a 3-5 player that's quite balanced like that. Often they're more amputees, or they've got one side stronger than the other. But he seems to be quite bilateral in terms of his balanced kind of ability. So yeah, it's he's got quite a lot of speed about him, and quite a lot of function, obviously. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he develops in the next year or two.
Michael Barry, of course, the leader of this South Australian Sharks side, as an in-ball or an inbound is bounced to Bellett. And Rhiannon Bellett tries to narrow the margin, tries to get past that man in Barry, but can't. Good defence, and Broome really locking in the tyres of Bellett, and another turnover. They haven't been great today, the Buccaneers, but it's probably not their fault, because the South Australian Sharks have just been a lot better. And the margin now, 20 tries. The South Australian Sharks, absolutely dominant performance here on Show Court 2. As you can see there on the bottom left of your screens, some substitutions made. In fact, 4 on, 4 off. We welcome to the court Zach Robertson, James Coleman, Shane Brand, and that young lady, Jatima Chinasri. So let's keep an eye on Jatima. She'll really relish this experience in the domestic competition. Obviously playing a lot of local wheelchair rugby. This is her opportunity to really impress on the national stage.
Yeah. Definitely. There was a good hit there from Zach Robertson. Unfortunately, forced Rihanna to lose her balance there, and that'll be a turnover. Another turnover for the Buccaneers.
And there she is, Chinasri.
Yeah, Jatima just obviously showing her inexperience there a little bit, but that was certainly better than when she came on in the first half. So looking more for her screens, looking more for her passes, looking up the court a little bit more. That's what we want to see from the ball carriers.
Certainly do, as we see one of the other ladies on centre court here, Bellett, passes the ball to Vecchio, and another turnover by Antonio. We mentioned they need to start trying to take some risks, but risk can in one or two ways. It can be executed well, or it can lead to a turnover, and at the moment the turnovers are just racking up for the Buccaneers as we see Hamish Baker make his way back up onto centre court, and the number 5 as well in Jacob Walsh. So Jacob Walsh donning the headgear. Don't often see a headgear on our players, but good to see Jacob Walsh here on Show Court 2. Number 5 for the ACT, as we see some running repairs on that young lady in Rhiannon Bellett. And if you like what she's shown here, and albeit aside that's on the wrong end of the scoreboard, the 18-year-old in Year 12, still in high school, certainly showing plenty of promise.
Yeah, definitely. I like her competitive spirit as well. So she's, again, I think got a bit of promise. So and some good composure there as well as she gets that pass off. So down to Hamish Baker.
Baker bounces for himself. Has the path cleared by that man Walsh we mentioned, and very good from Jacob Walsh. Good awareness. A one-pointer is Jacob Walsh, and he put his chair in a good position to clear the path for Hamish Baker, and they get another one back to the Buccaneers as number 6 in Jimmy James Coleman. Beautiful pass, bounces 3 times into the grasp of Robertson, and he'll wheel away for another try for the South Australian Sharks. And at the moment, anything that the Buccaneers throw the way of the Sharks, they are responding in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, they are. And it was a great pass there from James under the Coleman under that pressure before. Some great pressure there from Jatima as well, just on Rihanna, just on the line there, forcing another turnover. One of the coaches that we had at the national level, Ben, would often talk about turnover after turnover. It's often the case where a team will get a turnover, no one's expecting it on the team, and everyone's out of position and wind up, and by virtue of that, it winds up another turnover winds up occurring, turnover after turnover. The great teams, the really good teams, will limit that turnover after turnover almost to nothing. But you see it often a lot in some of these lower division teams.
And the final 2 minutes of our third quarter, as the South Australian Sharks are dominant leaders at the moment. Of course, this is our final match here on day 2, but tomorrow is day 3. It's Saturday. And there will be plenty of wheelchair rugby coming your action here on the live stream, and of course over on KO Sports. Big contact there by Bellett. She took it well. Robertson did his best to try and dislodge the ball, and Baker says, "Hey, that's my teammate, leave her alone." And Bellett goes, "Well, thanks for that." And you can score yourself a try there, young Baker. So the BB combination, Bellett to Baker. Let's see if they can just try and build a bit of confidence going into day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a good assist, that's for sure.
And Robertson getting his way down the court. Big contact by Baker. I'd like to see the intensity lifting, and Chinasri try to open her account. And a wonderful try from the young lady, Jatima Chinasri, who is, as we mentioned earlier on the call, new to the sport of wheelchair rugby. She is finding her wheels, but she is moving quite well as Baker navigates his way past that lady in Chinasri. He moves very well on 2 wheels, and Chinasri almost dislodges the ball. In fact, it's Robertson. And there's 4 gold singlets, but none of them can get past Zach Robinson. And that means that it's going to be an inbound from James Coleman. But if we just gently direct our attention away from the domestic competition, what's impressed you internationally so far in this year's tournament of the 2025 World Challenge? The first time we have seen the Steelers on Australian soil in the last 7 or 8 years. Who's impressed you the most internationally, and who's the side that's going to knock off the Steelers?
Well, certainly earlier today we saw the Dutch team give the Steelers a bit of a touch-up, and so they've certainly established themselves here at this tournament as the team to beat. Steelers are running quite a number of newly kind of developing players. Ty Martin-Page, for example, is just making his debut as a fully fledged Steeler, if you like. He's played for a number of years on the in the developing pipeline, but and there are a couple of other new faces that are appearing in that lineup as well. So so I think they're going through a bit of an adjustment period. Riley Batt is a notable absentee, whilst he takes a year out to hopefully deal with some of the shoulder challenges that he's had and just take a break, I suppose, from the game. He's been playing since he was kind of 12, 13 years old, so I think it'll be a good thing for him. I'm sure he'll come back even fitter and stronger than what he has been in the past. So but it's a great opportunity for Chris Bond and the rest of the guys to to test themselves against these teams that are just getting stronger and stronger year on year. So I think it's exciting times for rugby, just full stop. And I think it's only pool play. I still think that the Steelers will be really hard to beat if they make it into the final. But but there's some great competition.
Certainly is. And speak of that man, Riley Batt, I had a chat with him last year in the final for the Gladiators, and he mentioned that his shoulder was, well, I can't use the word live on air, but he has since had surgery on that shoulder, surgery on that elbow. He said there was over a half dozen floating pieces of bone in his elbow, so it just shows you the absolute wear and tear that his body's been put through over the last, for him, almost 3 decades.
Yeah.
And he's been an important part of why wheelchair rugby in Australia has grown to where it has grown to. And in 2027, it's a Rugby World Cup year. And let's hope the likes of Chris Ney, who has been astronomical in getting the sport of wheelchair rugby to where it is. Chris Ney, of course, the CEO of Wheelchair Rugby Australia. And you know Chris quite well, as do I, Steve. And what do you think Chris has done for the sport to really put it on the map, not just here in Australia, but around the globe?
Yeah, look, I think, not being particularly close to the program at the moment, but certainly what I've observed is, the focus on development is far more extensive than what it's ever been certainly in the time that I've, been playing or been associated with the game. And I think what we're seeing is, as a result of that, is clearly just a larger pool of quality players to choose from. The events that these guys are going to, the development events, they were in Japan only a matter of weeks ago, performing well there with their developing lineups. I think for me that's probably been the biggest I suppose advantage that people like Chris have brought into the game over the last few years, because we needed it.
We certainly did, and we're certainly needing some fight back from that side. On your screen, the ACT Buccaneers. But that brings an end to our third quarter. We'll see you on the other side of this. But at the break, it's the South Australian Sharks 38, far too strong at the moment, for the ACT Buccaneers 19.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Welcome back to our final quarter here on day 2 of the Santos 2025 Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. But on your screens is the Division 2 National Championships, the domestic competition. And as you can see in the background, it's the South Australian Sharks, dominant performers at the moment, leading the Buccaneers 39 tries to 19. We spoke about the magic number of 5-0, a half century of 50. And any side that's got there first has really gone on to win the game. So can the Buccaneers put their names on the map? Can they force some turnover? That's a good start. That Bellett and Baker combination, the BB, the 2 and the 7, the singlets in gold. Can they try and peg this margin back? Of course, points differential is somewhat important, as Baker almost went the wrong way, and at 15 years of age, we'll let him go with that. He almost went to the other end of the court. And we have seen it all in this one. We really, truly have. That could have been something else, is it? The smile on the face of Baker, shakes his head and says, hey, I'm in year 10, leave me alone. I'm still learning the game of wheelchair rugby.
I get that. I mean, notwithstanding the errors, I get the sense he'd actually be quite a fun guy to have on your team. So, yeah. He's certainly got good hair going on.
He certainly does. Bit of sideshow Bob from The Simpsons. I like it. It sits high on his head, and he's sitting high and mighty for the Buccaneers, one of their best performers so far this week. And as we go into the weekend, they'll certainly need to see many more of sideshow Baker. As an inbound is coming the way now of Shane Brand. Oh, it hits the back of the chair of Angus Fowler, who was a part of the 2024 Division 2 title that the South Australian Sharks won. Angus Fowler, a good young athlete for the South Australian Sharks. Can you tell us much about Gus, about Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, Gus been around for probably near on 10 years now, on and off playing rugby just at local level. It's just been the last couple of years that he's started to get to a level that he can be competitive at this level, but he wants to as well. So it's been good. Yeah.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, it's a great pickup.
Gus. Perfect timing. The expert commentary brought to you by Steve Porter, and he got his mate Gus Angus Fowler across the line for another try. But the margin is back to 18, and ACT are going to try and hang in there and try and make this final quarter as interesting and as exciting as they can. And with that man Hamish Baker in your screens, he epitomises the word fun and epitomises the word effort. So the margin at 17, 6.5 remains in the final term as Baker, big contact there on the number 5 in Brand. Brand gets away from him. Fowler cleared the path. Coming across Vecchio, big contact there. Can the young lady, can Chanasri collect the ball? She can't. Tried her best. She wasn't happy with her effort. But it's very tough when you have Bellett coming across in cover defence. Good from Bellett, good pressure. And the Buccaneers a chance to narrow the margin once again. Vecchio finds Baker. And not a whole lot in front of him. Chanasri will be coming across, but great path cleared. We spoke about the snow plough, and Vecchio on that occasion said, get out of his way or get out of mine. And he cleared the path for Baker.
Yeah, he did, Ben. A great rolling screen. I mean, he's definitely been, as you'd probably expect, the most consistent player and probably made the most significant contribution out of the whole Buccaneer team, really. But again, he has that experience. He has, played for a long time. He's got some skills and he's got a bit of speed too. So he's almost single-handedly holding the team together at the moment.
Vecchio, great pass, pierces the gap, finds the lap of Baker, who finds the lap of Bellett, and that BB combo once more combines. The Buccaneers are scoring a few, and Andy Phillips, I don't think he'll get nervous, but he may be looking to his bench soon as Chanasri lobs the pass to Coleman. It's a nice pass from Coleman, finds Brand. Brand gets into the right end of the half. If you are a Sharks fan, it goes back to Coleman. Lovely pass. Good defence, though, from the Buccaneers. Finds Fowler. Uses his chin to keep the ball in his lap. He's trying to use two hands. Look at the neck involvement. Wonderful from young Fowler. Can't be taken. Can't be taken by Brand. And the pressure in defence by the Buccaneers. Well, where's this been for the last 3 turns? They've turned it on in the final quarter. This is the defence they needed early on in the match.
Yeah, I'd suggest Andy will probably make just a bit of a change there just to get some, just to settle things down a little bit. The
substitution made. Jet Johnson enters the centre of play, and a well-earned rest to Angus Fowler, who opened his account with a try only a few moments ago. And speaking of tries, Hamish Baker, I'm not sure who's counting them, but they'd be running out of ink because he has scored plenty for the Buccaneers as Coleman receives big contact from Baker. Back to Brand. Gets past Baker. Good from there, Brandy. Very nice from Shane Brand. Still Brand. Does it all himself. Puts the Sharks on his back. And Brand, the 1.5er, says, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, it was a good coast-to-coast there from Shane Brand. There was some good screens involved in that too. But, part of the challenge that the Sharks got at the moment is they've got low pointers passing the low pointers in the backcourt. And it's always fraught with a bit of danger.
Baker gets past Brand. Passes the ball. Chinasri, the last touch. Gifting the Buccaneers some ball. And the timeout looks to be called by, might be Andy Phillips here in front of us. In fact, it's a substitution called, and we welcome back Jacob Walsh onto court number 2. And he'll be joining, of course, BB, Baker and Bellett. And off screen is Antonio Vecchio. As Bellett will look to find Baker. Brand is there, though, in front of him, and the long arms, the long reach, and the good dexterity grip of Baker. But great contact by Chinasri. She gets one back. Bellett got her only moments ago, and Chinasri said, well, whatever you can do, I can try and do better. And good to see, as the match has progressed, it's good to see that she's getting some minutes, because Chinasri certainly has improved.
Yeah, defensively, definitely. It's obviously with every with every play that goes by, there'll be things that that she learns and about what to do and what not to do. So it's good. It's just every minute's valuable experience.
Certainly is, and a try scored by Chinasri. She got a bit of a helping hand by Coleman. Great screen, great offensive blocking by the number 6 in Jimmy James Coleman, as from one lady to another. Chinasri once, and now it's Bellett. We wish her all the very best in her high school certificate later on this year. If it was the subject of wheelchair rugby, I reckon she'd be getting a band 6. I'm not sure what they call it down here in South Australia. Maybe a band 6 or a high distinction.
A high distinction, yeah, that's right. I'm more familiar with that terminology.
As Coleman just loops it over their head, and it's intercepted by the number 7 in Hamish Baker. The margin, well, still way too tough a hill to climb up. 42 plays 28, 3:45 remains final term. Coleman, it's an angling pass, finds Chinasri. Baker all over her at the moment, but great work by Chinasri. She's really finding her, she's finding a wheel. She's moving a lot better, using the core. She's seemed to be a little bit more reliant on the hands in the first few minutes when she entered the court, but now she's using her core to her advantage.
Yeah, no, she's definitely getting a bit better as the game progresses.
The great Dame.
That's it.
Damian Lillard. Celtics no good this year. NBA going at the moment. Who will play OKC in the final, but we spoke off camera. You're a Crows fan. Adelaide playing this weekend.
They are, Ben, I believe. I'm not quite sure.
They'll be playing someone, but nonetheless, it's the South Australian Sharks playing in Adelaide. And at the moment, they are dominating the Buccaneers. Maybe the Crows are the thing of the past, and the South Australian Sharks are the thing of the future, as we see Baker receive a beautiful pass into the midst of Vecchio. Baker gets past Brand, can't get past Chinasri, and it's been amazing to watch the evolution in the last 15 minutes of Jatima Chinasri. She has been fantastic. She really has increased the intensity. She's defending well, as we said, but she's putting a lot of pressure on the ACT Buccaneers, as Baker's going to try and get his way to the ball, but good work by Brand. But going back to Jatima Chinasri, it's her first time playing the sport of wheelchair rugby at a competitive level, and she's certainly impressed in the moments that she's got throughout this match.
Yeah, definitely. She's certainly shown a lot of potential. So for someone who's that early in the game, there's some good signs there, I think.
I think it would be really difficult to verbalise and understand the physicality that's in this sport if you don't actually watch it or play it yourself. I think it's one thing you really couldn't prepare for until you're out there on the court. So as the match has progressed, her team has really increased her aggressiveness going into contact. But on that occasion, it's her counter-female in Rhiannon Bellett who scores a try for the Buccaneers. And with 2:42 remaining in our final period here on day 2, it's the Sharks 43 leading the Buccaneers 29.
Yeah, you also got to remember too some of the newer players. So Rhiannon, probably Jatena as well, are playing in chairs that aren't theirs, but they've just they're club chairs that they happen to that happen to be free, that they can basically lend for the tournament. So that's the other piece as well. Like, they're playing in gear that's not necessarily set up for them as well. So when you take that into consideration, it's they're doing pretty well.
They certainly are doing very well, and we speak about hanging in there, and the Buccaneers have certainly done their best to stay in this contest. But going into day 3 and day 4, championship day on Sunday, the South Australian Sharks will be a very, very difficult side to beat. I'm not sure if the likes of the Buccaneers or the likes of the Tornadoes can do that. But I mean, what do you do to stop the likes of Barry, the likes of Robertson, Johnson, Crowder, and the list goes on? How do you stop? What do this side on the screen, who you would imagine will be playing them at a gold medal match on Sunday, how can they stop the South Australian Sharks?
I think it'll be difficult, Ben, to be honest. I mean, you can just see the depth of, I suppose, players and talent that the Sharks have on the bench here. They've just got, a playing group that's, played on balance for a lot longer, probably than some of the Buccaneers players as well. They'll get better as the tournament goes on, but so will the Sharks. So in terms of what they need to do, Ben, I think it's a difficult question to answer, because I think it'll be difficult for them.
Certainly will. Anyone that comes against the team in red, it'll be very difficult. But this lady, Chinasri, as I said, we've been a part of her progression as she lobs the pass down the court. Big contact by Baker. The ball is handled well by Crowden, who finds Angus Fowler. And the teammates of Fowler cheer. And with 2 minutes remaining here in our final term, it's been all the South Australian Sharks and the Queensland Tornadoes. I'm sure they're tuning in, watching this one. And they have left the South Australian Netball Stadium with 2 matches but 2 losses. The Buccaneers were too strong for the Tornadoes earlier today, but it's the Sharks whom are clear favourites and dominant favourites going into Saturday, day 3. We look forward to your company then, but as for now, we've got the final few minutes of this wheelchair rugby domestic competition and this Division 2 clash between the Sharks and the Buccaneers. The evolution of Baker, the evolution of Bellett. Of course, handy helps from the likes of Ruben Jerd. Welcome Ruben to centre court, the number 8 for the ACT. And another turnover on that occasion.
It's a bit of an occupational hazard with a lower point inbounder. The bump pass is, there's very few players that can consistently and accurately do a bump pass. And you know that if you're forcing a team into a situation where they've got a low point inbounder doing a bump pass, it's generally a good thing from the other team's perspective.
And we have Gus Fowler wheeling his way across. Can he get away from Bellett? Everywhere Fowler goes, Bellett goes too. She caught the left tyre of Fowler. And it was wonderful defence from Bellett.
Interesting. One of the refs there gestured that was a spin, and that was by no means a spin. I think Gus just rolled up on the wheel of of Hamish Baker.
So a spin move is a penalty foul. As we have the final minute 22 remaining and an inbound coming the way of Crowden. Finds Chinasri. Can Broomy get there? Broom, do it, son. In fact, Crowden collects the loose ball. And it was an 8-second violation against the South Australian Sharks. Time is of the essence. That 2 seconds from 10 to 8. It has proved huge difference, hasn't it, so far in this year's tournament?
Yes, it has. A little bit of I don't think they were necessarily concentrating on that. So.
Vecchio. In the final minute of this one, inbounds, finds Baker. Baker gets past Chinasri. And you can see Crowden trying to come across. Look at the effort from Crowden. I like to see it. The match is winding down, but the efforts are not.
Yeah, Crowden, that's certainly consistent with the way he plays, at training and during the just the local league. He's all in.
And an inbound now coming the way seems to be of the South Australian Sharks. And with 49 seconds remaining on the clock, it'll be Gordon Broom to inbound and try and see if the Sharks can extend that 45 try to 33 lead. Chinasri gets around one. Gets around Jerd. Can't get around Vecchio. Jerd still really trying to prevent the onslaught, prevent the momentum of Chinasri. Good from Jerd. Intercept by Vecchio. Pass. Finds that lady in Bellet. Crowden. It's down the court action. It's pace. Crowden trying hard.
It's a good push there from Rihanna.
And that lady on your screens, Bellet. And she screams it aside and says, let's use that momentum. Let's use that try going into day 3. And I like the look of this scorecard. There was a 22-point margin early on in the third term, but the ACT Buccaneers have reduced the margin back to 11 tries. So again, the theme of the weekend is not giving up, never giving up. And the Buccaneers have done that today as Chinasri tries to muscle her way across the try line. Can't do so. Needs to find the pass, finds Crowden. And it's a beautiful try to the Sharks. The try assist from Chinasri and the try scored by number 4, Caleb Crowden. So with 8 seconds to go, the match is all but done. It's been a emphatic result. It's been a dominant performance by the South Australian Sharks. They have been far the superior side, and the South Australian Sharks are proving again why they're not just going to win the title in 2024, but again looking to go back-to-back in 2025. There's another turnover. And that brings an end, ladies and gentlemen, to our final match here on day 2 at the 2024-2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby National Championships. It's been great to have your company. And just before we hop off the air, we've got a big day 3 action tomorrow on Saturday. International and domestic competitions coming your way. Steve Porter, it's been great to have your company. My name's Ben Eisenhuth. Again, dominant performance by the Sharks. The Buccaneers with it all to do, all to learn. But it's been a pleasure to have your company. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow on Saturday. But as for now, have a wonderful Friday evening, and we'll catch you next time.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Red team, I'm onto it.
I've got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.